If they don't give you, they don't tell you what the fees are,
All
then
right.
you can't manage if it's
everybody, stop talking. We're live. Okay? All right. I don't know what the fuck is actually going on. My computer is now acting bizarrely, which is bad because that usually ends up with a crash and then everything is over. But we'll see. Tonight, we have Tamara, we have Jen, I believe we have LA Child, and we might even have someone else there, but I can't be sure.
Who else is
Hello.
Is there anyone else there?
Hi, everyone. Just us chickens.
Okay. At 8 o'clock or somewhere abouts, Adam Gingrich is going to be interviewed on the New Right Network. I'm going to play it here on MAGA News Network, so you don't have to go look for it. I think it's going to work. We're going to test it. Let's see. There's someone named Deanna Lorraine who's on right now at New Right Network. Let's see if you got, if I can.
I think this is a fair question. What would be the status of that? What would you do? Joining me right now is a woman who's deep in this. Her name is Deanna Lorraine. She's a conservative commentator, woman.
Okay, so the question is, guys, could you hear that? Let me go check. Could you guys just hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
No, you wouldn't. None of my guests would hear it. I'm asking the audience. Did you hear that weird intro thing? I really hate this technology, you know? Good. You heard it, but it was very low. Excellent. All right. That's good. All right. So at 8 o'clock, we will try. I guess, Jen, it's your job at 2 minutes to 8 to remind me, okay?
Sorry, okay, I will. I'm going to close the window. My garbage truck's out front. It's loud.
All right. Okay. All right. Where did all my videos go? Asked TJ. I deleted them. That's where they went. I deleted them, and I'm adding them to BitChute. I am adding them to BitChute. So if you go to maganews.net, and you will see the first 2 pages of posts, the videos are there. And then there's probably another 5 or 6 pages I still have to put the videos on. Why am I doing this? Because BitChute is the only place on the internet I can drop the replay videos that I am assured they will never be taken down, even if I say bad things. I heard today that WordPress.com, which offers a WordPress installation on their hosting environment for like some ridiculously overpriced thing, it's what the conservative treehouse uses, is now deleting people's blogs that they don't agree with the politics. Wow, must have been really smart of me not to use WordPress.com, Wow, you know, I must be pretty fucking smart when you think about it. You would think that I might have worked in this industry for like 30 fucking years, the way I'm moving these things around. But anyway, if WordPress is in on this bullshit, then guess what? The conservative treehouse, Sundance, or whatever the fuck your name is, Now I bet you wish you actually had somebody working on your staff that actually was a technologist, not just a hack sucking the cock of somebody in the White House, because it looks like you're going to get axed too. I hope you have backups that aren't done by WordPress, because once they delete you, they're going to deny you access to your backups. So you better fucking back up your site and keep it remotely in your house, put it in your safe, and you should do it every day. And if and when they axe you, then you can go and find a nice host somewhere in India where they don't know anything about American politics, and you can restore from the backup. You know, like I've been doing for the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. Anyway, this stuff just gets me. I don't know what it is. I spent the last 6 months not caring. I was dialing this thing in for like 6 months, guys. And just in the last 3 or 4 days, it's like something has reactivated in me. And like the old Glenn is coming back. The one that I thought I'd effectively killed off somewhere in 2003, 2004. But he's coming back, and I'm going to warn all of you, he wasn't the most user-friendly of personalities. But that's how I got shit done, right? You don't get shit done by being nicey-nicey. You can get something done, but you always have to hire someone horrible to crack the whip. But yes, there's been a concerted effort. I would say it's a conspiracy. It wouldn't surprise me if at some point, some forum somewhere hidden away, all of these people had been conspiring for the last year or two, maybe 3. And the conspiracy is to deny all of us our freedom of expression. And they're going to hide behind this idea that because I own something, it's my company, I can deny you your civil rights if it's my company. But the libfucks, the scumbag liberals, have been using as an argument for the last 60 fucking years that if you do business with the public, you can't discriminate. Am I wrong? Does anyone care to point out some defect in my argument?
No, last night after your scope, before Ginger's epic dance on at the end, before all the cue drops, I was getting so fired up listening to you, and like last night it was like midnight, and I was thinking about everything you were saying, and I have been thinking about it for a while, and I was almost going to write an article, but I thought, oh, who am I? I'm not going to write an article, just like an opinion piece, not agreeing with you, but as an outsider, someone that's not didn't have your knowledge or your experience. I've had so many similar thoughts, but I didn't see it in terms as how you saw it for all that time because I really wasn't plugged in the same way. But I think what I was so annoyed with after listening to you talk last night, and again, this is not annoyed at you, let me clarify, was that I was thinking that one of my personal hesitations to technology, in using technology, whether it be because I was very resistant. I was never these people that browse the web or cared about the internet. In fact, I didn't really like the internet. I liked books. I liked physical things that people had to read. I thought that like technology in general breeds laziness in people. They want us to use more and more technology in the classrooms, and the students are more and more lazy the more technology they have, and their learning goes down. And you see it with, like Adam alluded to today, you have these people that don't have anything to do, and they're literally, instead of using their days doing something productive, they're wading through Q stuff all day. It's just like it's just one of the things. And I was, the only reason I got on social media was because of Trump. And then it's a double-edged sword. So the things that brought us together, that allowed us to make some new friends and connect and not feel so isolated, are the things that are banning us. But I guess my question is to you or to Tamara, why is it that the Republicans, or I don't want to put it Republican, the conservative movement, if you want to call it whatever was conservative, and if we want to call that the Rhino movement, why didn't they with Romney? I mean, all those years ago, before Romney or even after that, why is Trump the first person in his 70s, really? Trump, who doesn't use email, okay, who doesn't really love technology either, but he knows it as a communication tool. Why didn't we foresee this? I mean, I could foresee this, like, in the sense of maybe not so much of the banning, but why are we always playing catch up? Like, we're always on defense, whether it's protecting ourselves and or letting the educational
Okay,
system.
wait a second. Hold it. All right. First of all, to predict what they're doing now would be to embrace illogic. What they're doing is illegal, and it will be smacked down eventually by the Supreme Court. Know that. So it's the move that they've made is not, it's not a sane move. It's not a good move in the long term. It's like if you're fighting a war and you're making plans, troop deployment, supply lines, etc., you're playing to win. This move they're making is not a winning play. It's an act of desperation for their very survival. They're not even thinking, 12 months, 24 months ahead. They're thinking 3 months, 4 months. That's it. If they don't get the house in 3 or 4 months, they're destroyed. There is nothing left of them. The homosexuals, blacks, all of their Marxist little organizations, the sub-organizations, the victimology, slicing that the Democrats have been pushing the last 40 years is gone. If they don't get the House, they are done for. So this move that they're doing is not coming from a position of strength where they have looked at the battlefield, they've looked at their forces, they've looked at their assets and say, oh yeah, this is, we're going to just, we have to do this, and then the Supreme Court will back us up, and then we'll be able to ban conservative thought, classify it finally. All conservative thought will be classified as hate speech, and we'll be able to deplatform everyone who doesn't follow our idea of what normal is. That is un-American. The Supreme Court will not accept it. It will be crushed. These companies, I think, have decided. I don't know if any of you have ever had in your lifetime a situation, I certainly have multiple times, where you realize you're a dead man already. And so you stop caring. What kind of lunatic would sue IBM and win? The only way you can sue a company like IBM, which does business on every continent, practically in every country. At the time I left, they said they had 350,000 full-time employees, not including all the contractors and whatever that they're hiring. What kind of psycho fucker would actually initiate a lawsuit against them? Well, you're listening to him. I did, and I won. I beat them. They had 30 lawyers. They were having meetings. I was told that in headquarters, they actually were having meetings. The title of the meetings was Glenn Herman. So that's kind of scary. When I had one lawyer, my little lawyer who looked a little, I used to look at him. He had the little diamond earring in one ear. This was the lawyer who worked for Garbus. Garbus was Lenny Bruce's lawyer. And that's why I selected the firm, because I felt that that anyone who would stand by Lenny Bruce is the kind of lawyer that I would need. And I wasn't wrong, right? But don't make no mistake here, Jen. This is not like this is not their big slam dunk. You don't download BitChute. It's bitchute.com. You just go to, you don't even need to know about BitChute. Listen. Go to MAGA. I don't know how many fucking times do I have to say this. I'll say it one more time. Look, it's on the banner. People tune out the banner, I guess. MAGA News. maganews.net. Go to maganews.net. You will see many of the replays. The way I've done it is the last 7 to 10 days have already been redone. All the Vimeo serving has been removed and all the BitChute has been inserted. So if you go to maganews.net for the last week or 2 weeks, everything replay-wise is now up. Plus every Pillow Talk. Because I knew Colonel Pillow would be like, where's our stuff? Where's our stuff? So I did all of his too. Right? Now I'm working back 1 week at a time. At my current rate, maybe in 7 to 10 days, the entire website will be restored using BitChute as the video host. BitChute is fantastic. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you guys are watching this thing and you don't go to maganews.net, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. So where was I? This is not a position of strength. I see this as a desperate act to pull some crap like this. And they must believe, like I did, there was a point where I said to myself, you're dead. They've already killed you. And so once you start thinking like that, you literally are capable of anything because you got nothing left to lose. And that's how I beat IBM. Most people don't get to beat a company like IBM in court. It never went to court. I got into their heads. Just me and my little gay lawyer. We got into their heads and we made them settle. And they gave me money. And they made me shut up. I couldn't talk about anything that I saw for 7 years. And that was more than 7 years ago. That's why I, from time to time, and I know how much everyone loves to hear my IBM stories, which, by the way, is a place that I worked. So, Jen, I don't see this as like a big win for these guys. You know, it's like terrorism. During the terrorist act, it may look like it's winning, like you're shooting people with a machine gun at the airport, and it looks like, wow, this is really good. This is really great for the Muslim Brotherhood or for Al Qaeda. But the next day, it's not so good when the U.S. Marine Corps is rolling into the streets of Baghdad, shooting motherfuckers in the head. Then you start rethinking, wait a second, maybe there's a better way we can get at America that doesn't bring them over here and they shoot us. That's where they're headed, Jen.
Well, yeah, and I definitely think that, remember, if you look at the results of the Ohio 12 and you look at the other results that the president was mentioning, and some of his candidates watching last night that he did endorse did well in some of those states. And then you look at the election. I don't think that had any coincidence of when it all started transpiring to change the narrative. And then also, again, as you pointed out last night, and then President Trump tweeted about it again today, last year at this time, 19% of African Americans approved. This year it's 36%, according to Rasmussen. So even if Rasmussen's up 5%, let's say they're higher than 5%, he's still almost double the approval of last year, double. So to me, they are going to keep, going after as many names, as many names as they can. And of course, them wanting to get on top of the Q thing and start making an issue of it is just another way that they're trying to expose, weaknesses and stuff. It's just sometimes lately, it just always feels, and maybe it just feels this way more because, like you say, Glenn, I'm in a libtard state. It just always feels like the counter to the commie culture, let me just put it this way, whatever you want to call it, is always playing defense. We should be sometimes I feel like we have a lot of intelligent people, but we're not organized. And so, like you were saying, the guy from Gab, and I don't know a lot about Gab. I initially, when you were going to move over to Gab a long time ago, I had signed up an account on it. I was never really on Gab. I just literally logged on. Basically, it's like why I do feel like we're lazy. And this gets back to my whole argument, your argument last night, and that I was saying is that sometimes I feel like technology builds laziness, and that includes people that are actually even rolling out the programs. And it's like, why are we, with all the, we do have money, and there are people in our movement that have money, and there are people that would donate even if you didn't. If you told grassroots people, we're going to do a something platform and this is our thing, and you actually outlined how you were going to do it, who was going to do it, I'm just saying, it's like, it just seems like we're not smarter than the commies sometimes with these types of things. So it's annoying to me, and I'm not a technology person.
Jen, hold it a second. Listen, you have to understand how the game is being played for our entire lives. One party in the United States is not loyal Americans, right? I mean, this is communism.
Yes,
these are like American Bolsheviks, is what they are. The other side, which are like, vaguely gay Christian fakery, right? Where you have these people pretending to be little Midwestern Christians who really are tapping toes in airports, sucking cock, furtively licking balls in the broom closet. That is our leadership. And they, unlike the Democratic leadership, are not revolutionaries. And that is why you're frustrated. You're frustrated because only one side is playing the revolutionary game. The Republicans would never consider doing anything like this because they slavishly still believe in the Constitution, even though it's been murdered. It's gone. Constitution's gone, folks. The fact that the libs can do what they're doing, and there is nothing coming from either the White House, the Congress, nothing to protect us. Where is your Constitution, everyone? I say this somewhat disdainfully because it's now been about, 6 years since I've been publicly stating the Constitution is gone and that we should not mourn it anymore. We should get on with the business at hand. And that business is to become the mirror reflection of what the left is. Donald Trump has delivered beyond my wildest fantasies on this front. Because we finally have a president that's the mirror image of a lib. He is fighting hard, just like the libs do. He's fighting to protect us while the libs are fighting to jail us, to erase us. But he's the only one. You notice that? Nobody wants to help Donald Trump. Where are the senators? Where are the congressmen? Irony of ironies. It's some guy from California. Devin Nunes turns out to be the only person in the entire country that wants to help the president, who's willing to throw his body on the fire and not care. Everyone else is hedging their bets. Everyone is like looking around. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Why am I here? Oh, yeah, I mean, the midterms, right? California. How many good things can you think to say politically about California? It would take me a while, but think about this. California produced the only congressman that actually gives a shit about the Trump agenda. And what about all those great red states that we all live in? And we mock California. We mock it because they're so stupid and they're all hippies and they're all stoned and they're brain dead. So where are all our great senators and congressmen and all our wonderful red states? Where the fuck are they? They're at some airport toe tapping, waiting to get their balls licked is exactly where they are. And I like hearing myself repeating like that. I wish I could do a whole show. Jen, you should just hold your phone up to your microphone. I want to hear myself twice because what I'm saying is that good. Dead serious. Yes, ma'am.
Can I say hi? I'm the side mistress today. So one of the things that Jen said was maybe we're not smart, or, I know you're just searching for the answer and stuff like that. But one thing that's really interesting is that you don't have the Republicans hiding in the Democrat Party, but you have the Democrats hiding in the Republican Party. And,
Yes.
that's been a huge problem. So like what you're saying, when people get nominated to run on the Republican Party and they're kind of like, oh, gee, yeah, wow, what do we do now? And Nunez is the only guy really laying it out there. And it's just that same old thing that I don't think we're lazy. I think that we just are really infiltrated. And when you're good people and you assume other people are going to be good people, I still assume other people are going to have manners, and they don't. And I'm always disappointed. And yet I continue to get disappointed. So
it's
I'm not really
terrible,
sure
isn't
what
it?
is,
Because
but,
we were
well,
raised. We
they
were
never
raised
asked
to
us.
believe in civility in politics. We were. But since Ronald Reagan, it's been eroding. It's like they've been pouring hydrochloric acid on our faces. And now what is left? Now we're at a point where they're openly just deleting people's opinions because they don't agree that it's a good idea to have 8-year-old children inducted into the world of transvestitism or transgenderism.
Right. I don't agree with squelching anyone's opinion or anything, but if it's a private business, what can I say? I'm not really sure how I feel about all of it, so don't
I
yell
have
at
a
me.
private business. So what if I decide no gay people? No
Yeah.
gay people, no black people. Now, what
Well,
do you think's going to happen to my private business, LA Child?
I don't know. The Catholic school
I will
system
tell
also.
you. I will tell you. I will be sued and I will be destroyed in court and I will lose.
I'll be on
That's what
your
will
side.
happen to me.
I'll be on
No,
your
I'm just
side.
saying. Look, what I'm saying is we've already passed this
Yeah,
Rubicon. We've crossed it a
yeah.
long time ago. If you
Yes.
do business with the public, if it's not a private club, and even that has been encroached on now. But if
Yeah.
I'm drawing from the public, then
The line
I cannot discriminate based on all of those different little things.
Yeah, well, I guess it's the line of demarcation is gone. Everybody stepped over and run over to our side, and we're being invaded emotionally and spiritually, whatever. But we still have the facts. And one of the facts is that, when they made YouTube, did you get asked on what you wanted and how you wanted it to look? And when they made Facebook, did you get asked? I mean, they made an account with my first and last name, and I didn't ask them to. I just discovered it the other day, and my husband said, "Yeah, I thought you knew." I'm like, "No, my first and my last name on Facebook." I mean, you know me. I go by LA Child. Yeah, we all know what my first name is. We don't all know what my last name is, and I don't want it out there. It is out there. Once it's out there, it's out there. But Facebook made an account without my knowledge, or someone made it for me. And anyway, so we have never been part of the process of building the network. And none of the networks have ever asked us, NBC, Fox News, any of that. So if we sit around and wait for other people to ask us what we think and how we think it should be and what do we want to have in it and all that stuff, then the world will pass us by.
Yeah, but Tamara will tell you, and Tamara, sorry, I can't remember the name of the gentleman in California, how this gentleman came in, and he has helped to try to straighten out some of the GOP. Like, they wouldn't kick anyone out. They wouldn't kick out people that were running as Democrats, the other people. I can't think of his name. She told me the whole history and how this guy has been turning it around, increased the funding. I wasn't involved. So I'm saying I had checked out, okay? And I really didn't really get involved in politics until Donald Trump. I was involved some, but when I saw that we just stopped fighting here, I think I just got so, and then on a national level, I just didn't. I'm always more of a fighter like Donald Trump. Like, I'm more of, why aren't we fighting dirty? Why aren't we doing this back, right? So she'll tell you about how much he had to come in and clean up. And there were, quote unquote, as you say, Republicans, whoever they were, standing by knowing that these were Democrats taking over our party. And they were just like, ho hum, that's okay. We won't do anything. Tamara can tell you that gentleman has really turned it around, but he's getting ready to leave. And then what happens? Are we back to it all over again? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, he's about to term out. Yeah, his term will be over, and I'm worried about who's going to come in next, because I mean, the party isn't perfect, but what I tell people is, you know, the GOP is a body of people who participate. So when people tell me, oh, you know, they aren't fighting, they aren't doing what I want, well, who are they? Because it's a body of people who participate. If you don't like what they're doing, then fucking participate. You know,
Right.
get involved and do something. You want people to fight, then fucking fight. But don't expect everyone else to do everything for you. Participate, do something. You know?
And
Yeah, I mean,
honestly,
it's getting down to drastic measures. It really is. Like, I'm even looking into going back and being a horrid first and second grade teacher during the day. You know, you get out a little early. It's, you know, like a co-teaching thing through the LAUSD. And, you know, and I can still do my side business on the side. So but it means that good people need to get out there. And Tamara and I were laughing our asses off, because it's like, if I get them going in, then someone else can get them going out, you know. And but it's the parents that are the problem. It's not the little children. It is the parents. It is the curriculum at that early age. They don't even teach them how to tie their shoes and stuff. And I was always applauded for doing those basic things. We had dishwashing ceremonies. I mean, you know, when they're little like that, they are just little kids, and they are sponges. And not that I want to say I want to infiltrate their brains, but maybe I do. You know, that's where we have to start. And it is drastic. If you have a bachelor's degree, you can go and be a teacher. You can. So you're doing your teaching. You know what it's like. I mean, you have the adult toddlers, but
oh,
it's definitely something that you know, a lot of different types of people can do. You just have to find your niche. And I mean, it's just something I'm considering going back into. God help me. I don't know if
I
I can
guess
do it.
my thing that Glenn, maybe Tamara will comment on, I'll just say this, is that, right, this is their Hail Mary, and I understand that with technology, but if we just go back and we really start looking about when I was in high school, as you guys, I think on Saturday night we were talking, how slowly they've taken away, anything they don't like, the communists, they have gotten rid of. So we start changing textbooks, we start getting rid of curriculum, we say no pledge allegiance, no God bless America, no God. Then it's, oh, we can't have this, and we can't have and all the way, it's little by little, it's gun rights, it's everything, every bill of rights that you can think of has been infiltrated on. The last really big bill of rights, besides the Second Amendment, is the free speech, publicity, and who owns, and then who has allowed the left wing to take over that platform. I mean, I'm not saying I should have done something differently. I'm just saying that if I was in that industry just looking years and years back, I mean, Rush, right? He took a lot of bullets back then for having conservative radio. We've just allowed that whole industry, be it the movie industry initially, the educational industry, the movie industry. Now we've branched into IT and social media industry. Every form of communication, every form, we have allowed communists to infiltrate. And back from when we were small, this isn't, or in school. So I'm saying, where, to me, this is just the next level. Oh, I don't want you using the word God, because we have 10 religions here, and some religions and some students don't believe in God. So instead of them getting used to accepting that they have to hear speech they don't like, oh, sorry, we're not saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and you can't say God. Okay. So we're indoctrinating them. What was that, 10 years back at least, saying that they don't have to listen to the word God if they don't like it, if they're not God activists. Instead of saying, hey, it's free speech, You don't have to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, but to me, if you're going to school here, they should. It's just something you have to do. Again, it just keeps progressing. We've allowed the entire media and social media to be infiltrated by communists, and then we're acting, not Glenn per se, because Glenn has seen it coming way before I ever did or even knew who Glenn was. I've never watched a single YouTube video in my life. One of the reasons I never went on YouTube or things like that a lot was because I just didn't want to give them money. I didn't want to give them more views because I felt that they were basically, taking away our public rights. And here they are. And yeah, will it hold up in court? Like Glenn's saying, probably not. But yet we've constantly have let them infiltrate. Why don't people, like Tamara's saying, conservatives back in, why don't we have people going in and saying, standing up and infiltrating the movie business, or coming up with an idea to say, hey, we're going to show this movie or this TV show. They didn't want Roseanne. They didn't want another voice, so they kicked her out. I'm not saying right or wrong with Roseanne. They don't want anything that doesn't fit their narrative. And now going after Twitter, YouTube, Vimeo, who's in control of these companies? Communists.
Everybody,
and then
AMA,
we're
we
surprised,
beginning in
right?
about 15
We're
minutes.
surprised
Please
because you're
enjoy the
thinking,
whole music.
they won't violate our First Amendment, but yet they've been violating the amendments for years by disallowing all these kind of, by just saying you're not allowed to use the word God in schools. So to me, it's just like, that's what I'm saying is, why don't we see this coming? Why don't our entrepreneurs see this thing and try to produce a counterculture? And maybe it's because we didn't have a leader, like Glenn said, that was ever willing to step up with, like Trump. Maybe that's it. We needed somebody to carry a movement. I'm just hoping it's not too late, in the sense of they've infiltrated so deep at this point in time. But, like Dan always says, things tend to swing back a whole other way. Let's hope they do. I mean, I do hope.
I think people try to monetize everything, and it's just over monetization. I mean, I don't know if everybody's communist. I always like to call everyone who doesn't think like I do, a communist, but that's communist, so I have to watch out. I think that rich people sit around and they try to think about great ways to help poor people, like this guy Scott Adams talks about, Polte. Bill Polte. He's doing some great things over in the Detroit area, and putting up housing and stuff for homeless.
It's the authority.
Yeah. So, but then then there's me on there risking a block. I don't know, saying stuff like, I don't agree. Are you going to have precincts there? I mean, I see what happens with the homeless. They give them a home, they give them housing, and then it turns into a drug den, and there's needles everywhere, and you can't walk your dog in the street anymore. It just goes on and on. So it's really cute that they have these homes going in. Who's paying for the water? We have 55 gallons coming up here. Who's paying for their water? Who's paying for their utilities? Well, it's the taxpayers. Are the taxpayers willing to take a hit? Because once that stuff gets built and they start putting people in there, then they're going to have those high utility prices that we will be paying, or the citizens of Detroit area will be paying for with their taxes. And then how do you decide who gets to go in there? I had a rent control apartment in Santa Monica that my friend passed to me. Those are impossible to get. It's like miniature New York. You can't just pass the apartment to somebody that you want to. So I got to know my friend's old lady landlord. She loved me. I used to cook for her sometimes. And, I really got in there with her. Well, friend moved away and I got the apartment. So, is that kind of thing going to be happening? Are you going to be getting millennials that want a cheap deal to live in those places? I mean, there's these rich people sitting on some money, buying parcels of land, and thinking up these cute ideas that are unrealistic. And, that's what we're dealing with. And it may come off as looking communist in a way, because, they have this wonderful plan that everybody's going to be happy. And you know what? It's a big fake out. It's all false. So,
well,
isn't that wonderful?
Being, it's very annoying, right? That we have all these California candidates. Like California is literally on the brink of literally going into the ocean, or even surviving another day in November. We all know that. We know it could get worse here. Before it could even get worse now than before it gets better. And we have every candidate, not just in California. You have John James in Michigan being shadow banned or not allowed to share on Facebook ads or whatever. And it is an unfair advantage, right? Which is saying there's not a single Democrat or a single person running on a non-conservative agenda or non-R that's shadow banned. We just haven't found one. Why Mark Moyser, why Judge Bailey or shadow banned is very obvious. So I guess that's what the disadvantage is, right? Yeah, we're shadow banned, and I know we are, but then to me, that means we're going to have to work harder. So people need to go out, they need to knock on doors, they need to get phone calls, they need to get people engaged, they need to just, how campaigning used to be done before social media, and how Adam always argues every single day that when he used to Periscope and when he gets on Vimeo and he gets on whatever platform we happen to be on, that campaigns are not won on social media. And if they were, we all know who, with the $50,000, would have had more than 734 votes. So I know that it's frustrating for our candidates to be shadow banned, but I don't like it, but I know that this is not going to be something that's fixed before November. So we can tweet at Jack Dorsey if he'll even listen all day long. But you know what? My thing is, then, if I'm running, you have to get out there and you've got to make up for it in other ways. You've got to connect with the voters, because sure, the libs are going to still have the advantage on the social media front, but they're not going to. So you're going to have to work harder, even harder than you already are. And unfortunately, what I'm saying is, I feel like we have left ourselves in a vulnerable position as a party to allow these, if LHR don't want to call them communists, I mean, they're basically banning for things that if you tweet about a Republican picnic, then the guy gets banned. It's not just a shadow ban, it's every candidate has multiple bans. So they're not tweeting hate speech or is speech that's deemed inappropriate. It's just speech, the words that they don't want to go out into the public, like conservative or GOP or Republican or stop crime or build the wall. They don't want, so anything that probably has those phrases, they've automatically marked them as inappropriate phrases. So what
I don't know.
do we do
I
about
think
it?
I really don't know, because I haven't seen actually any proof of all of it. I mean, everything on the internet is fake, like we all know, right? So I'm not shadow banned, but I'm insignificant. I only follow 500 and 700 follow me. So
let me tell you, I created the new Twitter account Dan and I did for California Resurgence. I haven't had one tweet on it, not a single tweet. Hadn't said one thing. It's whoever I'm following, and it's probably because maybe it's tied to me. Suddenly, it was already QDF shadow ban without one tweet. Now, Jack Dorsey said on Hannity, "Oh no, we only will do a QF filter, if somebody tweets some inappropriate language or something we deem as hate speech." How can you? I already have a shadow ban without even a tweet. So that's like Glenn was saying. It doesn't matter how nice or how mean you are. You think, like Bill Mitchell thinks, that, if I'm just nice to these people, they're not going to ban me. No, I just did nothing and I got a 12-hour ban. I don't even know why I was banned. I hadn't even had any tweets at all.
I retweet the same shit you guys do. And I don't know. I don't even care if anybody sees what I write. Maybe that's what my problem is. The other thing is that I think that all these people, not you guys per se, maybe a couple, they put these tweets in there that are really long. They're like 4 freaking miles long, and I can't see anything else. So, I mean, it's really irritating. So maybe that is also a reason to not do those long tweets. I miss the 140 characters. I just want people to say, here's a great thing you guys should read, and then post something. But I'm just really simple, obviously. And,
I agree with you, LA Child. I actually went through yesterday and I muted about 300 people because I'm sick of my timeline looking like garbage and all of the really long tweets that are just full of emojis and crap and people complaining. I don't want to unfollow or block those people. I muted like 300 people so that I can actually see the things on my timeline that I want to see. It was just chaotic and I can't see anything because of all of these super long tweets and these follow back trains and emojis all over the place, and it was just nonsense.
It's like 2:00 in the morning, you know, and you can't sleep, so you want to read something, and your retinas are burned out from your iPad, and all these red X's everywhere. I mean, you know, not to digress.
I just tend to go to people's timelines. Like I will just go to
Exactly.
daily pleasure. I don't actually look at my feed anymore because I don't even know if what I'm getting is true or real or if it's banned. Sometimes I don't even see, like, even if I have great articles by Moisure or Bailey or John Cox and I want to read something, even if they've retweeted, I won't see them because they're, even though I've removed the filter, I just go to their timelines and then I look for articles from main people. Glenn, just so you know, it's 4:53. So I'm keeping time, remember, for the AMA. I mean, I don't mean to go on a rant. I guess for me, I'm just irritated that I feel like California aside, doesn't matter what state you're in, we have left ourselves in a vulnerable position. We've allowed it to happen. We need to, whether it starts with schools, whether it starts with bathrooms, whether it's this or this or this, our party, our people, our representatives, even though we were all under, and I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying we were all under a cloud, especially me. And I think that goes for a lot of us. Maybe not Adam, because Adam grew up in politics, that people that we were voting in were actually going to go fight for us and actually going to go fight for our rights.
No, I was born this way. I don't agree. I was born this way. I was born in California and I was born bitching about politics. I mean, you know, I think everybody's different. I think that we need to stop rolling everybody into the same boat. You know,
I agree.
We're just as diverse as the fucking liberals. We are all different. And we all have our differences with our experience levels too. And, but we all gain something from each other. That is the difference with our party. We listen to each other. You know, we support each other, not just emotionally, but just factually and, I don't know, cerebrally. I don't want to be rolled into, I mean, you know, I appreciate your experience, Jen. I really do. And the stuff that you're doing with Dana, he's such a great guy. I really enjoy him. And that is super important. And it gets me to the point where it's like, we need to talk to Tamara more about what she's doing in San Diego too. San Diego is on fire with the GOP right now too. And Callie, she's got like 4 kids and a wonderful marriage, and she's still able to get her voice out there. So that's where we're different. I mean, we're not just saying like, oh, I wish we had pantsuits and, you know, like the liberal Hillary guys, you know, with the pussy hats and the vagina suits and all that. We don't do those things. Those things are embarrassing and they're unproductive for our style. You know?
Adam, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we're not different or there's not some uniqueness to each of us. I think you're misunderstanding. I'm saying that collectively as a party, whether you identify as a conservative, identify as a Republican, if you identify as a moderate, whatever you're identifying as, we as collectively have allowed infiltration into many different platforms. We have allowed it. Well, and I'm guilty of it too. Maybe I should have got involved years ago. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, though, I don't think that can be denied. That our politicians who we voted in have allowed it. We don't have to like it, but I think we have to accept that we have allowed this to happen. And that
I haven't allowed. I think we've been stupid. I think that's a better answer for me to understand, is that we have been stupid. We haven't played as well, you know, and I would like to go and infiltrate some Democrat thing, you know, maybe I'll start working with the homeless again. That's where I started in my 20s, and I'm sure they're all liberals in there. And then here I come. So, and we're going to do things differently. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe I've just been complacent, and that it's my fault. Yeah, it is.
At some point, whether you want to use the word allowed or not, we have not fought back hard enough, and we haven't fought back in the right ways. And
that I agree with.
And because the Democrats are always lockstep with every vote, sometimes I think we need to take a page out of their playbook, even though we are diverse and we have to be unified. Because without being unified, like, for example, for this election, we have half the party that wants Trump to lose the House. The never Trumpers and the guys in Congress, they don't care. And we have the base that's supporting him. We're not unified, where the Democrats are completely unified. And that's what's frustrating to me. It's 4:58. Glenn.
Okay, I'm monitoring. I'm monitoring. If it starts,
okay,
we'll hear it. I'll hear it, and then what's going to happen, guys, is once it starts, I'm going to manually mute everybody. I'm going to turn off my headset and turn up the volume here so you can hear it as well. All right?
Got it.
Sounds good.
We hear from Tamara. I love you guys. I'm leaving.
Oh, bye.
Bye, LA.
I love you. Bye.
Bye, girl.
Bye.
LA Child is always going somewhere.
She has a teenage son.
Mm.
That'll do it. Obi made a comment in the chat that people didn't believe it's bad as it is. I would agree. And people that aren't on social media don't know how bad it actually is, I think. And that's where our educational, like Tamara's saying, we need to educate people.
Yeah. Education. Look, I think tactically, once our side is aware of what's happening, that may take another month or two, then there's going to be revolution in the air. And that's when we hope the leadership in our movement know how to fight a war. I'll be ready. I've been waiting a long time. And I'm not the only one. And we're going to make them sorry they ever attacked us like this. We're going to use the courts. And we're going to ensure that nothing like this happens again for another 100 years. I'm hoping that we can get 1 million people to Washington, D.C. It's a leftist tactic, guys. It's how you psychologically get them beaten down and make them feel hopeless. I think they may be starting. Let's see. 8 o'clock. I'm waiting to hear these people start talking. Go to. Is QAnon a psyop? Ask me anything with Adam.
We will no longer surrender this country or its people to the false song of globalism. The nation state remains
okay.
the true foundation for
we can hear
happiness
something,
and
right?
I am skeptic of international unions.
So I'm going to manually mute all of us
and bring America down.
Hello, and welcome to Right Now, the official podcast of New Right Network. I'm your host, War with the Fanboys, and with me today is Adam Gingrich, president of the MAGA Coalition. Adam, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, no problem, man.
Fantastic. Adam, can you tell me what it is exactly you do at the MAGA Coalition, and what is your sort of mission statement with the MAGA Coalition?
Yeah, the MAGA Coalition was kind of the puppy at the door that I rescued last year. It was an idea that was floated up by some people in order to get involved in some key races, but not only that, but the tax reform issues that were struggling early on at some point in the late summer last year. So anyway, some people who didn't know what the hell they were doing wanted to start this thing up. So I threw my hat in the ring to somebody that at that point I trusted. Big mistake. But anyway, this big mistake has turned into be something pretty good. We fixed it. Some of your listeners will remember the interview, the AMA with Glenn Herman. He is the unlikely and non-traditional vice president that was brought in to clean up a lot of the problems we had with the people that founded the super PAC. So the coalition's a super PAC, but people hear super PAC and they're thinking, lots of money. It's not always that case. Sometimes it's 10 to 100,000, sometimes 200,000. Certainly nothing like Tommy Hicks and what they have going in the American First, where they're dealing with 27, 30 million at a time. So anyway, I've been in government, good Lord, for a long time, longer than I care to admit. So wanted to do something on the heels of working on the Trump campaign. And I got sucked into this world of social media, which I avoided like the plague for many, many years because it was nothing but bad news for politics as I had learned it. And Trump changed all that. So, here we are almost 2 years later of my social media presence. And I'm a year into this, super PAC work, which is pretty interesting. You get to deal with people all around the country, but you want to apply a strict litmus test to make sure that they are pro-Trump, pro-MAGA. You just kind of weed out any of the in-betweeners, the types that ride the fences so they have splinters in their asses. We kind of wanted to do that through the primary process, and we did to some extent with certain success and certain failure. But it's been a fun ride, man. And most of what we do is research, and basically we have to bow to the altar of the Federal Election Commission at all times. And it's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of making sure you're not misappropriating any money at all. And of course, we've never done that. We don't pay ourselves. Everybody who's on the board works for free. And so we kind of took a different approach to it with varying degrees of success.
All right, that's really fascinating. And despite the large amounts of paperwork I assume you're subjected to, at least this is, would you agree that this is the most fun time to ever be involved in politics?
Oh, well, that you can take me as an authority on, because I've been doing this for a real long time, over 20 years. And I can tell you that I've experienced nothing like it. I basically got involved with the campaign through traditional victory terms through the RNC. I've been doing presidential campaigns basically since Bush 04, but I really got ramped up for the devil himself, McCain, in 08. That's when I took over a large portion of central Pennsylvania, ran that campaign for McCain, and then did a little bit lesser extent for Mitt Romney. And then with Trump, it was, of course, a different animal altogether. I went through the traditional route, and they kind of put me in a corner because previously I had been with the state committee. I had been with, I ran House races. I took over the Pennsylvania Senate campaign committee for a while. So I really didn't check the box of a guy who was coming in to work on a campaign. Usually they're younger people. They come in and they work for shitty money and they just burn themselves, candles on both ends, that type of thing. So they didn't really know what to do with me. But, I came in and worked with the existing chairman who I was kind of working to get out of the PA chairman. So it was kind of awkward. But it really took only a couple of months before, RNC money flows through the state GOP in order to work campaigns. So it took me less than 2 months to realize what they were doing. Much like Florida, North Carolina, Wisconsin, it certainly became apparent to me that they were putting all their money, the RNC resources, into the Senate races and kind of subjecting total failure to the Trump effort. So once I got wind of some of these advertisements that were given to me, which was don't let, Pat Toomey was basically saying, his opponent, don't let his opponent become a blank check for Hillary Clinton. So I got these pipelined to me in August, and I saw, well before Access Hollywood tapes were released, that they had already given up in PA. So I split off from the RNC, went with the Trump campaign. That's where I ran into Jack Posobiec. The rest is kind of freaking history. It was tough because it was an unpaid position, but it was well worth it working on the Trump team.
Well, we definitely appreciate your help because, as we all know, Trump did take Pennsylvania the first time that a Republican has won the state in 28 years. So how much credit do you take for that?
Not a whole lot, but I will tell you one thing. Going back to 1988 when we won, I was a wee lad and I wasn't really involved in politics, but I definitely worked with some people on this campaign that hadn't really seen Roger Stone in Pennsylvania since 1988. And it was interesting because I got a chance to work in a corollary fashion with some of the stuff Roger was doing. So the mainstream stuff was done on Dave Urban, but the stuff that was done off the books, so to speak, where you run into a guy like Jack Posobiec, like I did, was Roger Stone operations, and that was centered in Philadelphia, and it really wasn't easy, and it was really awkward. It's not my personality type anymore to go down to the union wards in Philly and deal with all that stuff. But that's what we did, and that's what we had to do. And in the end, it wasn't voter suppression, which was they were trying to call it voter suppression. What it was is voter clarification. Who's voting, why, when, who's being told how to do what, how they electioneering inside the polling places. What we did was, put a blanket of attention around the Philadelphia wards that got picked up by Drudge by noon. So what that did was it drastically reduced the turnout in the Philadelphia wards right around, dinner rush 4 to 5 to 6. And that's a point where I knew that we had the shot. I've been doing this a long time, several presidential, statewide, Senate, all kinds of shit. So I kind of knew that we were in the running for Pennsylvania earlier than most people.
Well, I know it took me by surprise. And again, I'm just so thankful, so proud of my state, and thankful for the work you did. But what do you see for Pennsylvania in the upcoming midterm elections?
Well, as you know, we got screwed. The Supreme Court is loaded up now with Democrats because we had a hapless, hopeless chairman that kind of withered off the vine in Chairman Gleason in PA, and we lost all kinds of statewide races and judiciary across the board. So we ended up with these Democrats, and they took up the mantle of redistricting 7 years into effect from the last redistricting. It's almost unheard of. It's ridiculous. I shrugged it off when I learned the lawsuit was being resubmitted and refiled. And I'm thinking there's no way in hell this can happen. But against all odds and against the Constitution itself, the state Supreme Court went ahead and said that the 2010 redistricting was done, in unconstitutional terms, and they upheld the challenge by the Democrats, which threw everything in a state of flux. So you had guys in Congress running for Congress that literally had 3 weeks to decide if they wanted to run in a new district, if their district was outside of where they live now. The whole thing just threw everything in flux. And we had a bunch of incumbents that just basically said, screw it. We had Charlie Dent, who was one of the notorious Main Street guys that were up there, middle of the road moderates. And we butted heads because Charlie and I are really old friends. And he was just so vitriolic towards the president that eventually got to the point where he knew he couldn't run. Right? I mean, he knew he wasn't going to be able to run. So I did a rally in his district, but I had already been informed that he wasn't going to run. Part of the reason I agreed to do that. But it was a pretty successful venture. It was done with the Schlafly Group out of St. Louis, and it made headlines nationally. Breitbart picked it up, and then Charlie Dent got really, really, really pissed off at me. But he was the first one out, and then his neighboring district, Costello, another friend of mine, worked really hard to get him in, but he decided he was leaving after a term. And so now we have these open seats that are just going to be a slugfest. Fitzpatrick in Bucks County, as you know, his brother served before him. We didn't want him, but his brother pulled the strings to get him in. He's weak. So that alone is a problem, the vacancies. But the redistricting has just thrown everything in flux. So we have a real shot to lose 5 seats in Pennsylvania alone. And that's a wake-up call for a lot of people. But a lot of people are sleeping. So it should be a wake-up call for a lot more freaking people. But they don't understand. It's really hard to get the word out. And it's like these overarching themes of ridiculous conspiracy are overtaking the actual fundamental aspects of government engineering. And right now we are getting screwed very strategically by Obama and Eric Holder, who have made a national effort out of challenging these redistricting issues on the merit of gerrymandering. And they've been somewhat successful at the state level. So the Supreme Court fucked us over, said we're not going to bail you out. And it was a ridiculous usurpation by the state Supreme Court. One, I think they should be removed. We have constitutional majorities in both chambers in PA. We could actually impeach these sons of bitches, but nobody's got the balls to do that. That seems to be the overarching theme here. Is nobody's got the balls except for the guy who's living in 1600 Pennsylvania Ave.
Ain't that the damn truth? But you are certainly right that redistricting did hurt us, and it's a shame. And saying that people are sleeping really, it's really discouraging. I do hope that we can do something. Adam, if you
Sorry about that.
no problem. If you have contact anybody that you are supporting for any of these state races or any of the congressional seats, please put them in contact with me. I'll get them on the show here. Try to get them some exposure because again, I'm from Pennsylvania. I want to make Pennsylvania great again, and I want to keep it red as long as possible.
Yeah, you might have to do that in a couple of these seats, particularly the districts that were swapped around. A lot of people were looking at the Connor Lamb, Rick Saccone race, and there's a lot of ins and outs. I mean, you and I could talk forever because you know the PA dynamics, but a lot of people don't. But now Keith Rosfus has got a new district. He's an incumbent that had a safe district that is redrawn, and now Connor Lamb has to run in his district. So essentially, you've got two incumbents running against each other. It's not getting a lot of play. I'm telling you, it's very concerning to me. So a lot of our attention right now as a PAC has been in focus on what we're going to do in mid-October to the finish line in California, because that is where we're going to hold the hill or die, because we've got to hold the San Fernando, San Diego, there's macro fashion that, California doesn't matter. Well, I got news for you, man. As far as holding on to a congressional majority, no state matters more than California.
Good to know. Good to know. I think you're right. A lot of people tend to write off California as just a liberal wasteland, but we've spoken to a lot of great candidates from California in the past few months, and hopefully we can see. You're right. Holding a congressional majority is got to be our prime focus right now, and I'm glad that we've got people like you working for us, and hopefully we can get the voters out there. Now, when you first started introducing yourself, you talked about, you said, quote, a big mistake. What was that? What was that mistake, Adam?
Well, the big mistake is actually what we picked up, and it was kind of like a barely germinated seed in a super PAC idea that was meant to benefit certain people financially, and I looked at it in the opposite fashion. I wanted to make it benefit certain components of Trump-esque, Trump-style candidacies across the country. And frankly, I know the big guns. I know the big guns in most of the big states that were involved in the campaign. It was a chance to kind of do something important, and we had the ear of it was my decision. With my pitch, actually, that if you want to be serious, you got to get out there and get on Fox News and reach a lot of people. And we talked about, Dr. Sebastian Gorka was just escorted politely out of the White House right around the time Bannon did. And I had been told for quite some time and told my listeners and followers that Gorka never did receive his security clearance. He's kind of ostracized, and he really was not appreciated by many members of the national security team. And matter of fact, he was just kind of vilified by McMaster, who said he had no business being there, and they didn't want him to be around the president without anybody else being there with him. So, but the advantage to like a Gorka was like on every freaking television show that Fox was producing. So we picked him up for an exorbitant sum, and that sell was, hey, get this guy out there. He's reaching 8-10 million eyeballs a week. So that's how we get the cause out. That's how we get the president's message out. Gorka was the only one getting paid out of the whole operation. So we wanted to make sure that we, if we were going to drive a Bentley, we were going to live in a trailer. That's what I used to say. And that's how I had guys like Brian Hassine out there in California, independently wealthy, certainly wanted to give, didn't want to take any money. And then, of course, Glenn Herman, who is, he's just an interesting character that you all got to meet. And if you haven't listened to that, fantastic. I believe you interviewed him, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so you won't forget that anytime soon. So, bringing a guy like that on with his security clearance issue, I don't have to worry about trusting him. His executive status at IBM and other large software companies help come in and do the paperwork issue aspect of this whole thing, which was a total disaster, which all draws back to this Ann Vandersteel, her husband, and it was just a total shit show. The guy that was funding that, Your Voice America, and they had all kinds of ideas about building a studio, and it was just but I learned very quickly that they weren't serious people, that they just wanted money. And the time that I, kind of told them that there's not going to be any money there to take personally, then they were all out. They wanted out. They wanted nothing to do with it. So I'm kind of standing there with this pack with my name on it that I was vice president of or whatever, or president, and my vice president set it up, and he set it up in a completely erroneous way that was barely legal. So I had a choice, man, walk away and get away, from this whole thing, or let's make it something. And I chose to make it something. I'll probably live to regret that. I have a couple times already, but it was a kind of a thing that we wanted to do, as far as certainly not to enrich any candidate or enrich ourselves, but to be a pass-through of a message. And everything was working out just fine until gentleman Roy Moore kind of blew up. And that was where we were assaulted heavily in the cradle, if you will. If not killed in infancy, we were kind of assaulted in the cradle because of our involvement in the Roy Moore race.
All right, very, very fascinating. Glenn, I certainly do remember Glenn. He was one of my favorite individuals to interview, I think. And you know what, Adam, I want to see Glenn in Congress. Can you do that for me?
No, that would be an impossibility. Matter of fact, it would have to be a post-apocalyptic world. And then he would, of course, not be elected to anything. He would merely murder who he had to murder to become, in charge. So a personality like Glenn cannot be in any way throttled, modified, mitigated. It is an unbridled thing. It is a sometimes human, sometimes alien conflation. It's just, Glenn is Glenn. I mean, he, as you know, is simultaneously introspective and also some of the most vitriol, anguish can be articulated by him in a way that most people just not only couldn't do, but have a hard time listening to it, because it's almost like a auditory assault on people that are not used to that. So, Glenn is Glenn. We've had a good time with this whole thing. He certainly has his level of frustration with it, as do I. But if anything, he has kept me from taking this too seriously. I take Trump very seriously. I take the fact that we only got one shot at this, one bite at the apple. And I'm very serious about that, but not to take myself too seriously, not to take the PAC too seriously, as opposed to, like, if somebody attacks the PAC, don't take it personally. It's just business. And one thing that Glenn has been dealing with for a long time is the fact that you create your own world online. And that's what it was, basically that's back to Prodigy, the stuff he was working with. All this stuff is it's not really an existential issue. I mean, Twitter is not real. And if you think you're a big shit because you have 300,000 followers, no one recognizes you when you go to the grocery store. Trust me, no one cares. No one cares. And you've got to get your head around that. You've got to really get your head around it. You will never be Twitter famous. The only way anybody's Twitter famous, they're already famous. If they're James Woods, if they're Roseanne Barr, great. You're going to get a ton of retweets. They recognize you at the grocery store because of who you are. But there is no one I know that's Twitter famous. There are a few guys that get confused about it, like Mike Cernovich and Bill Mitchell, not to equate the two of them, but these two guys think that people actually know who they are when they go to, pick up a six-pack or, whatever, go to the grocery store. And it's just frankly not true. Nobody knows who you are.
Sure, I definitely follow your train of thought on that. But I do want to ask you, what are your thoughts on Mike Cernovich? He is a very divisive figure, it seems like. People either love him or hate him. I want to know, what are your thoughts?
Hey, I know Mike, and I've been saying this. I actually said it earlier in a rare Periscope today. It's time that we kind of tell the story without writing a book and asking people to pay for it. As a component of the election, this interesting notion that the Russians or like a Macedonian bot factory were putting out the fake news and the false stories. No, that's not necessarily true. It was being facilitated, fostered, cultivated, and a group of people that were internet savvy, and I was kind of on the outer edges of that because I really was new to social media. But I know who these people are, and they were associated in large part with finding an account that could get it out to a larger fact. So before we get to Q, I mean, but this part of the process started during the election that made whatever happened with this whole Q phenomenon possible. It was an alt-right version at that point. And Mike Cernovich had the largest platform at that point. And so I would DM Mike, and I'm sure other people from the campaign would DM Mike. And I'll admit this, I don't care if Robert Mueller wants to call me up. It had nothing to do with the Russians, it had nothing to do with WikiLeaks. It was like these finely tuned medical profiles on Hillary's health or things of that nature. Or email speculations of the NYPD conflicts with the FBI over what's going on. Mike was a very effective messenger through Periscope. Matter of fact, before Periscope really could handle it, the bandwidth couldn't even hold him. I mean, he was crashing Periscope regularly from September on through the election. So Mike had proved himself useful. Now he is prone to dramatics, histrionics. What I learned from Mike is a barely functional knowledge of how government really works. But again, when it came down to strategic application of beneficial news to Trump, detrimental to Hillary, Mike was one of the best. Now, over the Syrian conflict, the McMaster rumor about sending over 150,000 troops to Syria and people jumping on and off the train like John who is it? Paul Joseph Watson and who's a guy from Canada, Molyneux. They just, everybody lit themselves on fire like some kind of freaking Buddhist monk. And it was really kind of ridiculous because we're talking about less than 60 old Tomahawk missiles that hit nothing but empty fields. And that was a flare-up. And then it got a little bit worse because I knew from my connections in D.C. that Mike was part of a chain of leaks that were coming from the NSC through Bannon's connections. And I got really irritated about this, and it was a little bit back and forth through me on Periscope. He blocked me. He had a White House pass, and he was bragging that he was going to the White House, and he had a White House pass for the credential for the briefing. And I made a phone call and had it revoked. And that obviously was something that didn't go over very well. So, but we're past all that. I think it's like I've been in the room with Mike a lot. I've been into the events that he and Jeff Geisa set up together, but I don't converse with him. I don't know if he knows who I am by my face or not. I really don't care. I'm not that kind of guy. I really don't care. It's not real. I mean, Mike Cernovich is not real because it's just a Twitter thing. So, but I think he does serve a pretty effective purpose. You saw what happened with the, calling out that James Gunn character. He's still effective now in chasing out the double standard on Twitter, but he's doing it in a way where he's respecting the fact that you can't take Twitter down and live to tell your story anymore. And that's where you start to find your difference between Microchip and others that have been exiled from Twitter who are looking to basically blow it all up at all costs because they're not allowed to be involved anymore. Mike seems to have a pretty keen eye for the fact that he would have very little income coming in if he didn't keep his Twitter profile at the status that it is. So I'll give him credit for that. That being said, I am still blocked on Periscope.
All right. I guess Mike wouldn't want to bite the hand that feeds him in regards to Twitter. Now, I do want to get to some questions from our audience, but I want to ask you one more. One of the bigger news items, in my opinion, this week was the firing of Peter Strzok. What do you make of that and of the whole FBI sort of unbiasedness that they were and still continue to exhibit?
Listen, the whole thing's absurd. And it started with McCabe, trying to discipline McCabe, walk the fine line, keep him around, because as you know, the Horowitz investigation is predicated on the fact that you are still an active employee of the FBI or the Department of Justice. Once you're outside of that, he has no legal capability of even talking to you. So for quite some time now, a very long time, I've been cautioning people, don't worry about McCabe still being there. He is just basically under lock and key, under their thumb, because they can continue to go back to him for as many interviews as they need to through the Horowitz investigation in order to ascertain the material they want. And if he starts saying he can't plead the fifth into the to the IG, okay? So you can have counsel there, but you can't not answer their question because that lack of candor, and that is the phrase that was associated with his dismissal. You have to understand, the FBI every year, on average, between 19 and 21 people, agents and otherwise, are dismissed from the FBI due to a similar investigation and lack of candor. They have, if you, depending on your security clearance and your activities that you're involved in, you have to go through these polygraphs, which, as we learned, Peter Strzok put off these polygraphs, and he was not in service on some of these. He was out of time on some of these polygraphs, and he put it off, and then when he did take it, there was a red flag, and then that all was separate from Horowitz finding the text messages on the FBI devices with Lisa Page. So the FBI never entertained getting the Gmail between Lisa Page and Peter Strzok or Andrew McCabe or anybody else like that. So there's a whole shit show that the FBI refuses to get into, including Horowitz. So this idea that you got to trust Chris Wray is kind of absurd because Chris Wray did not want Peter Strzok to be fired. So Chris Wray kind of puts his feet in the sand, digs his heels in and says, yeah, I'm not firing him. The Office of Personnel Management says he gets 60 days suspended and a demotion. Well, how many times can we demote this motherfucker? So the deputy director of the FBI has to fire Peter Strzok because otherwise there's going to be hell to pay with the White House. So it's kind of a sad state of affairs. The FBI guys that I know that are around here that don't get involved in the intrigue, to have a beer with them, a couple of them that I know that live in Hershey, work in the mid-state, they don't get into the political part of this whole thing, but they are kind of disgusted because Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and Andrew McCabe, these are the worst of the worst examples, bureaucratically speaking. These are the guys that just suck. To them, it makes them harder to feel good about the job that they do every day to protect Americans. They don't want to protect them. They absolutely loathe Peter Strzok, and the fact that Christopher Wray refused to have the balls to fire him himself tells you all you really need to know about Christopher Wray.
All right, thank you. I've got a great question from RSAsh 1980 here, and you sort of brought this up earlier. He wants to know who started the QAnon deal, and can it be proven?
I think it will be proven if Jack Posobiec is going to put up what I think will be some pretty convincing evidence. But I talked about this earlier today. I'll talk about it again. It's you can't disprove a negative. It's really hard to prove something that doesn't exist and disprove it. It just doesn't work that way. But when you have Discord chats and some logins and trip codes and things of that nature, and you find out that there were a couple of people that were involved at this stage, and then there were a couple of more people that were involved, I think you're going to know at least 4 to 5 names based on Jack's report that's coming out, I think, next week. And I'm certainly not going to scoop him. I mean, I think people get frustrated because they want to know names and they want to know now. And I understand that. Believe me, no one wants to give euthanasia to the Q movement more than I do. But Jack is something he's been working on for quite some time. And I think this is kind of a redemption mission for somebody who's been involved at the get-go, and that's a young man named James Brower. James Brower, somebody I just happen to know through the Cernovich, Chuck Johnson, researcher, deplorable type of circle thing. And I knew him from a couple other Bull Moose Party events or whatever. He's not the most stable young man that you're ever going to come across. And he really didn't have a remarkable role in the campaign up in like Rhode Island or something, where he was just running a phone bank and fetching coffee. But he did fancy himself to be, quite the inside knowledge guy, and claimed to have some friends inside the Ryan Zinke Interior Department that he clearly used to fabricate some stuff. And that's one part of it. And then, of course, we know that Tracy Beans Diaz was working in conjunction with these people that started it to grow their YouTube accounts, and then like collectively, it was like an Amway thing. It's really like a pyramid scheme, and they figured they would target some YouTube audiences that they could get out the message to, and then work its way, out from there. The real funny part is Microchip, because Microchip is the original bot farmer. I mean, Microchip, the things he did during the campaign infuriated the shit out of everybody, except for those that enjoyed it for a 2-month period that was beneficial to Trump. But Microchip's the kind of guy you got to watch. I think Bob Mueller would want to talk to Microchip. I mean, Microchip has manipulated, massaged, and abused the Twitter algorithms to the extent where it's almost impressive. And clearly, he either jumped in right after or soon thereafter in a almost in a double agent sort of way to use Q for his own purposes. So we know Microchip is going to be implicated. He will not out himself. He will not dox himself, and he may use his own leverage that he has. And I believe he does have his own logs. But I think somebody texted me that Q just dropped something about we have logs, we have ham transactions or whatever. I mean, it's just, where are we at now, man? Where Q is now in a self-defense mode to saying, almost like an AI robot, don't kill me, I'm real. I have keystroke logs too, and trip codes and ham transaction. I mean, really? I mean, isn't the point of a ham radio? It's pretty hard to isolate out and record the fucking thing. I mean, the absurdity is reached a crescendo. So at its apex, it must go nowhere but down. I mean, we are quickly reaching that. So without knowing exactly what Posobiec is going to report, I know Jack well enough for 2 years now that Jack would not do this, would not take this gamble unless he had definitive proof of what was going on with Q.
Wow, that sounds so exciting. I cannot wait for everybody to shut up about Q. I think it makes Trump supporters look stupid. I think it makes us look like conspiracy theorists. And if someone can finally put it to bed, I will be very thankful for that.
Yeah, you and me both.
Now, you mentioned about manipulating Twitter algorithms, which is something we know that Twitter is constantly tweaking and constantly altering, a lot of times in a way that is not beneficial to conservatives. Jake Highwell asked, do you think the president will do anything to stop the rampant social media censorship before the midterms?
No, and there's not really a lot he can do. And I think if people want to take a snapshot in time of the weighing the whole, what can we do to, rectify the whole Alex Jones getting wiped off in an Orwellian fashion and becoming an unperson, and having Muslim terrorist sites that are still up and active. I mean, what can we do to find that First Amendment space in between? Look no further than the fact that the original talking point today, as of this afternoon, when it was reported that on July 26th, the president revoked John Brennan, former CIA director John Brennan, former communist John Brennan, perjurer John Brennan, revoked his security clearance to, officially in the press conference, it was revoked July 26th, but, none of the reporters were smart enough to actually look at that. And it's kind of puzzling that anyone would think that we could do too much from a presidential evidence, because they're saying it's a First Amendment issue. That blows my mind. They're saying that taking away security clearance from a talking head on CNN who's been, spouting off about shit he shouldn't be talking about is a First Amendment issue. If the highest security clearance in the land is a First Amendment issue, then what the fuck is left, man? It doesn't make any sense. It's completely antithetical. It's anti-intellectual. It's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. So you got to look at what they're doing. They're framing it that way for a reason. So there's not really a whole lot we can do, not through the FCC and certainly not through any other action taken by the administration unilaterally. I would love to tell you that, but it's really not going to happen other than through various mechanisms of litigation, which take a very long time. And then you start driving, you're looking to drive down the value of the stock on a publicly traded forum. And you look at Facebook and, we run into issues where Facebook will drop 19%, but then it's a cheap buy, right? So people buy back in really fast because that's the nature of the market right now. And I really don't think you're going to find a way to get Jack Dorsey to do anything more than just kind of, massage your metaphorical balls with wordplay.
Sure. Now, do you think that Jack and Mark Zuckerberg and these folks, are they involved at any level with the so-called deep state?
Well, traditionally, if you want to break out the matrix of what the deep state really is, well, then, of course, the tech industry has been there since the development of the military industrial complex on. Since the first mainframe was really built, and you want to go back to the original IBM stuff in the 60s. So, without going into an unnecessary, history lesson here, yes, the short answer is yes, but they do so in a way that is, like I said before, they do these conferences, they do these other confabs where they just sit around and they come up with these loose constructs of how they want to start I believe Jack Dorsey said, the healthy conversation or whatever. That is just a euphemism for, shutting out the free speech of those that you don't want to hear. And 10 years ago, I wasn't as concerned about this with the social media development as I am now, because I'm watching what's happening in Europe. And if you're watching what's happening in Europe, particularly in the UK, you're becoming increasingly concerned that we could be in some way being led to this type of eventuality. And it's frankly unthinkable. It's really hideously unthinkable what's going on over there. And we can't have that here. So again, it's the balance of things. But you have to understand the nature of the beast. If Trump didn't have Twitter, I can tell you there would not be a President Trump. So it's, it's the host and the parasitic, quality of it. Whereas if we kill the host, we die too, right? As much as Gab has and I'm kind of a little bit unnerved with this consortium of microchip and the Ricky Vaughns and the Jared Wines who are exiled, working with Torba to kind of completely torch Twitter for conservatives, so everybody leaves it. And that's to me, that's anecdotal, I should say. It's not something that I know for a fact, but it's what I put together on some of the messages that I'm seeing. I think that's a bad idea. It's clearly a bad idea. I think we want to fight it out on Twitter. We don't want to just kind of, because you're just leaving it for the savages. And there's still going to be millions of people out there that will not have alternative voices if we completely discard it. I know it's frustrating, but there's really not a whole lot you can do about it.
It certainly is frustrating. I know a lot of conservatives are frustrated, a lot of Republicans, and even libertarians, but the libertarians sort of are on board with them being able to do it with whatever they want. So it's a very fragile ecosystem, you were describing.
And let me go. That's a great point. The 4chan development is really naturally, it's symptomatic of this libertarian nature. Not wanting to go through Twitter in order to disseminate this, Q patriot clearance type of thing. It's a perfect way to conflate the YouTube, Periscope, Gab, the nexus of the whole thing with Twitter is to go off if you're microchip, right? If you want to be involved in something and, you want it to go into, Facebook to the boomers, which they've been successful at fooling a lot of grandma and grandpas who don't know what the hell's going on. That Q is real and Twitter. But I get the sense with Micro that he planted a real life deadfall trap in there, that it's kind of suckering people towards it and it's going to fall through, and it's just going to be an attack on Twitter and Facebook. And I'm not necessarily convinced that's the best thing that we can end up with here. But Q, it's kind of, don't you think it's kind of funny that you go into a 4chan, let's migrate to 8chan, and it doesn't really jibe with the fact that it went from what it did in such a short period. 6 months before people start showing up at a Trump rally with the first Q sign, and YouTube channels are getting 200,000 views from people who never heard of these people before and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So there's just something eerie going on with the whole thing, but it's absolutely without dispute that Micro will be proven to be involved in this whole thing.
All right, like I said, definitely looking forward to Jack's report on that. I've got a question here from Paradigm. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, does she help or hurt the Republicans?
Well, thus far, obviously, she's really helping put everything into perspective. She's kind of a moron. I really don't want to subject too much. I really don't want to get into it. I mean, the hyperbole would be out of control if I wanted to break it all down. But she is like I don't know, like a ballistic missile that just lost its code, bearings, and she's just firing all over the place, and you don't know where she's going to land, and chances are it's not in the area you wanted her to go. So I think it's a healthy distraction for Nancy Pelosi, and whether or not that's the intention, I don't know. I don't want to play 4D chess like everybody feels the need to do, but it certainly has alleviated some of the pressure on, will you or will you not vote for Nancy Pelosi as Speaker? Because now it's been supplanted with, do you believe that this woman from Brooklyn or Queens or wherever the hell is right about? Are you identifying as a Democrat socialist? So she has provided a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of a buffer zone for Nancy Pelosi. So in that way, she's been beneficial to the leadership of the Democratic Party. But honest to God, the primary numbers are not coming in well for that type of opponent, which kind of sucks for us. The further left you push the Democrats into voting in a primary, the better chance we have to defeat that person in even marginal districts that lean to the Democrats. So I enjoy her. The Cuomo brothers are great too. I don't know if you saw that today. Governor Cuomo saying we're not going to make America great again because it was never that great to begin with. That type of thing is a gift that keeps on giving. That's being tweeted everywhere. I encourage people to retweet that. And then, of course, yesterday or the day before, when Chris Cuomo used his TV platform to say that, don't try to equate Antifa for hitting a fascist with the fascist that's getting hit. So defending Antifa and the Cuomo brothers are really doing a great job for us as well.
Yeah, it really seems like Democrats, a lot of them don't love this country and they don't want us to succeed. It's a sad state of affairs.
Agreed.
I have a question from Theory. You mentioned about Roseanne on Twitter. She wants to know, was Roseanne ever MAGA?
Well, I mean, if you want to really go back to Roseanne's, Green Party, Third Party, she hated George Bush. She went through like an evolution. She's very much, grown into a libertarian, conspiracy leaning libertarian. But I followed her early on, and she followed back before development started on her project to get back on ABC. And then I just got to know that a lot of people got in a DM that was her son taking over the account for a while. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And she's a really remarkable woman. And if you go back and watch the old shows, the original ABC run, if you go back and look at it, it's about the Trump platform before she even knew what the hell a Trump platform would be. And that is the eradication of the middle class. And you see that a lot of this Ortez type of Bernie Sanders talking points, they center around the fact that there is no more upper middle class, right? They're basically just saying that that doesn't exist anymore. Don't try to implement or achieve something that's gone. Like the manufacturing sector should be gone. We just need to embrace some neoclassical view of the economy and just embrace the retail or service-oriented aspect of the economy and let everything else come into our country from these countries that have 12-year-olds working for 75 cents an hour. But Trump absolutely rebukes all of that. So if you look at theoretical Lanford, Illinois, the Roseanne family, it was a beautiful maturation process into what could have been a really successful venture. The first season back was great. Very disappointed when it was derailed. But clearly, Roseanne, I love her as a comedian, as a writer, as an actor. But there's not, something's not lining up in her personal life right now, and she's a little bit here or there. And frankly, that's why the same thing we endured with Kanye West, I don't want everybody to just feel free to like hitch their wagon to, that horse, because these people don't live like you do. Right? There's no balance in Roseanne Barr or Kanye West's life that is going to reflect the same way on a week-to-week basis. So they're not you. They're not living paycheck to paycheck, and they see the world in a very different way. So I've always cautioned this notion to get into hero worship just because one notorious liberal person decides that they like Donald Trump. And I'm not judging Roseanne or Kanye. I'm just using them as particular examples. Is that if you're going to build somebody up one day, be prepared to have to swallow your words. But I continue to support Roseanne getting back on the form of telling the story that the middle class family has been under assault since Reagan left office, and we need to get it back. And Trump is doing that. So I don't agree with some of the conspiracy laden stuff that she gets into, but hey, I mean, we're not always going to agree on everything, right? So I very much support Roseanne, and I don't know. I know that she is now seeking to make America great again, but I think in Roseanne's mind, having been around as long as she has, flirting with third-party runs for president herself, she knows that in her mind, this is beyond Trump, and I think she's looking for something to validate that this is more than just Trump. And I believe she is MAGA, but will she agree with everything Trump does? Not necessarily.
All right, very well put, Adam. I had two questions come in at the same time here from Freedom and Coco Mojo 64. They want to know, what are your thoughts and opinions on Omarosa?
I believe I refer to her as a human migraine. She's been doing this for 25 years. She was in the Clinton administration, was bounced around through Al Gore's office and, basically run out of there. And then she rediscovered some type of relevancy on The Apprentice. And it has said nothing but great things about Trump for 15 years now. That said, bringing her in on that level, I mean, director of whatever public relations for the office of liaison or whatever the hell it was. It was a bullshit way to get her to the top executive level pay of like 157. But the problem with that was that that afforded her the opportunity to be in certain meetings with other staff that they didn't want her in there. So it was a graduated shit show from the campaign to the White House. And during the campaign, there's multiple stories about how she was just isolated, frustrated because no one wanted her around. No one wanted to deal with her. And Katrina Pearson, God love her, knowing her personally, one of the sweetest, most honest people you're ever going to know, got sucked up into this whole tape, fiasco because she's saying, trying to quell the conversation and concern to move on that tape, saying, okay, let's just assume he said it and he's embarrassed and let's move on. There is no tape, and they certainly would not have risked it being only up 4 points 2 weeks before the election, that they would have just stopped with the original Access Hollywood tape. They would have dropped it. And if they do have that tape, which I sincerely doubt they do, and I doubt the veracity of that tape, they would want to hold on to it for the 2020, of course. They would not drop it for a midterm. So Omarosa definitely kind of screwed up the timeline for everybody. But what I find unique is if you watch her interviews, she's loathed by everybody, right? The Democrats, the liberals that are interviewing her on these liberal networks just cannot stand a sight of her. They don't like her. And, nobody on the right will ever want to talk to her again. So she's kind of a woman without a home. And this is indicative of her entire career. So was it a mistake bringing her in? Yeah, of course it was a mistake. Trump was a reality star on television, which, elevated his status beyond what was the New York Metro reputation as a magnet, a real estate guy. He don't drop him into DC out of nowhere, and he's not going to make a mistake on personnel. I mean, give me a break. Every president makes a mistake on personnel. Trump has made quite a few, and she is just one of them, and it's at a lower level. And she's actually now, from my understanding from people that are on the campaign, again, right now, under Parscale, is the NDA that was signed is a pretty sick, something I never had to sign because I never got high enough into it. But the NDA is ironclad from the campaign level that she signed, and she's violating currently by playing these tapes. And the NDA from the White House, which is, of course, standard, she violated that. And going into the Situation Room and recording the chief of staff in the Situation Room is also a potential federal crime. So she is now being sued for millions for violating the NDA on the civil front from the campaign. And the Department of Justice is working with the White House and the Secret Service into exploring charges against her for violating some security exchange by surreptitiously recording the president and the chief of staff. So she's in a world of hurt. And this is very typical of her. She just tried to, get her pound of flesh so quick that there's no rebuttal. Well, she should know, of all people, Trump will prevail in this sense. So that's all I got on her.
All right. Well, hopefully it has a happy ending, especially with all those lawsuits pending against her. We can certainly hope. I've got a few questions coming in here. One from Obi, another one from Coco Mojo. We did talk about the Pennsylvania elections, but they want to know, what are your thoughts on the red wave in November? Is it going to be a red wave? Is it going to be a blue wave? What are we going to do? What's going to happen?
Yeah, what you're looking to do here, if you're the Republicans, is, you've got percolating water. You want to kind of dissolve that, not dissolve it, but you want to kind of get it, settled. You don't want to wave. You're not looking for a red wave. That's not possible. You have to understand that, if 60 House retirements, we've got 40 Republicans and 20 Democrats. Right away, that's bad news. And then we've got, some seats that have gone from toss up to lean D, or, things of that nature. We are just in a bad spot up against one big 800-pound gorilla, and that is history. I mean, no president typically ever, whether it's the first midterm or the second midterm, holds steady, picks up seats, or loses just a few. I mean, on average, they lose like 20 or more. So it's just a fact. So in 1998, the second midterm for Bill Clinton, the Congress pushed too hard on Newt Gingrich, pushed too hard on the impeachment front, and the wave of sympathy and the Microsoft tech bubble that was going through the market in 98, they actually picked up a couple seats in 98 in a midterm. And then George Bush, post 9/11, the whole country was, together on that, and he picked up a couple seats, just a couple. And those are the only two examples of midterm gains or holding the line since Harry Truman. So the math is against us. So this is my frustration. My frustration is, do I want to be a carnival barker out there on the avenue telling people if we don't do something, the end is nigh? Or do you want to kind of be a cheerleader that just keeps everybody happy and they go out and vote, and then they get home on that night in November and they find out that we have lost control of the House by 10 to 15 seats, and they're just basically stunned? I mean, there's two ways to look at it. And there are a lot of people on Twitter that know that telling the truth about the realities of it is a quick way to lose people's interest. And I just don't care anymore about that, to be honest with you. I'm beyond the point of, I don't need followers. This is not a monetary transaction here. This is a public service transaction where I do my best to give the people what I know in the capacity they will understand, and that is true. And I'm not busy trying to tell people what's going to happen a week from now. I'm more busy trying to tell people what happened today or yesterday or tomorrow and why it happened. That's kind of where I'm at. And it's where I've been since the recount process started, courtesy of Jill Stein, right after the election. So the chances of it being a red wave, God bless Donald Trump, he has to say that, it's almost nil. There's almost nothing you can do. I mean, I just described to you earlier this situation we're here in PA. I can tell you we've got some problems in New Jersey with a couple of seats that we are losing or going to lose probably. And, California's a battle zone. And we've got a couple, Illinois area suburb seats, and in Texas, in Houston, Austin area outside of Dallas, Fort Worth as well, that are problematic. And then, of course, there's always going to be Florida, where it's a toss-up, where we have some people that you can't tell if they're Republican or Democrat, but what they're saying, but, it could flip the registration of what they're doing over there, basically you're looking at the infusion of Puerto Ricans that are going to be voting in Florida. It's going to be pretty tough. The Democrats are actually slipping a little bit, but they're boosting their numbers with that. I can say that I'm encouraged with statewide races. Very encouraged. I mean, if you look at the Senate map, this is the once in a lifetime shot, man. The D's picked up a couple of seats, 10, well, not 10, but maybe 6 seats they had no business picking up in 2012 because of the Obama, trickle down effect. So it would be an abomination for Tester to be standing after November. It would be an abomination for Heitkamp, Donnelly, Manchin, McCaskill to be standing after this. So, we've got Rick Scott up over Bill Nelson, an incumbent D. So I'm more interested in, the statewide, because I think we're doing pretty well. I mean, if you look at Ron DeSantis in Florida running for governor, he was down $20 million and 22 points in the polls to Adam Putnam. And after all that time, Trump basically just went down there and held one rally, and he is now up by 17 points, people. DeSantis is up by 17 points. I mean, that is the power of Trump in Florida. I'm convinced that is going to hold a lot of weight in Florida. But the idea of a red wave is really politically nonsense. I think most pollsters will tell you that. What we want is to avoid a blue wave. The fact that 23 seats is all that stands between us and just a nightmare of, Chairman Adam Schiff, Chairman Jerry Nadler, that type of bullshit. I'm very concerned about it. I think that this should be preeminent in our minds. And, I'm sad to say I don't see too many Q drops about getting out there and voting for your congressman. So you got to, how is this helping? I don't understand. It's just ridiculous. It's going to lead to disappointment, disenchantment, disillusionment. People are going to be like, why is Podesta not arrested? Why is Huma not arrested? Why is Hillary not arrested? Why is John McCain not dead and arrested? I mean, the list goes on and on. Why are there not trials and tribunals and Gitmo? Why is habeas corpus not suspended for the first time since Abraham Lincoln? Why is there no emergency broadcast on my TV telling me there's martial law? I want everybody to pay. I want heads on sticks. I want, all this stuff. Frankly, that's not going to happen, right? Because we're all sane people for the most part. So, Thorazine aside, what are you expecting the result to be in November when we go to the booth? People are not going to be as excited. They're going to be disappointed because they're going to look around, especially these first-time voters. We had like 9 million of them. We had 9 million people, Republicans, come out and just like out of nowhere that didn't vote for Romney or didn't give a shit, vote for Trump. And I suspect that a lot of that, a bulk of those 9 million are people that believe in these types of things. And to keep them engaged, it's required to have that type of dialogue. The only problem is it's a soup can dialogue. It's not real. You're not talking into a phone. It's a goddamn Campbell's soup can.
All right, I appreciate the honesty, Adam. Of course, definitely we got to get out there and vote, folks, so that we don't lose any of these seats. We definitely don't want to lose our majority. And it's not going to be Q. It's not going to be any arrests. It's going to be the votes, folks, that make it or break it this election. So please remember, please vote. And we're almost out of time here, Adam. But I got to ask you a question. We've had a few people, Glenn, Ginger McQueen, a couple other people have asked about a guy named Brendan Dilley. Can you give me the scoop on who this guy is and what his deal is?
Well, I like the incredulity that you put in your voice on that one. But the acting career is ahead of you, my friend. No, I think a lot of people know who this goofball is, and I don't understand his style, his tactics. I've largely tried to ignore the guy, but when you try to run for Congress and get in the way of what is the normal course of business out there, that's kind of an irritant to the process. But then I see, and I get remarkably psychotic clips from this guy. He's just saying the most bizarre things in the world and calling them dilly drops, which of course was, in our minds, a euphemism for shitting in the toilet after your morning coffee. And it was, And that's an insult to the shit that's coming out of your ass after your coffee. So, this guy's dropping the craziest. He's like doubling down on Q with the stuff that just absolutely so unconstitutional, so unrealistic. So that I just kind of like worry about. But when you try to take in money, which he did successfully take in almost $50,000 from people, and many people that I knew pretty well, who were convinced that this guy was going to, win a primary for a special election in the 8th district in Arizona. Knowing him, and he tries to downplay all this, but of course we know. Ginger knows him. Brian Nassine knows him. We were, on this silly podcast with Bill Mitchell for a long time. And he's really a goofball. And he sits around drinking energy drinks and trying to make fun of people when he thinks he's funny. And he's really not. His laugh is just bizarre. But there's a little story I want to tell. If you don't think he's crazy already, believe me, he's crazy. He got 734 votes, by the way. 734 votes for almost $50,000, which is really hard to do. I mean, you almost have to be the guy on, Megan's Law's website, or have your picture up on a telephone pole saying, this guy raped my cat. I mean, I don't know how you get only 734 votes with $50,000 invested in your campaign. It's really, it's not a good indicator for your likability or your measure of a man. But he eventually came out, and this is the courtesy of a friend of ours, original 33 Rules, try to be friendly and hang out there in Arizona. And they go to a gun range and, whatever. I guess 33, spent his round, put the magazine out and put the gun facing in a perpendicular direction, which, as we all know, you always want your barrel to be downrange. And later, I guess Dilley was telling people that the MAGA coalition, which, has nothing to do with 33. I mean, he didn't even know what the hell the MAGA coalition was. So the MAGA coalition was trying to kill him. So at this point, you've got to wonder, what's going on with this guy. So there's a lot in his past that we can make public. And really, we're not in the business of, this guy has made incredibly erroneous and felonious libelous statements about the PAC that I run and other things personally about me. And he himself, we're talking about just a chain of bankruptcies. We're talking about spousal abuse, horrible divorces, all on public file. It's really disturbing what this guy is. I mean, he tried to run for Congress, and he told people he was running for Congress that he didn't go to college, and he thinks college is a waste of time and money, and that he will be a better congressman because he never was educated. And it was really odd because he calls himself an author, but then the excerpts of his book are, I mean, you think Guerrilla Mindset has issues as far as like being a misogynist. This guy is just a real strange brew when it comes to that stuff. No respect for women at all. And here he starts doing these dilly drops at the same time to try to elevate his numbers in Periscope, which is kind of sad. I mean, the whole thing is just really sad to me. I was on a show that he was on for a long time, but it's in Telegram rooms with him. I watched his personality, his weirdness. I refused to ever appear with him. I think maybe one time it happened, and it was awful. The guy is not real, and what he is real crazy. So 734 votes, man. I mean, I challenge anybody out there to try to run for Congress. You don't need to raise 50,000. I've been doing congressional races since 2000. So I've never heard of a candidate getting 734 votes. So the translation of $50,000 into 734, that is almost a mathematical, it's either implausible, it's not impossible because he achieved it. But it's really interesting because he says that other people are obsessed with him, but all he does is talk about the people that he says are obsessed with him. So that's kind of a contrarian notion, right? A paradoxical term, circular logic, if you will. He certainly has an obsession with Ginger McQueen. And I'm not going to lie, Ginger McQueen is a superstar. She's probably one of the most underrated people on Twitter and Periscope, even though she gets twice the Periscope viewers that somebody like a Dilly does or me. Ginger McQueen is somebody that it just angers the hell out of people because she's articulate, she's smart, she's situated right outside of Chicago.
And
she doesn't
beautiful.
leave it. And beautiful. Yeah, exactly. But that bothers people. That bothers them a whole lot because she's just not allowed to be that way, right? And it's the same way his obsession with Brian Hussein, the treasurer for the PAC, essentially the leader of the PAC, who lives in Laguna Hills, drives a Maserati and Land Rovers and has jewelry stores and is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars, and beautiful wife, beautiful daughter, just an incredible guy that knows everybody, chats daily with those like Scott Adams and, things like that. And talks to some of the biggest donors in California, and also knows people like Devin Nunes and Kevin McCarthy. So I mean, Dilly doesn't know any of those people. So I find it kind of funny that Dilly said that a member of the Trump family was upset for him questioning whether Q was real or not. I mean, this is the kind of shit where you got to draw the line if you're anybody that knows anything. It doesn't make any sense. Have I been with Eric Trump? Yes, I've been with Eric Trump on the campaign many times. He's a great guy. Have I been with Don Jr.? Yes, I have. He's an incredible guy. He's the nicest guy in the world. He is just his father's biggest asset. And no matter what Omarosa says, his father loves him. These people are not Q people. And they have no idea what it is. They don't care. Michael Flynn Jr. is a great guy. I've been around him many, 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 many times. And of course, he had to put out a statement saying the same thing, because they're using his father's name in a way that, to him, it's in vain. And, Michael Flynn had to say, listen, Q does not represent me or anything to do with our family. It's just not real. Move on with your lives. And they started attacking Michael Flynn Jr., who, frankly, I always got along with. I mean, Michael Flynn Jr. found a way to get through the middle of a lot of hairy shit. But the point is, I think I want to make before we get off it, we all know each other. All right. We all know each other. We've known each other since the campaign. And it's incredible to get to this point where, you have a Mike Cernovich, a Jack Posobiec, a Baked Alaska, or Cassandra Fairbanks and, Adam Gingrich. And, we all know each other. But then you get like this little figure to the side, like James Brower, who is going to be, obviously attached to this Q thing, who nobody paid attention to, is actually involved in something like this. And I've known this praying medic guy who is a total fraud and, has his own bankruptcy and spousal abuse issues. He's involved with the occult and is trying to attach like this ecclesiastical aspect to the Q drops. I mean, this guy's a total scumbag. I've known him for a year. He tried to rope me into all kinds of weird shit, writing books with him so we can sell to our followers. The guy, how small is the world, man? You know what I'm saying? Twitter is not real. I mean, it's not real. And there were only so many of us on the campaign because it was such an untraditional campaign. It was a non-traditional campaign. I'm in Pennsylvania. There were about 6 guys I know that were involved in the Trump campaign in the entire state of Pennsylvania. 6. And a couple of them do some lobbying for the administration, or back and forth, but there's nobody else left, dude. I'm in Harrisburg, PA, where I've worked, for 20 years. And nobody from the campaign. I mean, I'm kind of like a lone tiger walking down the street. So, it's just not real. None of it is real. And people have to get that through their heads, because real life is totally separate. In real life is where campaigns are won or lost. It's not Twitter. No one will win or lose a campaign based on Twitter, except for Donald Trump. No one. I mean, even unless you start posting pictures of yourself with little boys or dead girls or donkeys or, rabbits, if you're that sick, or upskirts at a nursing home, that kind of stuff you might lose in an election. But, Twitter, Facebook, as far as campaigns, they are just like auxiliary functions, supplemental to what you're supposed to be doing to get your messages out there. But please, it is not real. And if you intend to run for office as like Joy Villa, you're going to flame out spectacularly. And if you're a guy like Brendan Baby Chin Dilly, who thinks he's going to run on because he's got Dilly drops where he's pulling in 5,000-6,000 people watching him on Twitter, or that he's on the Bill Mitchell show and there's 40,000 people because Bill Mitchell tweet texts his own shit every hour on the hour, 24 hours a day. You're not going to win anything. You're not a real person. You're not a real person to the district. Dilly wasn't in the district. He didn't live in that district. No one knew who the hell he was. You could spend 50,000 on billboards looking like a douchebag like you did. It's not going to work. All right. It's not going to, it's going to translate to 734 votes. Matter of fact, I ran for borough council. I talked about this today. I ran for borough council in Palmyra. It's a small little borough where I grew up and less than 20,000 people. And I ran for borough council and I had more than 734 votes in the primary. And that gives you an idea of which I think we had a total of maybe 3,000 people voting in there. And I had more than what he got in a congressional. And I spent $0. I knocked on 0 doors. All I had was my name and my community activity that I involved myself with as part of my whole portfolio of being somebody who cared about making things better. So forget about it, man. If you think you're going to achieve Twitter fame and make some money off of it, it's going to be a fleeting thing. And if you think you're going to bilk people out of money over Q and deciphering Q, then I'm afraid that the bell is tolling for thee, and we'll see here within the next couple of days. But in the back of my mind, I think I know better. In the back of my mind, I see people that have already, buried themselves up to the neck in this QAnon stuff, and it's going to be real hard to dig yourself out of a hole that you put yourself in to the neck up, or to the neck, and save yourself from the neck up. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think people are going to hold on to it like some kind of religious fervor, and it's a shame. And I really hope that it doesn't suppress, depress, or in any way harm our turnout in November.
All right, Adam. Well, thank you so much for clearing that up. That's quite a lot to say on the subject of Brendan and Q. But we are out of time here. Is there anything that you want to bring up before we end the stream here?
No, other than the fact that, I've been reticent, hesitant, not really thrilled to do anything self-promotion, that type of thing. I don't like it, especially now with all the stuff that I see. I agreed to do this because, frankly, Ash is a good guy, and Ginger McQueen introduced me to him, and she's an amazing person. And if you're going to get me to do something that I really don't typically do, it takes that type of connection to do it. And, of course, the interview that you did with Glenn was an eye-opener for me. And I really respect that you guys get everybody across the board. Some people that I would never be seen in an elevator with, and you guys give them a chance to do an AMA. And I really appreciate that, because you can't just selectively, be like Fox News from 8 to 11 and, put on what everybody wants to hear. So I appreciated that. And frankly, I thought I'd get on here and do this, but certainly this is not something that I like to put my face on anything and do this kind of stuff. But in this case, I will do it again. And then someday, really, I think you and bring Ash on together, and then you guys can do an AMA with Glenn and I both. And I'm sure that'll be like some kind of weird cyber fireworks.
That sounds like a fun time, Adam. I do want to thank you for being here. We did love having you. We love having Glenn, and we'd be more than willing to have both of you back, or either of you back, at any time. We loved you. Everybody listening, thank you. Thank you for submitting the questions, everybody. You have been listening to Right Now, the official podcast of New Right Network. If you like this broadcast, please follow us on Twitter. We're at New Right Network. Our guest today was Adam Gingrich. You can follow him at Gingrich of PA. That's Gingrich _of_PA. And Adam, once more, thank you so much for your time.
Hey, thank you. Had a good time.
Okay. Tamara, are you there?
I am here.
How about Jen? Jen's camera has this.
It said you muted my video, or you.
What the hell did I do? Hold on. There we go. Is it asking you to restart the video now? There we go. Fantastic. Okay, what are we doing here? There it is. We're back. Let me and we're back. Here we go. We are back. So that was an interview with Adam Gingrich from the New Right Network. That's newrightnetwork.com. Those are the same people that interviewed me and the the queer nation came out trying to intimidate them not to allow me to appear, to no avail. As we know, I did go on, and apparently I did a performance that, and it was a performance that they still talk about because I'm fucking awesome, and no one else is practically.
Okay, so I have a quick question before you
wait,
get
hold on a second. Bad news. I didn't, like a fool. I'm not totally awesome in everything. Some things I'm not good at, like remembering to turn on my headphones so that you guys when you talk don't bleed through, which is disappointing, but that's what happens. All right, let's see. Can we get it to work? Okay, say something.
something.
It's working.
Hi.
Okay, we're back. Hey, Adam, it's good to see you in the chat. My wife, who's now asleep, so it doesn't really matter, but she wanted you to come on to this show after that show. I figured you would not be able to do so, but you have the link. The link number hasn't changed if you want to come on. Otherwise, good job. That was an excellent takedown of Dildo Scammons, as Smooch calls him. And Dildo Scammons was in the Periscope room doing, the funny thing was, he was doing exactly what you were saying he does, which is to go on and on and on about you and about the pack, and then claiming that if it wasn't for him in the room, no one would be at this Periscope. He was making it about himself. Later, there is no later. There's tomorrow, Adam. So, if you're still going to be coming on MNN tomorrow, shoot me a message. If you can't do it, I could get someone else to do Thursday, but it'd be good to get you to give us a debrief tomorrow. It's up to you. He did witness his own execution, Adam. It was fantastic because I thought you were very judicious throughout that interview. But then once that last question started that Obi had sent, I had sent a few too, but mine were like joke questions. Like I was asking which is, I said, please ask Adam which is the most unattractive feature of Dilly. I said, is it his teeth, his filthy, scraggly beard, or his 734 votes? You know, so anyway. AMA is Ask Me Anything, Angel Chorus. It's something they've been doing for a couple years. At 10. All right, if we're still on at 10, definitely come on. I don't know if Obi is here. He needs to tell me what his plans are tonight. For all I know, Obi's fallen asleep. Such is the crack organization I've created here, which we call MAGA News Network. So, Jen, what did you think?
Well, I just have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt you, Jen. So, Glenn, while that was playing, could the audience hear your commentary, or could only
no, only you and Jen could hear me talk. That was a private show that I was doing for you two.
Okay, that was pretty hilarious. Okay, I was just wondering.
To give an idea of what was going on, once Adam started slicing and dicing Dilly's micro penis, I was yelling, that's how you fucking do it. And like, die, dildo, die. Stuff like that, you know.
And I
yeah,
Adam,
Adam, why don't you come on as soon as you can? And Obi, why don't you feel free to come on whenever you want to as well? So we'll try to bring everyone together. We'll bring it all together. Yeah, but he was busting on you, Adam, in the most lame way. You'll see the replay, but he was basically, again, doing exactly what you were accusing him of, which he's always making things about himself. It's impossible for him, like a child. I think, like Eric Fromm wrote thousands of pages on this type of thing, that the childish personality, the childlike psychology can only understand the world around them by personalizing everything about themselves. Right? It's not that hamburgers cost $2.99. It's hamburgers that I love or I hate cost $2.99. Everything's about you. It's self-absorption. It's narcissism. It's what you'd expect to see in a young person. I know, Tamara, you probably have a couple PhDs on this one, right?
Yeah. I have no PhDs, but it does sound like the definition of narcissism, right?
Yeah, but
your filter of the world is about you. Everything's about you.
Right, but I mean, the ultimate expression of narcissism is being young. Yes. Right? Extremely young people, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, actually believe if they put, again, going back to, now we're going to Jung, right? Jung was talking about the ultimate narcissism of youth, about childhood, that children believe if they put their hands in front of their eyes, that the world disappears.
Right.
If you can't give a better example of self-absorbed narcissism, I would challenge you to do it, right? I mean, that's all part of being a child. And as you get enculturated into the world of maturity and adulthood, you're supposed to grow beyond that, right? We move from the id to hopefully a stable genius, like the president. That's not always possible, but at least that you wise up enough that you don't become a danger to yourself. In the world of men and women, in the adult world, hyper narcissists most likely end up destroyed, committing suicide, alcoholism, drug use, like that, because it's an unrealistic view of the world. It's not real. And that's something, what Adam was really driving home in that last 10, 15 minutes, was that Dilly is a product of the fake world. The fake world. He had mentioned that I've kind of remind him that this is all bullshit. It doesn't matter. Because it doesn't. It's all crap. None of it's real. Most people are doing their social media under a fake name anyway. And so you could be completely destroyed. The Huns could invade your borders and sack your capital and rape your women and steal all your shit and burn your house to the ground. And then you just create a new account the next day to start it all over again. How can you even think it's real? It's bullshit. What's real is getting asses into the voting booth, motivating people to go vote. That's real.
That's
right?
real.
And that's never going to change. All of this other stuff is just an illusion. And we're all of that age now where we've seen 1, 2, possibly 3 cycles of the illusion. And it's lost. It's gone. Where is all of the love and idolatry and adulation for all the stars, the wave after wave of stars, music artists, television actors and directors, movie actors and directors, politicians, wave after wave have come and gone. I remember when they were breathlessly saying about the flock of seagulls who did that song I Ran around like 1982. On MTV, they were falling over each other saying, this is the first band from Liverpool since the Beatles. They are like the Beatles. This breathlessly. How quickly the little dog will bark to idolize the big dog. But how worthless it ultimately is. 1 or 2 years later, they were mocking them. 3 years later, they were being mocked. Right? And now, now they're like a curiosity. But at one time, all these groups were called bigger than the Beatles, better than the Beatles, more important than Elvis, because it's the bullshit machine. You turn the switch on and ridiculous bullshit comes out of it. Right? And now we're getting old and we see these people like Taylor Swift, who probably has the best career of anyone in the last 20 years, simply because she's been at it for about 6 to 8 years and she still can sell records. Most people, they get one record and then they get a second, which does half the sales, and that's it for them. And they're hoping that in 20 years, when there is a 2015 revival tour, that they get invited, that their one-hit wonder is prominent enough on the nostalgia circuit that they will get invited to sing in front of the house band. That's the truth. And no one wants to discuss it. No one wants to discuss that Mike Cernovich will not even be somebody we know his name in 5 years, most likely. None of this is real. It's all bullshit. Donald Trump will be known in 50 or 100 years, but none of us will. The only way we matter is when we vote, or we can donate money to a campaign. Politically speaking, that is ours. That's what we do. Maybe we can motivate people to vote. That's also very valuable. But I think my biggest problem with Q has always been, beyond that it's fake and it's a LARP and all that crap, my biggest problem has always been that it's fake and it lives in the world of fakeness, and it's not even being used as a vehicle to motivate people to do something real, like vote. It's just pure self-aggrandizement. It's a monetization scheme. There are a few people who are keeping it going so that they can get money. If you're going to be a Q decoder, doesn't it help to know the actual people who are going to write the bullshit? Moreover, if you're writing the bullshit, wouldn't you be the ultimate Q decoder? And if you are raising money through various means, which all of these people are, I mean, this Tracy Diaz woman, how quickly she jumped on Adam when he said you're making $9,000 a month off Patreon. And she thought, this foolish idiot actually thought, by correcting him, I'm only making $4,500 per month, that somehow disarms his comment. So you're making $4 or $5 grand a month. Doing what? Writing fake posts as Q and then being the ultimate decoder or commenter on Q? How dishonest can you get? These are fundamentally dishonest people, and none of them are doing these things. It would be one thing if they're making money with the fake Q bullshit, but the ultimate goal is to motivate people to vote in the midterms. I probably wouldn't have a problem with it. But they're not. They're not doing anything to help the president, are they?
No, they're not, Glenn. And I'll tell you, I'm growing. I don't want to sound condescending here, but I'm growing. I'm growing impatient with people who, I would say, they spend a lot of their time on social media, but they're not actually doing anything. And our voter participation rate is extremely low, especially in the state that I live in. But more than that, our community participation rate is abysmal. And I'm not going to pretend that I know everyone's lives and what they're doing, but I see people who are just constantly on social media and they're not really doing anything but complaining all the time. If you're not doing something, if you're not voting, if you're not helping candidates, if you're not running for something, if you're not putting your energy to good use in your community, I'm one of those people who's just growing increasingly impatient to the point where I don't want to hear the complaints anymore. Do something, vote, help a candidate, get off your butt and go do something. Or I don't know what you're doing anymore. You know, everyone has the excuse, oh, before Trump, we didn't think it was worth it. Okay, fine, whatever. But now everyone seems to have this motivation, but all they can muster up enough energy to do is go on Twitter and complain. I don't know what to tell you anymore. Do something, figure it out, find a way to channel that energy, because if all you're doing is, trying to figure out riddles on the internet or sending tweets that, people complain about being shadow banned all the time. Okay, fine. Then figure out a way to go out in the real world and actually do something that makes a difference, because I'm sorry, Twitter is not how you affect change. Go do something.
That was my point earlier, Tamara. That's what I was saying, is that people can tweet all day that they're being shadow banned, but it's not going to affect anything. If it's like what Adam was saying, he was just saying that a second ago with when he slayed Dilly, when, for $50,000 for a congressional candidate and you had 734 votes, obviously he was literally just sitting there and scoping and tweeting. And we know that that doesn't win campaigns. And a lot of these candidates think, he's said this for months, really since Trump got elected, that there is only one Donald Trump and no other candidate is going to be like him. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a congressperson. I mean, maybe someone like Devin Nunes, because he's in the news as much as him now, or somebody like that will get some traction, but the average candidate, it's not going to do anything. If you're a House seat, or not even a House seat, if you're just like running for the state seats, you need to physically go and do something. I'm with you on this. That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like, you can stay in your home and you can just make calls. I mean, some people aren't good at going out and participating, or they can't, or their schedules. But like, for example, Judge Bailey here, this is an example of California. There's something in every state. He needs phone makers. You can be in any state. And for the general election, when Trump was elected, I wasn't involved in any of the state politics. What I did is I phone banked for the swing states. So I got on Trump's thing and they said, what states do you want to phone bank for? We need it. So basically it was Ohio, there was Pennsylvania, there was Florida. I basically was just phone banking in those states, making calls for him in the swing states, because I knew that, but I did something, right? Because that's what I had time to do with my schedule. So I know it's not everybody's fun thing, but a lot of times people aren't home and you're just you're hitting a button and it leaves a recording of Donald Trump's voice or somebody's voice saying, hey, vote for this person on this day, I'm running. It reminds people at least that there's an election coming, So those are some ways to get involved. I think Ginger scoped this morning. Of course, Ginger is so eloquent in how she says things. I thought for sure Ginger was going to come on last night, and I actually stayed up waiting for her, but then I missed her this morning and I watched the replay. All that money that these people are giving to these Q people. I mean, imagine if it went into physical candidates. I mean, Tamara, you know this, you and I have had this conversation so many times, how much money so many campaigns are sometimes won and lost by just finances, by someone being able to buy yard signs or get their names out there, or pay for a volunteer, or pay for a campaign manager.
Absolutely. Candidates always need money. So, there's a role for everyone to play. Not everyone can do the same thing. So if money is what you got, candidates are always willing to take your money. If time is what you've got, candidates are willing to take your time. If sales skills are what you've got, they're more than happy to have you sit at home and phone bank for them or go knocking door to door. Everyone's got a talent, and a candidate or a party always needs whatever talent you have. So there's a role for everybody to play. But if you think sitting on social media just complaining all day is your talent, well, you're spinning your wheels. I hate to be the one to bust that bubble for you, but that's not activism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my biggest sickness. When Adam, sorry to go back to Adam, but he was so great with so many things. He was very, very poised until about, the last 5 minutes. And he always maintains his poise, but it's how he says it is so great. That's my biggest thing about praying mantis. It's like, you're using people's religion you're using religion to scam, which is already scam artist number one. And then you're gambling with the presidency and making people this complacent, lazy, and you're going to have a lot of either disappointed people or let down people, like Ginger was saying today, that aren't really new into politics. And some people that are really new, they don't have the skin necessarily for the truth, or they don't know. I mean, I think, to me, the real danger, besides the scamming, the money not going to the candidates, is really disappointed and upset, defected people who won't go and vote now at all. Because whatever their community was, because they were our community, as Ginger pointed out, like it or not, it's frustrating because, and who knows if they did vote, but imagine they would vote. There is just this unrest that, Adam has alluded to, but also if you listen to just Jay Sekulow in the morning, his callers, and you listen to the radio shows, people that only listen to mainstream media, their frustration is that nothing is being done. With Sessions is not doing anything. Everybody feels the frustration. A lot of people do not understand, because of Q, are basically people that will spread this stuff, the implication of losing the House. I didn't really understand the full implication of losing the House until I started listening to Adam to really understand the whole, how impeachment works, or the potential. I know you can't impeach a sitting president. It's the hamstring of his actual agenda. I think that people want something to be done, but they don't understand why Trump can't just fire these people. I've noticed lately that Sekulow has had a number of shows on this, as well as Rudy's been on a lot of these shows. They're out there trying to explain. People are asking, why can't he just fire Sessions? Why can't he just fire Rosenstein? They don't understand what that will trigger on the Democratic side. They just think he's the president, he can do what he wants. And, politically, I have learned, maybe Tamara has always known because she was much more active than I was, what the ramifications of that are. And so by putting false hopes with this Q stuff, that stuff is going to be happening before the midterms or after the midterms. Don't worry, like the guy told Ginger, well, I'll wait till after the midterms. That's exactly it. They think that something is coming that's basically fake. And that's never going to happen, that there's going to be justice, and that Trump is this, 10D chess master. And what's really sick of these people is that they know the reality of it, and they're still doing it because they're criminals. They're just criminals. They're scammers. They're scam artists. And this is another form of, just like there's an arena of people that use the internet for pedophilia, we now see it in something of politics. We see that they're scamming at every level. People just group together and they find vulnerable people. With pedophiles, it's children or teens that are disaffected, or young people that aren't under good parental control. And with us, it's people that maybe they're not involved in their community, and suddenly, Tamara, instead of getting involved in the community, the online world has become their full community. And they believe, they've come to know these people, they think, and they come to think that what these people would not lie to them. And that's right. That's what's very, very dangerous, because our group, not all, but many have met. And if you haven't met, Glenn has, if you couldn't come to a meetup, any of the meetups, with the good and the bad with each event, Glenn has scoped, or someone has videoed it. So people that don't come can see that, I'm a real person. I can see somebody. I can see these other people. And then also you can see, like with somebody like Adam, you can actually, well, this is probably going to happen. And then you wait, and this is what happens. And Adam will be the first one to correct course when he says, oh, no, this didn't happen, or, it didn't happen like I said it was going to be. This is what's going to happen. But it's very rare. And You don't see these people doing this. And the difference is they can accuse Adam of taking money and money. Adam has never asked for a friggin' dime. And he does this on his own time, trying to educate people. And for me, I really appreciate it because I really got more so engaged in understanding the process. And it's just really frustrating to watch the process play out with people that are just very, yes, I met Toby. I know, I love Toby. I can still see meeting you and where I was at Covfefe Fest. And, I remember back around Covfefe Fest, Adam if anybody didn't catch Adam and Ginger's scopes today, they're still up on their timelines as well as my timelines, as Brian Hassein's timelines. They're both still up. I remember Mantis talking about all this is going to be exposed, and I knew where he was getting it, and I would remember going in and talking to him separately and saying, well, how? Well, it just will. I've had dreams about it. How? This is when the Q stuff started to come, and Adam's right. I see the timing, and then the whole split off, and the whole fake, the fake groups and trying to gather followers. This was in the works probably a month before Covfefe Fest, at least on his end. And then the falling out with Adam and all them and the coalition mess, I think he saw another opportunity to angle and grab that following. So I think there were he was already planning this PayPal, Patreon, whatever thing for a while. And
well, Jen, you said something, and I want to make a point that I think is a very important life lesson here. You said, that a bunch of us have met each other, so we know that we're real life people, right? But here's the thing. A lot of these people, whether you like them or not, or whether you agree with them or not, they're real life people too. And some of the people that you don't like, you've met them in real life as well. You know that they are real people, that, they're flesh and blood breathing people. So the question isn't necessarily whether or not they're real, human beings, flesh and blood people. What I would say is, and Glenn talks about this a lot, and I have a lot of the same experiences. I've come from a corporate background. I have learned some of the most important life lessons from some of the shittiest people in the world. Some of the most wretched, horrible, fucked up people you will ever meet. I have learned the most valuable life lessons from. So, I look at some of these people who are following people who, I'm not going to be specific about, names, but people who I may not agree with, or people I don't like, or people I don't agree with their messages. I know that they're real people. They're human beings, flesh and blood. And I would say, sometimes I feel like giving the warning, even though I'm a different generation, I'm younger than these people. A lot of them happen to be baby boomers. I feel like giving them the same lesson that I got from my baby boomer parents. It's like, look, don't take candy from strangers. Don't get into white vans. Don't get into, cars with strangers who are looking for puppies, because it's almost like this role reversal, right? Where they've turned into the kids and we've turned into the parents. And a lot of them are just blindly following on the internet these people. And I look and I'm like, look, sometimes you're just going to have to learn life lessons from the shittiest people that you're going to encounter. So we know that they're real people. It's just a matter of, are they the right people for you to be following?
Yeah, I guess I meant real people in terms of what are their intentions. Your intention, Tamara, is to bring voter awareness, to bring activism, voter engagement, get people involved, allow people to understand that, people, wherever state you're living in, and particularly California, you need to get involved if you want to, in fact, enact change. It's just not you can't just wish about it. Oh, I wish things would change, and sit and moan all day. We're shadow banned without doing anything and moving a finger. That's what I meant. I meant with genuine intentions. The thing that for me is, I have a huge Dilly. I had an encounter with him, but nothing like the other people have. But with Praying Mantis, that guy, we lost people coming to Kofafe Fest because of his freaking lies about the place where he had a dream that we're all going to be shut up. Actually, I had so many DMs from that. And then I had to add more security. Well, you know who paid for that added security? I did. We had to add more security from those lies, the fake friggin' lies, because people were so, as Glenn was saying yesterday, especially living in California, people were so scared. And then we had the November 4 Antifa, and him saying this, and people thinking, oh, he's a religious figure. He would never do something. He would never.
He's a religious figure. I love that. When you said he's a religious figure, I'm thinking, yeah, like he's a religious figure, like Anton LaVey or Jim Jones were religious figures. But okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, remember when Mary Grace went after Dan saying, I can't believe you're actually saying and you're talking like this to Praying Medic, like his name, Praying Medic, made him some godly religious figure. And it's
some fucking douchebag washout couldn't even, dude, kicked out of the EMT. What is this guy? He's just a piece of shit. He's a piece of human shit is what he is. And they're expecting us to revere a piece of shit. Like my ex-wife expected me to revere the abortionist preacher that she found, her family priest, who was an abortionist preacher, some pasty-faced white idiot. This is the guy who's going to marry us. And I told him to go fuck himself right to his face. I didn't consider him a religious person. I wouldn't care if the Vatican wrote me a letter. He wasn't Catholic, by the way. But if some ecclesiastical society on their letterhead demanded that I respect this person because he's a representative of their church, in my estimation, the letter from the organization does not make a saint. It makes a corporate citizen of you. And if you are an abortionist or other things, I do not recognize you as a religious person. To me, you are part of the demon-controlled bullshit that is going on all around us. And more than that, I will mock you. And I think anyone who's been watching my bullshit show for the last year knows exactly what happens once the respectometer drops below a certain threshold. Then you're going to get it.
Yes.
And they will.
Toby says, Tamara, too bad you and Toby didn't bump into each other. She was in the hotel that you were in. She says, yeah, they were recruiting people in the lobby not to go to Kofafe Fest, to boycott. I know all the thing, and Tamara felt isolated.
Yeah, I wasn't recruited, so I don't know, but I did feel a little isolated. I was iced out, so I wasn't a part of the recruitment effort. I wasn't a part of any of that. I was just pretty much left out of everything and ignored. So
screw with you, Tamara. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna come up like you're not gonna mess with me, Tamara. They probably sense that. And what's amazing is like that whole thing of, I don't care that they did their own little group. I don't care that they didn't come to Kofafe. I was glad those people didn't come. We only wanted people that truly cared about making the country great and supporting candidates, which is what the event was. It was a combo of a meetup and all that stuff. I didn't care that they were there at all, that they didn't come. What I don't like is the lied to and what they've platformed, all the attacks they've done on all of you guys, plus everything else, and now how much money they're scamming for Q when they claim to be in the name of MAGA. And again, we've all had this conversation. Our group now is getting better and better at discerning, and if you crooks, let me just put it that way. And then if you are discerning them, or if somebody has a bad feeling, speak up, immediately. But I know that the one thing I will say about Praying Medic's wife is that there was the moment at the pre-dinner, she looked at me, I had a chill. And now knowing that she is not, and she's into the other side of God, doesn't surprise me, because Brian even remembers me saying this. I said, I said, oh my God, her eyes, I felt like her eyes were piercing me. With her comments, she was piercing me. And what she says, she goes, I told Dave, I don't ever even want to go to your event tomorrow. But it was the way she said it. It was her looks, her stares, her glares. I felt an evil presence immediately. Like, and I'm not saying that I'm like this divine person. It was just an initial bad feeling. And now we find this out, and it's like, again, you know, all of our instincts, Tamara had many early on and voiced them to some, and probably now we know we have to be even louder about it, because I knew that night, and I don't care that they didn't. What I care about is how these same cabal of people are affecting the movement now. You know, one of the reasons I'm doing Return to Covfefe is, yeah, because I want our fam to have a meetup, right? Again, so people can see. But it's also my way of trying to energize people in California and for the House. So it's a House and California candidates, so we can get people excited and getting ready to vote. I mean, it would be much easier to literally just have, hey guys, let's meet up at a restaurant, everybody come out, let's go to the beach and hang out. This is, you know, these meetups, these things that they say, them, whatever you want to call them, they're work. These are events. These aren't, like Glenn was saying, you don't go out thinking, you know, that you'd rather be doing something else. Like, all of us, let's just fly into Glenn's farm and we can go shooting practice and we can do other things. But this is one of my ways of contributing. So, you know, everybody has their unique thing. And that's why I was so irritated about it, is because of that. And Dilly, and this just layer after layer after layer with these people. I do hope that there are some people that we're never going to gain back from the Q movement, probably. They're just going to be, they always probably want to be in conspiracy theory. And then there's other people that, given a little time, thank goodness it's now, and we're still, 85 or 83 days away from midterms. They might come back into the fold, especially when Trump is going to be, like Obi says, 6 times a week, as he said, doing rallies. That will get people more engaged again. And so, because Trump is engaging, so that will take the focus. And I just want to say I appreciate, for those of you who maybe don't know Tamara, she is a really active person, and in politics she's taught me a lot in a very short amount of time. In fact, I haven't even told her I'm getting involved in a couple more meetings that I'm going to. I just didn't necessarily know where to get involved or how to get involved, besides my local congressman's race. But that is a big race. I mean, kid you not, that my congressman, who's been in there for a long time, he's facing a severe challenger, and they're pouring lots of money in. And I've been getting a lot of, in my school email of all places, because it sits in that district, I got a ton of notices from the other person's campaigns, which I thought was interesting because I didn't think that was theoretically allowed. So I'm going to be looking into that. So, I mean, I think that all of us in our own way just need to get active in whatever way we can. And what's good for me is, if you don't know how to get involved, even though Tamara's in, California, you guys can reach out to her. If you don't know her, reach out to me or Glenn. And she's very good, and she's very informative about telling you, hey, do this, or this is maybe where you can get involved. Or if you can only give a small amount of money, then just give money, right? If that's all you have time for, or you feel comfortable with. Sometimes it's not a lot with candidates. Sometimes they need $20 from, if they have 15 followers that each give 10 or 15 or $20, that's a lot for them, for what they need.
Yeah, and candidates always need money. Like right now, well, the date's probably already passed, but just as a small example, like the candidates here in California, at least, the deadline just passed or is passing to file their candidate statements. Here in California, I have the list here for a lot of the candidate statements. Depending on what district they're in, these candidate statements run into the thousands of dollars. So if somebody's filing even in a small district, their candidate statement could be like $4,200. If you have somebody running in a small assembly district, I mean, some of these candidate statements can cost. Well, sorry, I have the book here, and I lost the page earlier when we stopped talking about this stuff. Yeah, well, anyway, just to give you an example. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I just want to give you a couple of specific examples. So, like, here, one of them's $4,400 in one district here for them to file their candidate statement. This is what goes in the in those pamphlets that get mailed out about the candidate. So you'll see like every candidate that's running, every voter gets these. So it gives you like a summary about that candidate. And this is the best advertising that they get because it literally goes out to every resident in the district. So you have these things run into the thousands of dollars. It's not per word. It's here. I mean, somebody who wants to run in a community college district, it's $5,600.
Yep. I was just say that, Tamara. It's $5,600 for a community college district.
Yeah. $5,600 for a community college district, but if you want to run for assembly or for a state senate, it could be $4,400 or $3,200. Each district is different. And yesterday I was at the registrar of voters office, and they were telling me the reason why. It's how many. They have their justifications. It didn't make any sense to me, but how many they have to print out. How many voters they have in that district or whatever. And I'm sitting there looking at the woman just thinking this is ridiculous, but I let her run through her whole justification of this. But these things run into the thousands of dollars. So if you have a candidate that you believe in your district, they always have these expenses, whether it's their candidate statement, whether it's flyers, whether it's mailers, there's always something. So if you have $20 that you can give a candidate, they always need your $20. Always, because it is very, very expensive to run for office.
Hi guys, it's the princess.
Oh, hey.
Hi, lovely ladies. How are you on this wonderful evening? Thank you, Glenn, and hi,
There's
Obi.
my girl.
Hi, Obi. I just wanted to make a comment on that. Today, Judge Bailey had a luncheon fundraiser, and I I kind of like did a retort. I got the information from Tamara and some other people that are really high in the Kratos people, which is my husband's company, and that fully support. Plus, I'm getting it from Defense Shot, who I went through my CCW through El Dorado County, which Judge Bailey is from. So he had a big lunch today, and it was like $500 per seat to do the luncheon. And I was really disappointed that they hold these things during the week. Otherwise, I would have gone. But Bailey is making strides. I've talked to several of the agents within the last couple of weeks, and they're like, Judge Bailey. And then I'm like, okay, this is the guy that's running against Becerra. And they're like, oh, we're totally, completely in. So on a inside DOJ information with personnel, even though we're facing this, massive exodus, it looks good from what I can see. I can't tell you what's going on down south. I can only tell you here locally, which is the northern. So, but I just wanted to add that input on it. So, but Tamara, you're right, spot on.
My goodness. Well,
my OB.
No, it depends on where you are down south, I guess, right?
I think Bailey, I don't know. I know that I've had conversations with Adam regarding Bailey, and the issue is he needs money. I mean, if anything, he is the one that needs the most money. And then I think a lot from some of the reactions of the agents that I'm getting, they're like, Judge Bailey, and I'm like, that's going to be your future boss. And they're like, oh, okay. So it's like word of mouth internally within the organization or the department, and then getting out the money drive for, and then we'll see how the pollings go, because pollings won't happen until after Labor Day for Bailey.
Hopefully Bailey's like the sleeper.
I'm hoping
that sneaks in on the coattails of the Cox that doesn't quite win, but he ends up pulling Bailey over the line.
Well,
I saw some really impressive
more activity down here for Cox. I got like 3 emails from a lady that she was pretty active here in the primaries last year. She's like heading up Cox's campaign, I guess, in this area, along with doing something for Mimi Walters. She's out of that like a little bit north of me. And I've been getting lots of regular emails from her because of, I think, from the primary from Donald Trump, his group.
Yeah. People are all in for Cox. I mean, every single Republican.
Her handle, Glenn, you'd love, is Reagan Patriot, because her prime time of what she used to do, she's been big in politics. She's probably like a Tamara, but much older now, she was a Reagan person. And so, I'm seeing more activity, which is somebody in another room said, oh, Cox isn't doing anything. He's not going to get out.
Always remember, Jen, this is the quote unquote dog days of summer at this point right now.
Yes.
It is. And you know what John Cox has been doing that I find a very interesting tactic. So here in California, we're having massive problems with DMV, and because we're changing over to those real driver's license, the DMVs, I know the DMVs have been massively backed up, where people have to wait like 6 hours at the DMV in line to even be seen. So what he has been doing is he has been campaigning at DMV. He's been taking coolers full of water, and while people are in line for 6 hours at DMV, he's going there and meeting and talking to people while they're in line at DMV. I find that interesting.
Sounds better than the Home Depot strategy.
Well, right. It's laugh, but the DMVs here, even with an appointment, you're in line for like 4 to 6 hours.
No, that's exactly it. People are making appointments and still sitting there for like 6 hours. Yeah. And so the other day he was at DMV, I think somewhere in Los Angeles, maybe Long Beach, and he met a Holocaust survivor, and they still made him wait for 6 hours. Okay. And so, talk about marketing. I mean, look, I just think this is I think it's atrocious that a Holocaust survivor had to sit at DMV for 6 hours, but you want to talk about, a great campaign strategy. You take a cooler of cold water to a DMV waiting room and then start sympathizing with the people who have to sit there, and you talk about what you would do differently as governor. Yeah. I think that's actually quite smart.
Yeah. Every single person you give that water bottle to is a new voter.
Yeah, because they're registering OB right then and there sometimes.
Right then and there, exactly. Motor voter. Right. That's where the rubber meets the road, right?
Yeah, I thought it was good too, Tamara. I'm glad you brought it up. I was thinking about it, and I posted that in some of the other chat rooms. Like, guys, yeah, he's not going to do, I try to explain to people, like, they want to see out of him like a Trump-style rally. That is not John Cox. No. I mean, he may do a few, but that's really not his personality, and I think it would be detrimental to him. He's not Travis Allen, who had that ability to
because he's not going to draw those crowds. And his whole campaign message is the forgotten Californian. So he's going to where Californians are treated badly. He's been going up and down the central part of California where the farmers are. He's going to DMV. He's going to all the bad places, where people are miserable. And then he's sitting and talking to them and bringing them things. He's bringing them water. He's bringing them sandwiches. He's bringing them, and his slogan is "Help is on the way." I think it's brilliant. I just think it's brilliant.
Tamara, I couldn't agree more. And then the video of him doing pull-ups
Yeah.
on the beach. My God, that guy has got some more stamina than I have ever seen. So yeah, I couldn't see Newsom pulling that crap.
Guys, for our audience who doesn't know, there was this video, I think it was on Sunday, and he said, taking some time off with my family, down enjoying a nice beach day. And literally they have like the metal chin up and pull up bars at wherever he was at this park. And they scoped it and videoed it. And this guy, this guy was doing like a number of these intensive, was it pull-ups? Well, and chin-ups, right? I guess are the same. I don't know, but all I know is that. But I just felt I felt like a big blob. I'm like, I can't even do one right now. Like that is just, and he's not a young guy. So
no, I was waiting for you to finish, and I was going to say I'm really bad at guessing people's age, so I don't even like to try. I've seen him in person a whole lot of times. I would not even be able to guess his age. How old would you say he is?
I would say 68.
I was going to say
late 50s.
Yeah,
65. That's what I was going to say.
I'm way off.
How old is he?
I don't know. He's older, but I don't know exactly how old he is. I don't know. Maybe there's a Wikipedia that would tell you, but he's older.
Checks it out. But yeah, he's been going into neighborhoods like that you wouldn't think he'd go into, OB, like with the homeless mess in downtown LA, and like talking to business owners who literally have the homeless people like laying in front, piling up where they're trying to have their business. So this is hurt, like especially down where Brian gets off the train down there in downtown businesses. There's these front store shops, just like OB you would see in New York City or any city. And on the main roads, they've got homeless tents. And so people don't want to walk right on these streets and do window shopping and go into the shops or food because they have homeless there. So he's actually been going there. And like I saw him talking to some business owners and saying, we need to come up with a solution for this. And so, right, because they're taking away foot traffic from businesses.
Wait, when you say homeless tents, is that what you said?
Yes, tents.
No, we don't. Tents.
Yeah, like camping tents, because the homeless
no,
are in
we
California.
Don't have that shit in New York.
They create little tent cities wherever they want because the cities don't enforce it.
That's you're run by communist retards.
Well, is New York City your governor? He doesn't allow it, or is it too cold? See, Obi, I think it's because it's too cold.
Yeah, because we have winter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's because
who the fuck wants to be homeless when it's 0 degrees out in the winter and when it's 100 degrees with 200% humidity in the summer?
Yeah, that's why.
Why not just go where it's 70 degrees year round? I mean,
yeah.
If I were homeless, that's where I would go too. I would jump on a fucking train and go there.
Actually,
if I had to.
New York officials for about 20 or 30 years, their solution to the homeless problem, and I'm kidding you not, is to buy them one-way bus tickets to San Francisco.
Exactly.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That has been a policy for at least 20 years.
Yeah, it's not uncommon that they bus in the mentally ill and they dump them off. I mean, we would get on ride-alongs in Placer County. We would get them, and then we would literally drive them to the following county and drop them off. Have a nice day.
Right, but New York City has been doing it when it gets cold out. They offer all of the homeless scum a one-way bus ticket to San Francisco. And they take it. Most of them will take it. And there's like it's like a migratory pattern, like pigeons. Pigeons are rats with wings, but even pigeons have a migratory pattern. So the homeless have a migratory pattern. They want to hit the Big Apple. They do a nice cross-county thing in the spring, hang in New York City till around like October, November, and then have the city pay for their bus ticket back to San Francisco, where they can live in squalor, defecating all over themselves on the street, on Market Street.
Yeah,
so you guys can enjoy
shooting
it.
up right on Main Street or whatever.
Right. I mean, there's nothing greater to be a California moron paying, $1.5 million for a 1-bedroom shithole apartment in San Francisco. But the perks are you get to see homeless people injecting heroin into their penis every morning when you go to your job. So don't complain, California people. There are some silver linings to your situation.
Make sure you have like Kevlar body armor built into your shoes so you don't step onto a dirty needle.
Oh yeah, man. I see the stupid hippies in New York City wearing flip-flops out on the street, but in California, you'd have to be fool number one not to wear any kind of footwear that doesn't have at least 1 or 2 inches of rubber. Right?
Glenn, every time you say more,
fucking steel shank. That's what I'm talking about.
You know who I'm talking about. All of you California people have been to San Francisco, I'm sure. And when you're there, they're these like white liberal idiots. It looks like they haven't not been high
they got the
for like 20 years. Yeah, they're just like always stoned. And that constitutes, there's like all kinds of undesirable types of voters.
And look what happens. You extend that time period out long enough, like you always say, and you end up with homeless people shitting on the street, shooting up and leaving dirty needles on the ground.
The funny thing is when you go to other libtard enclaves in California, like Santa Cruz, they're all stupid libs. Most of them are, but they're pretty Nazi-like when it comes to enforcing zoning rules and sleeping on the street. Because the people in Santa Cruz are real liberals, that they want everyone to have to eat the shit sandwich except them. They want the San Francisco people, or I'm saying, are so crazy that
these are the people that run our fucking tech companies.
Right, because they live in gated communities or they live on estates where no one can touch them. But if I ever got some power and say if I could ever get elected in a powerful role in California, it would be purely as a destructive force where I would work to change all the laws so that rich people can't kick off these scum from their estates. Like I would actually do some joke thing, like try to get homeless people actually classified as endangered species so that nobody could do anything to stop their activities, and then encourage these.
You can't get rid of them. They're endangered species.
Right, because that's what I was telling a cop in San Francisco when I almost punched one of these homeless motherfuckers in the face when he came into a pizzeria and started harassing women and children. And then he looked like he was putting his filthy hands on everyone's food, and no one said anything. No one did anything. And I didn't know that California had made these people like the dodo bird, like if you even like shooting a bald eagle or something like that. I didn't know. So when he came over to my table, I stood up and I said, "It's time to leave, motherfucker." And I'm toning down what I actually said. What I actually said uses words that would get me banned from everything. But I told him, in essence, now is the time your wretched life is over. I am going to fucking snap your neck, you motherfucker. And I started to approach him. I was ready to twist his head off, and he fled. And then everyone, all the California little cuck people, all started clapping. They all started clapping. And then because I'm such a prince, I'm such a fucking prince among men, I started yelling at them how weak they were and where the fuck were they? And then one of the women came up to me and told me the reason is you don't know. I said, "We assume you're from out of town." because we're all afraid to even look at these homeless people because we'll be arrested. I was like, I just looked at it, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Now, this was like 1990 something, right? This was like in the 90s, late 90s. So I can only imagine what it's like now, Opie.
It's the same, pathology where you can't, call out an Islamist, a radical Islamic, rape gang, because you might get thrown to jail if you report on it.
Well, I would say that a lot of California, these smug elite, Democrats definitely suffer from not in my backyard-ism.
Yeah, right.
Because
that's why if I was the governor, I'd make them go in their backyard.
Well, yeah, Malibu.
Most completely controlled areas.
Absolutely. Malibu is a perfect example of this, right? So Malibu, the smug white liberals in Malibu, they vote for and they advocate, all of this filth existing not in their backyard. But in Thanksgiving, they shut down a church that wanted to feed the homeless in their community. So because it was drawing homeless people in to be fed.
Right.
That's Malibu for you.
Yeah, and
right, but that's every place where liberals are prominent. It's not just California. Wherever liberalism,
they virtue signal.
Right. So that's just an example, but they very much suffer from not in my backyard. So they want these policies for you, not for me. Yeah.
Well, it's how I equate it too. It's like all of the Hollywood people, the movie producers, the famous people that you guys would know of, if they don't live in like Malibu, like Tamara's saying, they live in another area here called Palos Verdes Estates and which is huge. That's where Trump has his golf club here. There's a reason, because it's absolutely gorgeous, but it's super strict. It's like Glenn is saying, it's like the way they are in their communities. It's almost like communism. But it's the same thing with Paul Ryan. He's like, oh, no, we don't need borders. Meanwhile, he's got some huge castle wall around his property. I mean, it's the same thing. He's living in the middle of farm country with a big wall around his mansion.
Right.
But,
and who does his landscaping, I wonder.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's just it's always the virtue signaling. It's like, no, we don't need it. We don't need a wall. We don't need this. But meanwhile, and we have the Pope screaming at us how bad walls are, and they're behind the Vatican wall. I mean, it's insane. It's absolutely. So I wanted to ask Obi or Glenn, because I have two devices and I had one listening to Adam and then one in the Vimeo chat.
Ginger McQueen is live. What is she doing?
She needs to come on ours.
I know.
My queen. My queen. My queen.
I want to hear about what Dilly was saying in the chat, in the Periscope. Was he melting down?
No, he was an ass.
No, he's gonna double down. He's obviously, using the communist SJW tactics. He's not a communist, but he's using their same tactics. I mean, he might as well be.
Dilly, I don't think of all of the group, I think Dilly is the least implicated with the Q LARP. And you can tell by his behavior. His behavior, he's setting himself up to be the guy after this thing completely explodes spectacularly. He's going to be the one saying, and that's what I told you. We've just got to support the president. He's going to be that guy, I'm telling you guys. He's going to be that guy. He may even decide to leave Your Voice America. I think he's watching carefully to see what his popularity. I mean, his scopes are doing about 3,000 or 4,000 plays.
He's putting his finger up and seeing which way the wind is blowing.
Right, because he never made $1 off the QLARP. If anything, if I was Brendan Dilly, I would feel cheated because he was the original, fake.
Well, yeah,
fake intel drop guy.
He got, he got the inside info from Ann Vanderhoor that the Trump family people told him to. Oh, don't worry, stay with Q. Stay Q is real, right?
Right. I mean, but he never made money off it, is what I'm saying. See, Tracy Diaz,
he sees people making $10, $20, $30,000 a month, and he's like, "What in the fuck is going on?" I missed.
He's not. Look, my point is, of course, yes, of course, but is that a point that's even like? What my point is he was doing Q before Q, and he never got $1. All the money he raised is gone. It was for that campaign. It was FEC regulated, so he couldn't even enrich himself. So it's like, dude, watching, if you have no money and you see every other dipshit raising cash left and right, You've got Tracy Bean saying, "Oh, Adam Gingrich is a fucking asshole," saying I'm making $9,000 a month, at Patreon. I'm only making a measly $4,600 a month on Patreon.
I'm only making $4,600 every half month.
Whatever, yeah, exactly. But I mean, she's making more. She's making $5,000 more a month than Dilly is, and Dilly is the progenitor of this entire thing. He's the one who showed everyone the way, right? I mean, look, on the seriousness scale, Brendan Dilly is 1,000,000 times more serious than any of these other motherfuckers who are now making $5,000 or $10,000 a month. How do I say it? Because Brendan Dilly actually ran for Congress. Okay, he fucked up, but he actually ran. He got the paperwork in. He somehow stayed on the ballot. Well, out of luck mainly. We know the real story. It's not worth repeating here. But I mean, that's substantial. How many people can say I've run for Congress? Very few, right? How many people can say they ran for Congress and the FEC never investigated them, right? That's even fewer. So he basically gave away the farm on how to do the Dilly Drops. Dilly Drops became the QAnon phenomenon. Yes, QAnon started before the Dilly Drops, but you could see, I've been saying this for months now, it looks like Q has gone through 2, maybe 3 different iterations with different hands holding it. So the first iteration has now been exposed by Jack Posobiec, and it's that guy. What the fuck is his name?
Brower, I think.
Brower, yes. This kid. So it's a kid. He looks like he's in his late 20s. They're calling him a kid. But okay, I guess that just shows how old the rest of us are. So there's this guy, Brower, all right? He looks like the guy who started the LARP. Then the second phase of Q, I think, is the one that really built it up as a Intel drop machine. And then the third phase of Q turned it into a pseudo-religion. That's how I see the time progression. The flavoring is changed, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Adam will be here in a few minutes. Excellent. So at the end of this process, you see Brendan Dilly, who was doing the most, when Q was at its height, was during the second phase, before it became a pseudo-religion, when it actually was trying to tell people, I'm a government insider, I've got the super secret handshake intel drops, and here it is, baby. You're going to get the unvarnished truth.
People were hungry for that.
And they were eating it up.
People were, I mean, it's like a social experiment. That's what people want. People want all these, all these people to go to jail, And Q is
but he was, but the Q continuum was pushing out obviously fake intel drops, but intel drops. It was before the intel drops turned into these weird pseudo-religious, pseudo-Christian kind of like messaging, like Tony Robbins style messaging. Someone here was saying, I can't remember who's saying it to me. Did I see it on a DM? Did I see it in the comments? Whoever it is, I wish I was 20 years younger. I'd remember that you told me this. But whoever it is, I salute you, because they pointed out to me that Brendan Dilly, if you analyze him, is basically a disciple of the Tony Robbins school of life coaching, where you're saying these you say inane things like, you'll know you will know you have arrived when you are there. You see? But I mean, we laugh at it. We fucking laugh at it. But I know if I wanted to, I could create my own religion. I could, because I understand how to manipulate people like that. I could do it, and I could be very successful, and I could make a lot of money, and I could have 20, 30 different girlfriends, and I could fuck their moms too in front of them, just like all these crazy people do. The only thing keeping me from doing it is I have an understanding that at the time of my death, all of these activities, not so much what I'm thinking, what I've done, I will be judged on that. Right? So that's what keeps me honest, is knowing the system is created. Nothing is lost in this process, right? So if you are going to do something like that, you will have to pay for it later. And I don't see it as worthwhile to do it. That said, I can recognize in others when they're doing it. And when you see these people like Tony Robbins, there was some discussion Adam was doing today on the show. We were talking about it on MNN 2 days ago about the cold reading, which is a technique that con artists use to convince people they can read their mind. But it's complete bullshit, right? It's complete bullshit. Harry Houdini spent the better part of his adult life fighting all of this fakery, this balderdash, which we now call bullshit. He wrote whole books about balderdash and how he was against it. What is balderdash? What did Houdini see? What he saw was con artist techniques applied to separating people from their money by using their goodness and their emotional state, usually a bad emotional state, against them. You just lost your mother. You just lost your brother. You just lost your husband. A con artist will select someone like that, and they will prey on them, thus praying mantis, right? They will prey on them. They meet someone like me who's angry and belligerent and super paranoid because I'm always looking for people to rip me off, people to fuck me over. I'm the last person the con artist will come to, because I will find you out, and I will bring you to the court, and I will destroy you like I did this asshole who screwed up my Zycast project. Sure, the project ended up going nowhere, but he has been completely financially destroyed. He's living behind a strip club in Yonkers, New York, beaten, crushed, and that's the way I play the game. But how many people have given to Praying Mantis? How many people have given to all these characters? And now they know they've been ripped. What are these Q people going to do, Obi, in a month when they all know they were completely victimized? Do you think they're going to be energized to go vote for the president? Or are they going to go back to where they came, that cave where they haven't voted in 30 years? And Obi's not there.
Dilly's mom. Yeah, Dilly's mom.
Dilly's mom is a Tony Robbins disciple.
Yeah,
she's a self-help. And there's pictures. Dilly's mom is another self-help person.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But it's not really self-help, motherfucker. If you want to help yourself, that is fantastic. And if there are people who will help you become a better person, that is even better. But my experience in this world is that anyone who charges you to become a better person is probably not going to be the guy or gal that's going to make you a better person. They're there to take your money. And yes, I'm talking about psychology in general. I think the whole concept of a therapeutic society only makes sense in the modern world where people, like my apartment building in New York City is the ultimate example of what's wrong with the modern world. I live in a building that probably has a couple thousand people in it, but we are all piled on top of each other, and so we never talk to each other. It's like everyone is shell-shocked. And so you have to pay somebody to give a shit about your problems. This is the so-called therapeutic society, in my opinion. People are welcome to their own opinions. I'm not saying that psychoanalysis is bullshit. Talking to somebody is the most effective way of changing who you are. I just find it sad, that in the modern world, we're so disconnected from each other and from people that are important in our lives that we have to pay somebody who's probably more fucked up than we are. My estimation, remember, my dad was a scientist. He was a member of the academy. Everybody that came over to the house for dinner was a PhD in psychology and chemistry and physics and cell biology. And I can tell you, my father would often say when the psychiatrists and the psychologists came over, and I would say, after they left, I said, Dad, that guy was really fucked up. And he'd go, of course he is. Of course he is. He's a psychiatrist. Like, of course, you didn't know that? Like, it was my stupidity for being surprised by it. Like, what are you, stupid? Of course he is. He's a psychiatrist. So,
well,
I don't know.
I want to give my uneducated, non-PhD opinion on this. As far as helping yourself, and the best way in my opinion. If you want to help yourself, if you don't feel good about yourself, you got low self-esteem, whatever, you don't have to pay someone to make you feel better about yourself. Just go out and be a service to other people. Go out and do something nice for someone else. Get out of your own head, get out of your own narcissism or whatever it is you think is wrong about you, and go and do something for someone else. And do that repeatedly.
You know, Tamara, in the 70s.
Go be a service to your community and be a service to someone else.
That's
and
right.
eventually you'll feel better about yourself.
And it was actually, let's talk about California in the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It was California. People in California sort of set a national trend during those decades that if you have problems in your own life, the best thing to do is go volunteer at a soup kitchen. Right, and serve homeless people. And we were doing that even in the 80s. And it does give you a different perspective on life, because all of your big problems that you think are so huge and insurmountable, go talk to homeless motherfuckers for 6 hours, and suddenly all your problems seem kind of small.
Yeah. Yeah, we have these veterans homes, right? I volunteer at a veterans home. Go volunteer at a veterans home and then come and tell me about how hard your life is. I challenge anybody. You don't feel like a good person, or you feel like your life is lacking or whatever. Go be of service to other people and then come back and let's talk about it.
It's not a bad thing, but I could go on and on. The problem now is that the tax system is so confiscatory that the concept of charity has been all but destroyed, because the majority of Americans feel like it's the government is now taken on so much that the people expect the government should be doing everything now. And so they feel it's an imposition when someone asks for donation to a private charity. If you flip it 60 years ago, the government wasn't doing anything and private charities were doing everything. And guess what? With a private group, more of the dollars donated go to the intended. When the government's doing it, you're lucky to get 3 cents out of the dollar going to the homeless, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what happens when government gets involved in something, usually?
It becomes as ineffective as you can imagine.
Yeah. I mean, inefficient.
It also becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy to the would-be donor that they see how corrupt when the government gets involved is, so they feel better about not donating, period. And that's the world we live in today, where people will only donate on a whim. But it's not like charity starts at home, was how I was taught in the 60s, right? But now that's gone. And it's charity is whenever you see something on the internet that emotionally tugs a heartstring, then you might toss $5 and then you'll go smoke some pot and play video games for 9 hours.
Yeah. Like the Democrats donating what, $500,000 to fucking Peter Strzok.
Yeah. But I mean, the people are looking at that. I'm glad you brought that up, Obi, and thinking, oh, this is some groundswell of support. Of course it's not. They created an account for donation, and then Soros and those type of people, probably 30 or 40 people, put all the money in there.
It used to be you'd write a book or get put on like some sort of a board member of some sort of corporation. Now they just set up a GoFundMe for you and give you like $500,000.
Yeah, because it's fake. It's more astroturfing. It's more gaslighting. Remember when Obama, in his second time he ran for president, they were finding all of these fake PayPal accounts from the Middle East, and that's illegal, by the way, for an American campaign to accept foreign donors. But they found millions and millions and millions of dollars coming from foreigners, and nothing was done about it. And do you really think that they're real people in the Palestinian territories to vote for Obama? Which seems more likely to you? That Obama was super, super popular in Gaza, and the Gazans who have nothing, they have nothing, would find time to send hundreds of thousands of dollars to Barack Obama, or that Soros and 4 other motherfuckers were manipulating the system. Which seems more likely to you? And when you see Peter Strzok, who's the most unlikable person.
It's a good way around, political donations. You pay a Gazan $5 and tell them, here, donate, $500 or whatever. We'll give you $5. And then you can keep doing it over and over and over again, and you'll keep getting your $5.
But I mean, you're absolutely right. And I think that the degeneracy of our times is that Adam Gingrich tried to create a super PAC where no one would make any money off it. And all Brendan Dilley can talk about is how somehow we enriched ourselves with a $6,000 golf vacation. Yeah. And I was fair. Listen, I was fair with him.
Check your FEC reports. So how about those, right? And
but I mean, look, if you check the FEC reports and there's some malfeasance, the FEC, because you've made the report, is going to call you out on it and possibly fine you and possibly jail you. That's how serious it is. So rather than have someone ask, what is...
You're a conservative.
Yeah, well, rather than actually, it doesn't matter, liberal or conservative. The FEC, if you don't follow their rules, you're going to get fined or you're going to get put in prison. Yeah. That's how it works. So if you're going to cheat with the FEC, you have to be extraordinarily good at it, right? And so here's the thing. You do a fundraiser, like Jen is doing Covfefe Fest 2. You need to pay for the venue. You need to pay for the food and beverage. You need to pay for music if you're going to have music, parking attendants, security, and all of that.
Security.
And that's what we did in Florida. We did a fundraiser in some super rich part of Florida, and we spent about $6,000 to get the venue. It was some resort. All I was told by Adam, it was some Shishi resort that the thing was going to take place at. I did not attend. Right? I did not go to this resort, nor did I spend the PAC's money to fly.
You were busy doing that fantastic Periscope from the balcony of your hotel room.
Maybe that tracks. I don't remember the timing exactly, but I didn't go. All I know is that I think Adam went. There were 2 people from the PAC that went. Adam and someone to assist him. Everyone else found their own way there. And maybe we might have reimbursed for some hotels. But we asked people not to stay at the super exclusive hotel to find some cheaper place a couple miles away, like a Motel 6. Mm-hmm. Anyhow, somehow that's been spun into Adam and Brian having like a $6,000 golf vacation. And that's spurious. It's not true. But why would he continue to say this? It's libelous is what it is. And I was fair to him. I think Adam is here. I was fair to him when he was doing his campaign and people were asking me about his FEC, and I would look at his FEC filings and I said, I'm looking at it and I can't see anything that jumps out at me as criminal. But, that said, the fact that he raised all that money and only got less than 1% of the vote in itself might be criminal in a, not in a literal way, but in a figurative way. Raising all that money with so little result is kind of a scam, right? But
holy crap,
fuck
I
him.
Just got
fuck this
in the
guy.
Same room with Adam. Holy, I'm bowing down. I'm bowing down. The
give me a break,
princess.
man.
Try to.
Oh my God.
Try to not.
That's pineapple.
Oh, pineapple. Okay.
Adam's
mix
Adam's
up
on
my
the path today.
The hooker.
Yeah, I know.
The
If it was,
hooker is in awe right now. The hooker is
if
in
it
awe.
was anyone, if it was anyone else,
I'm in the pen with the Cali girls.
That's right.
It's true.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we needed to even out the the ratio here.
Yeah, we're seeing equity.
Between Glenn, Obi, and Adam, I am in awe right now. Holy crap.
Hey,
Okay.
I am
Everyone's
all
on
about
now.
low standards. And thank you, Dulce. Thank
My pleasure.
you.
It's an honor.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So we were talking.
Wow, this is more awkward than Brendan
Yeah.
Daly nipple ring.
Yes.
So
We were
while Glenn's adjusting the screen, can I say something before Adam catches everyone up on his
I've caught everybody up on everything. I've been on for hours. So you go ahead, Tim.
well people were mentioning in the chat while we were talking about charities and ones that only give like pennies on the dollar. So I wanted to mention a few that I think are good charities if people want to give money. Obviously during an election time, giving money directly to candidates is good, but if you're looking for charities to support, the NRA is a good one. The Family Research Count. Well, the NRA is not a charity, I should say.
Yeah.
An activist group, the NRA. The Family Research Council, the American Family Association. They obviously support like family-related issues, promotion of the traditional family, non-abortion, stuff like that. So, and the ACLJ, the American Center for Law and Justice, they're always looking for
Jay
donations.
Sekulows thing.
Exactly. He's always supporting, causes. He's trying to help that pastor. He's got a whole lot of things that you don't really see his group doing, like in the background. They're always looking for donations.
They won all those giant cases against the IRS.
Right. Yes. And they do a lot of activism that you may not always hear Jay Sekulow talking about publicly. And a lot of charity work. So they're always looking for donations as well. So those are three groups that I just wanted to mention that do a lot of really good work.
Let me piggyback on that a little bit and say that he gets a lot of flack for not addressing some of that stuff, but he can't because it threatens his nonprofit religious exempt status. Right. But there's no one that fights for Christianity worldwide more than what Sekulow has been doing for a long time. So the fact that he's kind of constrained a little bit on what he's doing for his radio show, what he's doing as a member of Trump's legal team, doesn't detract or take away from what he's been doing for a number of years. And the biggest knock on Jay has been, bringing family members into the matrix and paying them. Well, you know what? As Glenn and Brian, we've learned anytime you enter into a nonprofit that is registered with the government, you want it to be family. If not family, you want it to be friends that are as close as family, so that there's just no disagreement. So I think it's really a cheap shot against Jay to attack him for that. And certainly they've been efficient and they've been effective. So I wholeheartedly endorse that.
I like Jordan. He's great.
Yeah, but what you're watching is Jordan on the radio, which has nothing to do with what actually is going on with the foundation side, which is his wife and maybe a daughter or something like that, or daughter-in-law. So he's been subject to a lot of liberal attacks. If you don't know, what Jay has done for quite some time is deal not with political issues, but with religious issues and protecting Christians from being persecuted. Mm-hmm. And I think that's mainly what Tamara's talking about here is his work in that fold.
Well, if liberals are attacking it, then
that is a healthy attitude.
Stand with it fully.
That is a healthy attitude, a barometer, if you will, what's right or wrong.
Yeah, there was I think he was a military chaplain who was being court-martialed. I might have my details a little bit skewed on this one, so don't quote me, but Jay Sekulow's group, and I believe the American Research Council had kind of collaborated on protecting this military chaplain's his religious freedom, his rights, because these atheists were coming after him. He's a military chaplain, for crying out loud. And they were trying to have him court-martialed. So that's the kind of stuff that his group does. Not the part of him that you see where he goes on Fox News and he's talking about the president politics, but his organization, the part that you don't ever see that he never talks about, that's what I was referring to as protecting Christian rights, and protecting Christians that these militant atheists are trying to go after and ruin their lives. His group really tries to protect those people and protect our Christian freedoms. So
kudos to anybody willing to engage in that, because frankly the media will piss all over you. You might as well say something about white genocide in South Africa. I mean, really, they just will shit all over you the second you say it. But in actuality, Coptic Christians in the Middle East have been under attack for decades, and now it's been exponentially worse over and over and over again. And it seems like a lot of sympathizers in Yemen, it's just very odd to me. I'm not one here to tell you that Saudi Arabian, social and civil rights are in a good position, but I will tell you one thing: it ain't no good in Yemen. And what they're doing to Christians on a daily basis, and how that's kind of bleeding over into other parts of the Middle Eastern dialogue is just wrong. I mean, we've had a lot of attacks in Libya and Egypt on Christians, and nobody's willing to stand up for them. And certainly under Obama, we saw that they were in fact put at the back of the pack as as refugees. I mean, they were literally being persecuted, and they couldn't get in the country.
Leave it to the left-wing media to defend the Yemen and the Iran and the Hezbollah.
Absolutely. But again, like I was saying earlier on the Discord chat, I mean, how wonderful is it that we have the Cuomo brothers to put this all in perspective for us? I mean, really, how is it that the governor can just come out and say, we're not making America great again, because it was never that great to begin with? I mean, that is like, what I thought they were, I know they're dumb, but I thought they were too smart to ever repeat that. I know that was something that they said during the campaign. A couple of people got caught saying it, but this is making a real a point of divergence.
Did you see Trump's tweet about that?
Yeah, I heard about it. I have not read it. Yeah,
it's in all caps.
Maybe smooch style.
Look at it. It's in all caps, and it just says Cuomo didn't think America was ever great again, or something like that. I mean, it's like,
so we should be thankful that these people are actually making it a referendum on whether or not you care about the country.
Yeah.
So
like, throw me in the briar patch.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled to have the Cortezes, the Sanders, and the Cuomos just pushing this narrative so far to the left. A matter of weeks before a midterm. I think it's a good thing for us. But I hope Jen and Tamara in particular, you guys picked up on what I was saying earlier tonight, is that people need to wake up to the fact that California is home, ground zero. Internally, we've been saying this for quite some time, but we have to hold these seats, and not only hold these seats, we need to win one or two that we're not expected to win in order to have a chance to hold on to the majority. So
well, there's another guy, Adam. I was going to send you Sean Flynn, and he's running out near San Bernardino area. I forget whose seat, because from what I've gotten in talking, this is now the third person. I haven't had a chance to catch Tamara up. They feel that we have a high probability of losing ISIS seat because of the demographic change. As B had been noticing, they put in a ton of all that in that district, because it's split. They've put a ton of, while I would say there's more soccer moms and stuff in the Orange County side, in her side, they've put in a ton on the San Diego side. I'm in the Orange County, so that district is split. They've put in a ton of low-income housing. And she's been mentioning that has taken over. And I actually talked to another person down there, because also that area includes Camp Pendleton, which most, if they do vote, but the people in that area are generally voting R. But around there, near Camp Pendleton and down where she is, they've put in a ton of this, low income, lots of housing. So I keep hearing the demographics has changed. So they're now looking at picking up another seat by this gentleman named Sean Flynn. I didn't know if you've heard of him. He's
No.
come up a couple times. Okay.
But
Yeah,
let me tell you what to do. I'm going to put this, I'm going to memorialize this, and it'll be used against me and other people, but I don't care. It's kind of a tutorial on what to do, and I think Tamara's going through all of this learning process now, working with the state and local GOP, which they're not going to put this in a binder. They're not going to put this in a fact sheet for you. What you do is, if you have areas like HUD areas or some emerging low-income housing, Section 8 housing, what you do is you send GOP workers in there, and you have clipboards, and you go to all the houses that are not registered voters and or newly registered voters that are Democrats, Independents, or otherwise. And what you do is you let them know that they're there. You ask them if they're planning on voting on election day. Ask them if they're allowed to vote, if they're aware that they're registered properly or not. Ask them about their status as a citizen. Now they can complain and call the police. There's nothing to do about it. But what you're doing is you're planting the seed that should they arrive at that polling place and there be any impropriety at all, or even if they're allowed to vote, and that's where we get into this whole, you're suppressing the vote kind of thing. Not really, and you're not going to convict me of it, but I'm just telling you hypothetically what should be done. And that is, when you have districts like that, where you have an area that's drawn into it, like that's how you deal with it. I mean, these people do not want to risk getting arrested or having their lives interrupted merely to put a vote on record, which they think is already fait accompli, a de facto type of situation where the candidate that they would prefer, even if they knew what the candidate was or who it was, would win. It doesn't take much. It takes a sliver, a shiver, a whisper on a breeze to stop somebody from voting who hasn't voted before or hasn't voted in a long time. So I know that that's not going to be in the handbooks that you're reading, right? I mean,
it is not in the handbook.
It's not in the handbook, but it's something that we've been executing in areas of the Northeast for some time that has to be executed in Florida and in California, and in particular Texas and Arizona. So I don't mean that to sound as if it's a suppressive measure or even a depressive one. It's just a measure of, listen, if you're not confident that you have the ability and the right to cast a vote in this country, then maybe you should doubt whether or not you should go to the polls. And I don't think there's anything un-American about that.
No, and Tamara knows, she's heard some other things about the district, the candidate, more than I have. I mean, I don't know. There's just, if for some reason, I talked to somebody else, there's like a consensus. I don't know if it's a consensus or a fear or just the general GOP person going, oh, well, we're probably going to lose that seat, because I don't know enough, Adam, to like know who to trust here. I trust people because I know them. I know what Rohrabacher stands for. I know he loves the president. I mean, his whole house is President Trump practically, inside out.
Well, there's no doubt about Dana. So there's no doubt about Devin or Dana. So just forget about that. Yeah.
So when they give me information, then I feel like, okay, this is probably the real, and Dana doesn't sugarcoat anything either. He's very direct. So, when I talk with him, I know what's going on. I feel like I have a better idea. So when he tells me certain districts they're worried about, I mean, also the other district, Ed Royce's district, is another one. I mean, yeah. I don't think they're so worried about Mimi's district.
No, they're worried about Mimi. They're worried about Ed. Mimi just got bumped another level over by Cook in the Cook report, which I don't really put a whole lot of bullion in, but yeah, there's some issue with Mimi as far as the polling is concerned.
And do you know why that is? Do you think it's because
it's polling? It's poll. I don't know the specificity. I don't have access to the polls, but it's just if the poll says you're in trouble, and that's what Cook goes by. So I'm not into the Cook political report any more than I am into Larry Sabato's bullshit crystal ball with a rug on top. Mm-hmm. All I'm into is, I can look at just the basic registration I can look at 1 or 2 polls that give me a benchmark and give me one more brush fire to see where things are moving and trending, and I could pretty much nail them all. And there's a lot more guys like me out there. And so what I got to do is not just look in my own little confines of what we do with MAGA Coalition, which we're financially limited and all that other thing, but we're not completely cut off from working with with Tommy's group and America First, where the money really is. So there are things we can do together to ensure that the right races are being concentrated on. And I just want to call attention to everybody that listens casually to pay attention to California. I said earlier, twice today, and I'll say it again, that California is summarily dismissed on an aggregate macro basis. And really, when you splice it out on a micro basis, it's like ground zero, people. I mean, people around the country need to wake the hell up. And I know most people in California are already woke about this. But we need to hold these seats. And let me tell you something about Dana. He reminds me of the guys that I worked with when my first 2 chairmen when I worked in the state house. Old, sorry, Dana, but you're old. Cantankerous, curmudgeonly types that just, but they know a lot. They just really know everything. And it's not a matter of whether they pick up the phone and talk to Paul Ryan. They don't need to do that. They have staffers that will, suck up to them and tell them what the hell's going on, because a lot of those staffers have been there for like 25 years. So Dana knows what's going on. Dana has a better understanding of internal politics in the caucus, the Republican caucus in the House, than even Devin does. And that's because Devin's, kind of neck deep into what he's doing for the committee. But also, Dana embraces obscurity. Like, he doesn't want what Devin has. He doesn't want this what Daryl Issa had. He doesn't want to make those. That's how he's been there that long.
That's what I was going to say. Exactly it. Mm-hmm.
I think your relationship with Dana has been profound for you, because you can kind of judge I guess in Dilly language, we call him a toilet pundit, but you can kind of judge whether or not people giving you intel are even close to being right or not, just by virtue of having a simple conversation with Dana. And that's what I found massively fascinating at the Covete Fest. He was there for so long, and he was so readily available. He would talk to anybody about any issue. I just think he's a cool cat. And I tell you, there's not too many people inside the Republican caucus. Guys like Peter King in New York, guys like Steve King in Iowa, and guys like Dana Rohrabacher in California know more than all the other asshats put together.
And that's the thing. So, Tamara and I have been saying it before, that the House this year, I'm looking at the map, looking at where all the red seats are that are coming up, and a lot of them are there's a few in San Diego County, but a lot in Orange County in a cluster area. And I do know with the problem with Mimi's district is they redistrict Mimi. That's part of it. Mm-hmm. And the other part of it is, again, when they redistrict part of Mimi's district, there's a ton of low income. Again, Adam, another huge amount of low income HUD housing, a lot of different things. So it's not being, it's not fully being offset. And then her district, and don't want to be, I guess, race profiling, but there's a huge Persian area. It's huge there. And of course, right now with the build the wall, it's very sensitive. So I'll just tell you that what used to be more of an Asian demographic where she was living, which is there, which are very pro, like work hard, their tend to vote has been replaced by a Middle Eastern area. And so between that and the low income, I think that's why Mimi's in problem. It's not the housing in her area. That's what I'm guessing, just from what I know of her district. And then I know in Dana's district, there's billboards up showing him meeting with Assange and all sorts of weird stuff that they've been keep putting up. And then ICE's district, I think, is just redistricting. And I don't know how exciting the candidate is that Harkey is in that district. I don't know enough about her to make comments. I only know what I've heard, and I don't have anything to validate them on. But yeah, I've been, besides Nunez, McCarthy, and Duncan Hunter, there's a lot of seats, like you were saying. Did I miss anybody? Tamara and Colleen, what's up?
No, down here we have some Republicans that are running against Democrat seats, but Duncan Hunter is the incumbent that's running. Harkey up north. Those are the two big ones down here.
Yeah, we have to evaluate the tea leaves as we get closer, and we're already pretty close. But I think if we can give the old NRCC redubbed Young Guns program a shot at looking at somebody like Aja Smith, if you can put them within an 7 or 8 point striking zone, that's where you tend to look at the trends on where things are working, whether the president's message is working or not working. I mean, California is going to be, we're going to make a lot of decisions down the stretch, as far as the NRCC is concerned, with where things are working and where they ain't. And, you're on your own in a lot of cases if it's not working. So, but you don't want to give up on these. So that's where, again, I've been saying this for a while. I think, locally, Californians have to decide where they want to invest in their races, right? But certainly, I understand that you have to split the baby this year because you have a legitimate chance at getting Judge Bailey in as the Attorney General, and you have an outside shot at making life pretty difficult for Newsom with Cox. So, you've got to decide where you're going to put your money as a Californian, provided you have limited assets. But,
time is money. So,
yeah, so we're there, right? We're almost there already. But I think it's exciting that we have a down ballot effect, but I don't think you want to count all your chickens before they hatch. But it's California. I don't want to lose everybody. I know people are probably nodding off because we're getting a little Cali centric.
No. We're all wannabe wonks that watch this show. We're not nodding off. I'm speaking for every single person that watches the show right now.
Well, Adam, up here, I'm getting a lot of feedback from the districts of 4 and 5 and 6 in Northern. That's McCarthy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm getting the emails, and they're just pumping information right now of what they're kind of doing. And right now, just from my own perspective as an analyst, from what I'm seeing, it's all Southern. It has nothing to do with Northern. I think the Northern, the red state of Jefferson, that goes into I think it's 23 counties or 20 counties or whatever. But the focus is primarily on Southern. And I think that we're not hearing a whole lot, and Bailey is solid up here. I mean, I spent time doing my CCW with the defense shot, and the guy's dad who runs the defense shot is he spent 9 years as a bailiff in Bailey's court. The guys in the task forces that were reassigned from MABMIT, which was the marijuana or, one of the task forces up here, and Reading with the fires and everything. So Bailey he's needing to divert his attention to Southern for getting his name out. And even talking with a lot of the agents, I said, oh, would you like to meet Bailey? And they're like, who's Bailey? And, not to be coy on it, but, we have an issue with interjurisdiction, because I'm like, this guy is running against Becerra. And once I say that, they're like, oh, I'm in completely, 100%. So Bailey's issue is the Southern, it's not so much Northern. So to get him where we need to be, there's a lot of work. And, I'm only one person going in the department and doing it internally.
It would sure help if, Twitter wasn't, QFD shadow banning him.
I don't even think, I don't even pay attention to the social
Yeah.
media. This is more of, the idiots that I work with. I'm not talking about the agents. I'm talking about the typical SEIU, purple shirt people that have no freaking clue, that are bombarded, not DLE, Division of Law Enforcement. This is the CGIS. These are the people that are purple shirt people, like the nurses union, everything else like that, within the state of California. So Bailey has a huge road to climb, and I think the southern part. So I'm just.
But like you're saying, Colleen, whenever you, or Pineapple, or my girl,
okay,
whatever, whenever
okay,
whenever you tell them who he is, people are like, oh yeah, I definitely, I'm 100% sold. So it's just, it's just a matter of getting,
well, I've already sent
aware of the campaign.
Exactly. And so I did it with Aja and I did it with Dr. Wright. And I'm having people that are having to go to, not to give out my secrets too much, but I have people internally that are going down south for meetings and training. And I'm like, hey, pass out these door knockers. I gave a couple of people, a bunch of Aja Smith door knockers and, for Riverside. And, the issue for California, I'm willing to put myself out there to get Bailey internally elected, but he's got a huge climb right now.
Well, when you look at it in a proactive sense, politically, you look at it in a proactive sense. It's like, my God, this looks like a Sisyphean task from hell. But what you have to look at it when you're Bailey running against, a douchebag of this epic proportion. What you have to do is engage in a bifurcated process where it's a binary choice, where people don't need to know necessarily what you're about. They just need to know what your opponent's about. And all people need to do is be reminded of how these policies have been pushed through by the Attorney General through the governor's office, and they will just oppose it. And that, in some ways, it makes it more cost efficient, right? I wouldn't worry about a QFD ban if I'm Judge Bailey. Again, it's probably a First Amendment issue. But I would say, if I'm Judge Bailey, I want to meet as many people as possible. That's all I want to do. I want to shake as many hands as possible.
Yes.
But I want to do that strategically, and there are a coalition list out the yin yang for anybody who ever gave to any FOP or has ever supported K9 fund. There's ways to get the information where you have to find law enforcement inclined people and get to them first, build your way up. And we're already there. You should already be doing that. And then, you know what? It's got to be about people coming in with Cox and painting Jerry Brown and what's his name? Becerra, but how do you pronounce it?
Becerra.
Yeah.
Becerra.
Yeah. Painting the bullshit, the sanctuary shit. Just you never go too wide. In an election like this, the only shot you have is a larger caliber, and you probably want to shoot like a 400 grain 444 rather than trying to hit with birdshot out of a 410. If Glenn knows what I'm talking about. Obi knows what I'm talking about.
Focus all fire on one target.
Exactly. You want to make it very specific what you're talking about. You do not want to scatter attention or try to get people to agree on 7 out of 10 things that you're working on. You want to hone in on sanctuary cities. I mean, just leave it at that and roll the dice on it. And
there's one thing, you roll the dice and then move on.
Yeah, if you lose, you lose. But I want to lose with my best pitch, and that's the thing that frustrates the shit out of me watching the Phillies. I mean, we got these guys like Sir Anthony Dominguez with a 100 mile an hour, fastball and a 98 mile an hour cutter, and he's throwing sliders. And it's just like, what are you doing? I mean, you get a guy 0-2 with a 100 mile an hour fastball, and then you throw him a slider and he catches it up and hits. So, I mean, that's exactly the type of mentality you got to have if you're a Bailey, a Cox out there in California. Running statewide is totally different than running a congressional.
And remember, we have the closer that's going to come in and
absolutely
and help.
Trump will be there.
Yes. Do you know, Adam, where he may come, what areas he may come to?
Trump will be in California 3 separate times between now and the election, 3 separate times, and there'll be 3 separate areas geographically, but he will make multiple stops in each of those 3 trips. That's what I'm told. That's what I've been told.
So
could change.
At Nunez.
No, he doesn't. He's not really worried about he'll definitely bring Nunez up, but he'll be in the specific races. Yeah, exactly. Like Mimi and and others, and he'll work around that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and he'll try to he'll go geographically to bring 3 or 4 together up on stage. He doesn't want to. He's not going to do a rally and just bring Dana up and have that all concentrated on Dana. That's not.
No, it's too small, Adam. Unlike other states.
Go ahead.
Unlike other states, Dana and Mimi and Royce, they're literally a stone's throw from each other. It's like,
that's what I'm saying. That'll be one stop.
Yeah.
So, Adam, have you heard if it's like northern for SAC area?
He's literally his team wants a northern, a central, and a southern stop, and he's going to kind of, Cox is supposed to be at all 3 of them. I'm not really sure that I think Bailey should at least get a speaking role on one of them, but increasingly, what we're hearing is that CNN, MSNBC, pretty much everybody across the board, even Fox, is looking to dial back on coverage. So they're not, Trump is hitting the high spots now because we're going into some isolated primaries.
Well, I mean,
and things like that.
To be fair, if Trump's doing 6 rallies a week,
that's the high side. That's the high side.
On the high side, or whatever. Yeah. I mean, 3, 6, 2, 1. I mean, can you cover every rally and call yourself, a news pro?
Well, yeah. I mean, who's going to broadcast the entire rally? Well, I'll tell you.
RSPN.
You have certain people like Lou Dobbs who are like, listen. I'd rather show you Trump speaking than have you listen to Ed fucking Rollins for another 5-minute segment.
That's true. Lou Dobbs will do it.
Yeah.
Lou always has them. He extends his show 2 hours, or if not even longer, just to cover.
But there's internal rumblings, and it's not a secret. This has been kind of like bubbling up to the surface and at Fox that they really are looking closer to the midterms at finding more of a balance into their coverage, and they're going to be pretty harsh on everybody outside of Lou and Sean to bring in a measured counterpoint type of situation. So I highly doubt down the stretch we're going to be looking at a lot of rally coverage.
More Harf and Tarloff.
Yeah, I mean, Obi, nobody knows better than you having to, watch this fucking shit. It's like it's going to be Laura Ingram's show, painted all over the place. It's bringing on somebody, Jessica Tarlov, or
one penis head after another.
Yeah, that's only going to last until their ratings tank, and then they're immediately going to go back to Trump coverage. So don't worry.
I would hope, Tam, but what concerns me is the Lost Island syndrome here. Can I make it to the next island? I swim against the tide trying to get to, One American News or Newsmax. I mean, frankly, I think it's not. I think there's a coalescence around Fox as the only real option alternative to.
Yeah, but they're going to take it in the ass on on their emails and on their.
They might,
social
but I
media.
don't know if the Murdoch boys really give a shit.
I don't think they give a crap.
Well, whatever. It's not like there's not other places for people to go, as long as there's Tucker and Hannity and
yeah. But my concern, Obi, is that this is all dovetailing at the same time the crackdown on Alex Jones and others on the internet, and the reason why they choose somebody like Alex Jones is because they have the foolproof 9/11 conspiracy, the Newtown or whatever school shootings or whatever. So they've got the populace pinned down on two ridiculous assertions made by this guy, so that they have cut his legs out.
Yeah.
So
what they're doing, in my opinion, sorry, I had this thought the other day, and they're building that button, the delete button, and they're like, it's not just a delete from YouTube, but there's like this whole social, acceptance. Like everyone agrees that we should just, if one person doesn't like someone, then we can just hit the delete button and they're gone off of everything. And that's what they're like, kind of.
Or a majority. It doesn't even take everybody, right? It's just like a majoritarian.
When I say majority, I mean a mob of mass reporters that are all paid by George Soros. I mean,
your point is illustrated by the fact that Glenn is hosting this show not on Periscope, it's on Vimeo. Why? Because there was a select group of fascists who decided to mass report Glenn for his freedom of speech. So here he is on Vimeo, and now he has given Vimeo tips. He has given Vimeo a lot of credit. But now that Vimeo is erasing some of the Alex Jones content, he is also given some shit back. So, I mean, there's two things about Glenn being on Vimeo that people need to understand. One, the cause and effect of it all was people trying to shut him down on platforms that were willing to shut him down. Two, here's a man who knows how to build up a platform that we could migrate to, but it's a matter of resources and a matter of the fact that we will be targeted right away and tried to, excluded from any app access and anything else that you would need. So that's the real issue. The real issue is, when people tell you that they're going to build a new quote unquote platform, it's going to be it's close to impossible to get that thing done. You would need not just a Glenn, you would need Glenn to match up with a Kim.com and a free Julian Assange. I mean, you would absolutely have to have something earth shattering to occur.
And like a Linux phone that went mainstream or something too. Like a Linux phone operating system.
They're absolutely, the iOS, the operating system. I mean, they're totally shutting us down on every single level. What I don't like, and I mentioned this earlier, and I want everybody to kind of comment on this. What I don't like is the fact that it seems to be a concerted effort out of Torba and some disenfranchised, exiled former Twitter people like Ricky Vaughn, Jared Wind, and Micro, where they're trying to get conservatives kicked off Twitter so that conservatives get angry enough to all leave Twitter and go to Gab. See, now that is not right. I mean, that's like saying, shoot your fellow troops so the war ends quicker, right? I don't like that shit.
You can't have my ex-girlfriend. Like, my ex-girlfriend broke up with me, so no one can have her, so I'm going to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's a real slippery slope, and the thing is that it's very dangerous to be doing that. And then the thing is, if any of us has ever waited on Gab, I'm not going to go into all of it, but there's a lot of, I don't think we want our movement to be solely associated with Gab.
And bingo.
That's without much detail. If you waited around Gab, you'll know it's there.
Yeah.
That's
that's the same thing we're gonna get. Anyone that ever posted anything about Q is gonna get pasted as a white supremacist once it comes out that a white supremacist was running Q.
Well, and that's the thing. It's funny because some of these people, like, one of the first places I even heard of Jared Wyand,
It's like the worst case scenario, man.
was he was on Mill's show really early on.
Oh, really?
And he was talking about, and he wasn't wrong on his information. He was talking about what Dan has talked about, the indoctrination of the educational system. Yeah, what happened, Obi? Are you there,
Looks
Tara?
like
Oh, there it goes. Never mind.
Here. Yeah.
Okay.
everyone's Adam. All that happened is
I
Adam stood up.
unplugged my earphone.
Oh, okay. I don't see Adam either.
My sweet Opie.
Yeah,
He's so
a
sweet.
moth around the light. I'm sorry, I tried to kill it and
It was
disappeared on.
No, both you and Obi at the same time, so I thought maybe the feed went down.
Obi and I went out for a vape break or something. I don't know, whatever he does. I don't know what the hell he does.
I stick with the real deal.
I
have a question for Glenn. Are we doing a show on Saturday? Are you going to do an SNL?
Yeah, of course. Why?
I'm just asking. Being nosy.
Are you reserving a spot?
No, the hooker has to go earn Obi some dollars.
That's right. I need money to pay for my.
I need a fucking raise, Obi.
No, what I need money to pay for my goddamn trip out to Covfefe Fest. So you got to get your ass working. Covfefe Fest 2.0. And I'm not kidding about that. I need money. I need to be making money with no G, right?
Yeah, making money with no G, baby.
That would be an excellent password for something, don't you think?
It really would. As I called it, the key to uncovering the wealth of knowledge.
But I am serious. Give me money. Give me lots of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that clip
on the plane ticket. But anyway.
I need a raise.
Do you guys enjoy the clip of Dilly saying that he's going to start the new InfoWars? All he needs is investors to build his own app. You know, Glenn, do you want to just like briefly reiterate what it would cost in terms to build your own platform and app?
Maybe Glenn should join forces with Dilly.
I don't know. He fell for him once.
Well, I mean, you know, what did that guy call Trump? He called him a cock holster. Remember that guy? Colbert? Yeah, Steve Colbert. So whenever I think of Dilly, the word cock holster always comes to my mind. Because he's a good receptacle for, you know, a cock jizzing. That's what I see him, like a fucking piece of shit. And by the way, if you were recreating Alex Jones is going to be done in by two things. One, the fact that the libs are out to get him. And two, he created a network along the lines of someone in the 1990s thinking, oh, if I need to disseminate information, how do we do it? And so he basically created a Fox News or MSNBC type of system on the cheap. In today's dollars, that's foolhardy. I mean, if
could have
Jen,
like 99%
wait. If Jen had a green screen and wasn't wearing a green shirt, we would have a pretty slick presentation here. Yeah. Right? And if I wanted to put something more corporate as the background, I've got all that shit. I could switch it right now, in fact. Let's switch it so you guys get an idea of what we're talking about here, okay? So there we are. I'll kill out. Whoa, what happened?
I just got rid of my video.
No, put your video back.
Okay.
Oh, now look what's happened. No, it's not. Okay. Well, anyway, so I have to go fix everything. Whenever you kill the video, that's the other thing. So what we would need to make this a more professional operation is probably, I don't know. I would buy like a computer that's worth about somewhere between $4,000 and $8,000 and hook it up to like a giant ass 21-inch screen so we can so I can do multiple iterations of Skype. And so what Jen just did in screwing everything up couldn't happen if it was just a single thing. If it was all Skype. Obi and I have tried to do it. It's just that the machines we have are just not designed for that kind of intense, CPU crunch.
Yeah,
but that's how. But
I mean,
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, in order to do something really professional, I would need like probably $10,000 for hardware, and then we would have to figure out a streaming solution. And I'm sure we could find one, and that's where the money is. But he also has wasted a lot, in my opinion. He's wasted a lot of money on those sets, which are not necessary. They were when he started this InfoWars. See, and you can't, I'm not trying to be dumping on him. Yeah, my wife keeps saying Zycast. Zycast is a pile of shit. So we need to raise some money to make it into something we can even, hold our heads up high and whatever. But if my plan was to build a studio, that would be one thing. I just don't think building a studio in 2018 makes a lot of sense. Right?
My plan is to build the best 8-track player ever.
Yeah. Right, but I mean that's
tell you that when you were on doing your AMA, Tara and I were enjoying. We got to hear Glenn's responses.
Yeah, I feel left out from that.
Did you hear that, Adam? Because I saw that something joined.
No, my internet just totally dumped me, my Wi-Fi. So I think Ginger jinxed me today. I have no idea what the hell just happened.
That was
Adam,
Q.
I
It
need
was
to
Q.
give you a freaking battery that you have portable with you.
No, Doles. This is not. I'm charged up on both devices. What happened was, first I noticed I couldn't refresh the MAGA News on my iPad, so I watched the comments, but I'm on my iPhone recording, so something was going on there, and then it kicked me off, dumped me off the iPhone as well. So I lost complete Wi-Fi in my house.
My dream is to have a green screen, and then I'm like a roving reporter being Ed McMahon on the street, and a stop sign hits me in the head. That's what I want.
What's the frequency, Kenneth? You got to get your Dan Rather hurricanes.
That's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No,
listen. The thing that's killing.
I'm going to look at my router. You guys keep talking. I got to go look at my router. I turned off my Wi-Fi on my phone, but my iPad's not working. So let me go check.
The thing that's killing Alex Jones is his live streams. Those are expensive because he's got to pay for not just he's not just paying for the bandwidth to send the stream from his studios. He's also getting charged for the people watching it.
Mm-hmm.
So the proposition becomes untenable at some point. If the more you're successful, unless you have a commensurate ramp in advertising or some other way to monetize it,
but
then
they cut his feed out to monetize it.
What does that mean?
They haven't kicked him off MasterCard or Visa yet, like they did with the head of Judicial Watch, Robert Spencer. Or not Judicial Watch, Jihad Watch. And
all
to be
these,
fair,
listen,
it wasn't off Visa. It was off MasterCard specifically.
But who cares? This is 2018.
It's the same thing.
Bitcoin, heard of it? I mean, the fact that he didn't have contingencies in place, to me, means one, he is an incompetent CEO. Or two, which I'm leaning towards, number two, that he needs to be able to maximize his damages before he goes into court. He wants the strongest possible case that he's been harmed before he brings these people to court.
It's a healthy combination of both, probably.
I don't know. The guy hangs out with Kim.com. I don't think he's so stupid. I think he's playing. Look, if I were him, I wouldn't be too quick. See, we're a nothing little thing, and that's cool. I like it that way. Yeah. I'm doing this for the fans. right? But he's doing it to make money. He wants to make a lot of money. Whatever he's making
wants to change
now,
the world too.
But he also wants. I'm sure he does. But he also has been focusing on making money exclusively for 10 years, 15 years. And he's also wants to change the world. But making money is just as important, if not more important. Best way to make money now is to let them destroy his business and then win $500 million in a couple of years. I've thought about it the same. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I used to taunt Governor Cuomo and Mayor Bloomturd. I used to taunt them on my show, name them by name, give statements to the press that my retirement plan is these childish characters in Albany and in New York City will have to eventually sue me or try to destroy me, and then I can finally get my retirement plan going, which will be the money I'll win in court. Right, but that takes a couple of years. So if you have enough money to coast 3 or 4 years, he could win hundreds of millions of dollars, Obi, when all this is over. But he needs to be able to show. No, because this is the kind of case that's going to determine the direction of media for the next 100 years. It's going to be a foundational, constitutional case.
So it's money, but it's also, he's willing to, to invest all this just to have it slip away, but to win the Supreme Court ruling whenever it happens.
What are we talking about? I think I stepped out.
Alex Jones. Why is Alex Jones?
Oh, okay.
Alex Jones right now, with the kind of cash he has, I think the albatross around his neck, it's like the slaves of New York. You've got an apartment. You've been here for 10 or 20 years. You're making enough to keep things floating, but you can never make enough to bank any money. So you're kind of trapped in this cycle. And I think that's where he's at. He's making good money. He's probably making $2 or $3 million a month, but he's spending $2 or $3 million a month.
Yeah.
And so you can never get ahead. He's never going to get ahead like this.
He said he's been losing money the last 6 months, if you believe that or not. That's what he said.
Could be.
He's been saying that for a while.
But he has a $30 million nut to crack every year, so it's a lot of money.
I need your help, Frank. We need your help, Frank.
And that's the thing. Look, if he called me, I would give him my advice, and it wouldn't shock me if everything I told him he already knew.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because the advice would be, listen, come up with your doomsday scenario. What's the farthest you can fall back and still be a credible entity? And I would guess it's doing what I'm doing now, which is continue to use the live streams until we become enough of a threat that they'll actually pay someone to listen to my live streams while they're happening, and then use that as proof that I have to be kicked off. And that might take them months or years to get to that point, if ever. And then once that's gone, then, we can find other live stream places to get kicked off. Or we could fall back to one of two things. One, I start recording the shows in the can and just uploading them to BitChute, which is what I would recommend to Alex Jones. He doesn't always do a live show. It used to be YouTube videos, and people would wait for the YouTube videos, and they would subscribe by RSS. In other words, the technologies we were habituated to using 5 years ago may be our future. The past becomes the future, in a sense.
I thought the future proves the past. I'm confused.
Yeah, but that's some nonsense. I'm talking about reality here, not glib statements, right? I mean,
I just thought Adam
we have a choice. The choice is we can move into the present, into the future, expecting the same treatment, or we can fall back to where we were 5-10 years ago, where we already have tons of case law in our favor, right? Like WordPress.com can take your website away if you violate their terms, right? They could, conceivably, because they consider themselves a publisher. But if you get a website, if you own the DNS, GoDaddy can't take away your domain if they don't like what you put there.
Mm-hmm.
Those cases have already been done and won by freedom. Well, that's why Stormfront has its domain probably with GoDaddy, and there's nothing GoDaddy can do about it. Then the other piece is to find a host either host yourself or find a host that doesn't care.
What's Stormfront, the white nationalist bullshit?
Stormfront is the original American sort of like white Nazi. They're like a Nazi thing.
Is that was that the Mike Enoch guy that got the?
I don't know who's
exposed?
operating it, but I will
Okay.
say that they're like the Drudge Report for Nazism.
Oh, great.
Right.
Okay.
They're the oldest. They're the oldest, and I'm sure the Nazis who congregate there would say they're the original and they're still the best, right?
Yes, and being like in the intel, I would get a lot of intel from Stormfront for the Nazis. One of the desks that I work.
Open case file, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Open source. Open source, baby.
Well, a little known fact is that Stormfront is Canadian. They're not.
Yeah, they got a lot. They got a lot of white people up there, dude.
They got white people, but Canada's not really been known historically for its white nationalism.
You know why? Because there's not a really opposing view.
Well, but they're also there. It takes some balls to be a terrorist, right? On some level, you can't be a complete coward.
You know what I call a Canadian terrorist? Somebody who farts in the elevator and doesn't admit it. I mean, that's about the extent of what, that's what I call a Canadian terrorist. It just doesn't happen.
I guess
unless they're from, a visiting country, then they'll drive over you with a Chevy van. But, a real natural born Canadian, that's as close as they get to terrorism. They fart in an elevator.
So, Adam, I noticed on your scope today, you had, I think your high was like 280 live.
Why do you have to humiliate me with my low fucking numbers?
That's a lot.
Are you kidding me? What did we have, Glenn, back in the day? 750, 800 live?
Easy, yeah, anywhere from 800 to 1500. But listen, those were in the days when Mill Bitchell was doing. When Mill Bitchell was doing, 100,000 plays.
No, actually, I was doing like 20,000 total, and this is before Bitchell was really comfortable with Periscope. So he was like really pissed off, and he said, "I don't understand how you get that many views." And I'm like, "Well, you tweet it out when you're on. It's connected to Twitter. It's owned by Twitter." And he's like, but how do you get paid? You don't get paid. At this point, there wasn't anything close to a super hard system.
Always making money.
So, it was all making money. So Bill used to whine and whine and whine. And again, I have all of this in Telegram. It's captured. It's indisputable. Where he would just say, "I wish Twitter would pay me per tweet and then pay me per retweet. I would make $100,000 a month." He came up with some kind of fantastical mathematical formula. He'd say, "I'm making Twitter so much money and they're not paying me anything." I remember thinking, how are you making Twitter any money? I don't know. I mean, the whole thing with Bill Mitchell was like he was constantly trying to monetize something, but he had no idea how to do it. I know Glenn has talked about this. I don't want to rehash all this shit, but Glenn, you have to admit, the guy was obsessed with translating this whatever he had into money, right? Sure. But in the end, to me, it was like watching a T-Rex try to masturbate. Right. He could never quite get at it, He had real little hands, and he could never get down and get his little T-Rex dick. So it was really awkward to watch.
Yeah, but it's a generational thing. People who are older than 45 years old, who were watching this industry grow from nothing in the 90s, the way you were raised in that environment is the concept was pull the eyeballs and then run your audience through a monetization scheme. And you can predict pretty good, depending on who your audience is, what age they are, how much money they make, what the topics are you political, are you music, are you yoga? You can predict pretty much what per show what you're going to make. You could do it, and that's the environment that Bitchell grew up in. And what was confusing to him is that because he didn't own a website, because he wasn't a real property on the internet, he was living in someone else's house. He was living in Jack Dorsey's house. It was frustrating for him how he couldn't monetize his $245,000.
That's a hell of a metaphor, considering that he was living in his mother's house the entire time he started the show for a year. And then he moved down into the property of Julio Gonzalez.
Right.
And the whole time your metaphor is overarching the whole thing, which is he was living in Jack Dorsey's house, which he proudly admitted that he would send weekly thank you notes to Jack Dorsey for giving him this platform.
Right. And so how did Jack Dorsey repay him? He shadow banned him into irrelevance. That's the you're welcome. This is what I've been talking about. If you think that being nice and self-censoring and thinking, oh, Glenn doesn't know what he's doing, he's only going to cause trouble, I will be the first, but you will be the fucking second with all of your little bullshit, all of your little pace-putting Norm, hiding behind being a nice person. They don't care if you're nice. The fact is, you like Donald Trump, they will get you. Go out like a real person or go out like a fart in the wind. Your choice, people. Your choice.
You know who you remind me of, either character. I can't remember the name of the movie. Somebody will figure it out. It's the movie True Story of the Jews who move into the forest to escape Nazi incrimination. It's Daniel Craig and Liev Schreiber.
I saw that movie. Yeah.
I mean, you're kind of like the guy that's just like, fuck it, let's just go live in misery in the middle of the woods and kill our enemy slowly, and we will survive until one of us is dead. And that's essentially the principle of the movie. And somebody will get it here.
Well, I mean, it's a very ancient thing. I mean, the story of Masada, right?
I can't see the movie, but I remember seeing that movie, Adam. Yeah, you're right. That's
very good movie. History is filled with decision points like that. Like, the Spartans are coming through the cave 2 by 2, and there's only a handful of Athenians. Or actually reverse it. That the Athenians are coming through the cave 2 by 2, and there's only a handful of Spartans. You know you're going to die. The choice is, how are you going to die?
Yeah, or you go to, which is the famous story of the 300 in the Battle of Thermopylae and stuff like that. And you have, Gerard Butler with his painted abs fighting off against Xerxes, the Persian king. I mean, yeah, it's all you can just measure out the relevancy of it. But sadly, this is going to turn into a fucking 33 Rules collage scope here if we keep going down this road. But I do want to say that if you don't make an effort as somebody who is using this platform or others to reach out to people, you have to analogically use history or theater or some type of books, and you have to, because frankly people just don't get it. I mean, if you don't tie an example to what's going on right now, it's completely disassociated. And that's where my struggle is like, I don't want to be a metaphor machine, but on the other hand, how do you learn if this is not your thing, right?
Yeah, people don't see the clear and present danger. And
another movie, great movie. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like how do you get these people to understand what we're facing? And then in the most important, in my opinion, and many other people's, the most important midterm election in U.S. history, maybe, people are going down rabbit holes arguing whether all this other crap. I mean, we don't have to relitigate that again and again and again. We already done that, but.
So I do want to recognize that people have answered the question. Deborah, I love you. I think it's hilarious that you actually thought Inglourious Basterds was a true story. But the Jew Bear was not a true story. Aldo was not a true figure in history. But I'm not making fun of you, but I think it's hilarious. I think it's awesome. But no, we have the answer there. A girl named Toby. who we all know is Defiance. Is the name of the movie. I recommend everybody watch Defiance. It is a heroic accomplishment of surviving Nazism by sacrificing literally everything in order to survive.
Well, I mean, the best example I think of is, I go back to this again and again in my mind, and it's from the Gulag Archipelago, where he talks about how we burned in the camps when we had our chance, when they came to arrest us in the middle of the night. We didn't wait in the stairs and clobber and beat the police with or the Gestapo or whatever, the NKVD or the KGB or whatever they were called then, with crowbars and hammers when they tried to come and take us away.
Because people are reasonable. Everyone is so reasonable.
Practical, right, Glenn?
Well,
practical was how they were.
They refuse to see things. All of these fucking turd-like retards following Q. In their mind, I know they think they're the reasonable ones, and that people like me are the unreasonable assholes that are just filled with hatred, right? But they're the ones that when they come for you,
kill me now.
You will be opening the door. Reasonable. Yes, sir. Where do you want to bring me? Where do I go? Oh, you're going to be relocated. Oh, please. Yeah. Can I get in your car? Yes, that's very nice. Oh, that's very nice. You see,
that person was digitally murdered. Oh, well, don't do that to me. I'll do whatever you want. And then they just put you into the gas chamber. Digital gas chamber.
I'll stop engaging with liberals, and I'll even stop retweeting people that I like. Mm-hmm. Just don't shut down my account. I've spent 5 years building up my account.
I think
it was controversial.
Your point is, both your points are very salient, because as part of the review on the whatever the Twitter called it, promoting healthy conversation. Mm-hmm. You're judged on your QFD. Yeah, exactly. Your QFD ban is judged on a couple of metrics, and one being like who you follow, and the other being how you engage, whether you engage people that of like-minded or of different.
It's collective. It's what it is. It's collective punishment.
Exactly. Well, what I did today, right after the Periscope that I got off, I got home. It was like an hour and a half after the White House finally announced the decision they made on July 26th to revoke Brennan's security clearance. What I did was...
That was a while ago. That was a month ago, huh?
It was July 26th, but they announced it today, and that's when the news broke. So what I did was I went through and just searched Brennan hashtag and went with the top responses. And I just boom, 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 went down 7 or 8 times and just kind of blasted all the asshats. And that's what Jack doesn't want. I mean, Jack calls that, and that's why I'm QFD banned, according to him, is that I am focusing on people who have differing views. You're not supposed to engage them. And that is what Twitter is saying. So I am engaging in troll-like behavior because I'm making fun of a blue check mark who is equating a loss of the highest security clearance in the land to a First Amendment issue. I mean, that's fucking crazy. Give me a break.
You're trying to distract from the healthy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So, Adam,
these fucking terms, they're so Orwellian and
they are
communist, and they drive me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Jen, continue.
I was going to ask him 2 questions, since I'm very privileged to actually be on the actual same Periscope with you.
Oh, Jesus, my God.
The Lord Adam is here with us.
Yeah, I can assure you. I can assure you. That
concur.
Thrill dies pretty quick.
I concur.
I assure you, I only have the second largest ego on this broadcast.
That's right.
Did you see or hear? I mean, I know it's been a kind of a busy day. The new text messages that Sarah Carter released about steel and ore.
Ooh, yeah, that was good. I heard a little bit about it.
She deleted. She put a tweet out and deleted it, which concerned me. Someone sent me, and I was like, "What? Why is it not there anymore?" But I didn't listen to the radio show.
No, she was on Hannity, and they talked about how Bruce Orr was talking about a firewall and how we have to get these. We have to really hurry up and get this information into the FBI from Fusion.
Yeah,
something like that.
I mean, you see where this is going. I mean, obviously everybody sees where this is going. I mean, you're watching a amped up process now where evidence is being kind of built up on the other side of the levee here. We are building up a case for the second special counsel prior to the release of any Mueller report. Just in case he should decide to not subpoena the president, issue a report and cause havoc before the midterm. Our insurance policy, I note that with great, I just say I'm obviously being an asshole here, but I think our insurance policy here, irony aside, is that we have to be able to tell them we know everything that they've done and it will be investigated. So where we're at now,
it's like I'm sorry, it's like a little cookie or it's like a little breadcrumb that we're leaving.
Don't say breadcrumb. Fuck breadcrumbs. I mean, you can leave.
You're right.
Leave a cookie, but don't leave a breadcrumb.
We're just letting them know that we know exactly everything that you did, and when they see this one thing, then they freak out. They're like, oh shit, they know every other.
Well, of course they already know all this. I mean, I've been saying this for so fucking long. Both sides already know everything. I mean, it's pretty much established that not everything, but pretty much Trump and his attorneys know what they need to know. And, Mueller is going all in on what he has. And the impasse is coming. And either the Congress, which I'm increasingly becoming concerned about, they're not going to follow through with this. A couple of weeks ago, staff from the leaders in the Senate and the House both informed me that there was momentum to tell Mueller that they were not going to include his funding in the new fiscal code bill, continuing a resolution after the end of the fiscal year of 9/30. And now all of a sudden I'm hearing I should have known better. They're starting to peel off on that. So a lot of this comes down to the Manafort trial, and the Manafort trial is something I've been fascinated by. And so the Manafort trial, concluded with their closing arguments
tomorrow, right? It's gone to jury.
It's gone to jury. A verdict. The rulings are already done. Everything that the Judge Ellis is going to do has been said. So tomorrow he will instruct the jury, which I think we're going to see a couple interesting articles by noon tomorrow about what Judge Ellis actually instructs the jury on. But the fact that there are 18 charges, and I just, this is an Alexandria, Virginia jury, and Paul Manafort is not a likable guy, but they are certainly looking to split the baby here. I've said before, I'll say it again. I think we're looking at anywhere between 3 and 6 charges. And I think on concurrence, this will be no more than 6 to 8 years in prison, which means he would serve 3. But that's just one bite of the apple. Then he's got to go to the Washington, D.C. jury pool for the rest of the shit, where Gates will be the witness again. So, but I think that
with a much less helpful judge.
Much less helpful, exactly. Combative to the other way. So it'll be combative against Kevin Downing as opposed to pro. So what I see is if he only gets 3 to 5, I'd like it less than 6. If you get less than a third, clearly less than a third of the charges, conviction, I think that's going to put Mueller on shaky ground. It's going to put him on a little shaky ground. So I think that if he gets 9 or 10 out of 18 charges tomorrow, or Thursday or Friday, whenever they put the verdict in, I think then he waits the news cycle and he will indict Roger Stone within 7 to 10 days.
So that's what they're waiting for.
That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the Manafort. They want to capitalize on their so-called momentum. And then I'm told that they want to indict Roger Stone, and they will indict a named or unnamed accessory in WikiLeaks. And it's just so ridiculous. But it goes back to what I've said for a very long time, which is this is all about Julian Assange. It's always been about Julian Assange. Donald Trump, the candidate, walked into the audition to catch Julian Assange, and they used him to do that. So it's a pretty interesting. And I mentioned earlier, just for people who are following up, I mean, because I was making fun of this Tracy Diaz Beans, whatever the hell her name is. She tried to make a big deal out of the court motion that was filed that Mueller was trying, to suppress the release of any information that Papadopoulos could have access to, evidentiary wise, and pretty common happened with Flynn too. But what I'm told is, and I believe this person, is that Papadopoulos, much like Flynn, has got some wind beneath his wings all of a sudden, and he is looking for a new attorney. Now, ask yourself. I'm sorry, Dole's princess working in your field. Why would someone who is already pled and is awaiting conditional sentencing, why would they be seeking new representation?
I'm still wondering. It's all gonna fall flat. My issue is, like, if Trump, I'm thinking that there's pardons.
I think you're right. That's inevitable.
Well, you're right.
Or commuting, either way.
Exactly. I think that's like the final play. But the issue of what you're, the whole thing is just so hinky.
But on a general aspect, why would you ask for a new counsel?
If you've already pled to the only count you're going to plead.
Exactly. You can't have double jeopardy. You absolutely can't.
Well,
it goes against it.
You can challenge the original hearing. You can challenge the veracity
on a
not yet,
or you could say
your counsel exactly.
For instance, if some other case that is tertiarily associated with your case, in that testimony, if something comes out that causes people to believe you were railroaded. For instance, you got life imprisonment for murdering and raping a woman in 1986. And now the DNA was not even invented for mass production at that time. But since that time, in like 1999, they decided to DNA test all of the evidence from that trial. And it turns out it wasn't you. You can then petition the court to have a rehearing based on new evidence. And you submit that evidence, and a judge will decide whether you get to have a retrial. Generally, if you have a retrial, it's a good indication you're going to be able to.
To your point, Glenn, how strategic, how important was it for Mueller's team to petition the judge in the D.C. portion of the trial against Manafort to keep him locked up and away from house arrest and put in solitary to the confines of this entire process? That they think.
Why was that? Just to get him out of the media, or
no? It was to cause him additional personal stress to the point where he might break. I mean, this is Weissman. Yeah. This is Weissman. I mean, I've worked when I was working in the governor's office here in PA. I worked a lot with the Attorney General's office, right? And Dole's princess can definitely tell you that she experienced this or seen other people experience this. They will do whatever it takes to harass you to the point where you are just worn down physically. What they did here in PA during these so-called bonus gate trials 10 years ago, 11 years ago, that the future governor, who was one term and thrown out, decided he was going to be an attorney general that started convicting Republicans in the state house for a bunch of bullshit, and a couple of Democrats too. What he did was to witnesses is he put his chief deputy in charge of just harassing, haranguing, and just putting to the point of physical exhaustion and threaten their livelihood, their children, the custody. I mean, what I saw them do to people is a scintilla of what Weissman has been accused of doing for his entire career. So the fact that Manafort has stood there like a man is the most magnanimous thing this shady motherfucker has done in his entire life.
Yeah.
And the fact that Rick Gates
up for everything he's ever done. Yeah.
The fact that Rick Gates took that little cookie on the hook tells you more about Rick Gates than it does about Manafort. And I can tell you, knowing the legal team that represents Manafort and having access to that team, I can tell you that they are completely confident that it'll be less than 50% charged with the charges. And they also think that it's a really appealable case that will be a good thing, So Mueller's fucked up. His whole team fucked up. That was a terrible trial. Mueller's got to look at that team and look at them and say, this was a pitiful performance. You got chewed out at every step of the way by the judge. Even with a friendly judge in DC, do I really want to do this? Is this really what I'm about? The answer is no. This is not getting you where you want to go. This whole charade was about getting Manafort to say something about Trump. And if it doesn't happen, he's fucked. And the longer they keep that loser in jail during this process is going to work against them, because Trump will commute that sentence time served.
Yeah, because you look like a bully.
Yep.
And it just, Americans don't like bullies.
Why do you think Manafort, I thought Manafort was going to put on more of a defense, but then I listened to Jack, and I was kind of surprised he rested. And I know Jack said that it's because, Manafort didn't really have another witness to go against Gates's testimony other than himself, and that they didn't think he would be a good character witness. I think it's
that's basically a summation you would hear from somebody who watched an episode of Law and Order or LA Law. I mean, that's so dumb.
Crack at it.
That is so dumb. I'm telling you that I know the team representing Manafort. Yeah. So I'm telling you that you put up a witness. The witness is going to have to deal with the veracity of whatever documents are being put forth in defense of, and then suffer a cross-examination.
Yeah.
And the last thing the jury is going to hear is doubt about whether or not, it was Gates or Manafort. And Manafort was never going to testify. That's crazy. That's stupid. So I love Jack, but he doesn't know anything about, he should spend more time in the courtroom. I mean, he's in there, but he's not paying attention to what the hell's going on. So that's all absurd. That's absurd. So what you do is your lasting impression, besides the defense last, closing statement, which was pretty intense from what I understand. The lasting image of the trial portion for the jury is no witnesses, no rebuttals. The defense stands up and says the government has not met their burden in this case. We don't even have to bring a case in our defense. Boom. So, I mean, it's done. Yeah, it's done quite frequently, because what you do is you put a petition to motion to dismiss to the judge, and almost every time the judge is not going to dismiss the case by virtue of a true bill was already delivered from a grand jury. So the judge is not going to, toss out the true bill unless there was some serious malpractice from the prosecutorial team involved in the process. So Ellis, as much as he would like to dismiss the case, basically has to sit there and allow it to go to the jury. But what Kevin Downing does, and what he leaves that room with, was, hey, this is bullshit. They didn't meet their case, so hey, get it, beyond a reasonable doubt. And then the closing arguments, there ended up a pissing contest, because the Judge Ellis told the Mueller team to leave the political implications out of this. We don't want to get caught up in all that. But Downing ended up introducing the fact that this was a political witch hunt against his client, and if it wasn't for the investigation into Trump, he never would have been, indicted. And then the judge kind of got a little surly on that. So overall, I would give Kevin Downing and his team a 9 out of 10 on a defense. And I think that's not just because I just know the people that know them, and I watched everything I could and heard everything that was transcript wise from the trial. I think Mueller's team is sloppy. I think it's like putting together like an Olympic team with a bunch of people that never played together before, right? And they just don't know how to work together. And it showed up in court. I mean, they really just weren't working in a cohesive team. They had shitloads of files, but it wasn't kind of permeating into the jury's consciousness. And then Rick Gates was just a shitty person. And he ended up having to admit to all the shitty things that he's done and that he stole from his fucking boss. And that if it wasn't for this deal, he would be in more trouble than Manafort. And the fact that the closing argument rebuttal made by the prosecutorial team, that the email from Manafort to Gates about one of the tax filings was, "You're the quarterback." And the prosecution took an additional step to say that means that Paul Manafort's the manager or the coach. That's bullshit. I mean, if you're an objective juror and you hear somebody introduce evidence that's saying you're the quarterback, that means it's your play. You do what you want to do. You make the call. So the culpability is all on Gates. I mean, it's ridiculous. This guy has been banging chicks all over Europe while he's married, stealing money from Manafort. He admitted to all of it. And I've got to think that there's a chance, even in Alexandria, there's a chance that one or two jurors say, "Fuck it, I'm not convicting this guy. I don't even give a shit about his $15,000 ostrich jacket. I'm not convicting this guy. This is a government railroad job. Fuck you." So this is a chance.
Adam, all you need is one.
Yeah.
Well, no, not really, Glenn. Not really, because most jury, if you study this thing, and I have, you rarely ever run into one. They always get bullied into consensus. When you get two, you can hold on for a hung jury. Now, I'm just talking statistically here, but it's very rare when they do a jury, polling of the jurors after a hung jury or mistrial, that you only have one, because they feel like they have the spotlight.
But what I'm saying is, all it would take is someone like myself to somehow sneak through the vetting process and be a good little fascist during the entire proceedings. But then when it's time for deliberations, just be the guy saying, "Nope. Nope."
Let me make this point, Glenn. Not only would you not qualify for a grand jury or a jury in Alexandria, Virginia, you would not be allowed to live within the zip code of Alexandria.
Well,
Virginia. They would search you out.
Except I did live in Alexandria, Virginia for 3 years.
And they ran you out then, and they'll run you out again.
No, and they loved me. I was like their model citizen there. That's what I'm telling you, is that unless they can connect what I'm doing online, when you actually meet me in a stranger to stranger moment, you'd never know. I've made a
met
career.
You in a stranger to stranger moment. I knew right away.
Yeah, but I went into that thing knowing these were all Trump people. I'm saying, when I'm dealing with clients and whatnot in Midtown Manhattan, they have no idea. They think I'm the best liberal. I make jokes. I make them think that I'm one of them. And I would do the same thing, except that I have a religious reason. I despise the idea of being on these juries, because I see it as basically a waste of time. And so it's easy to get out of it. Just tell the truth during the jury pool selection, and they'll never take you. Like, they asked me, the last time I was almost picked, there was some kind of case with a cop shooting somebody. And they said, "Does anyone here ever had a cop in their family?" I raised my hand. And of course, to outpsych them, I said, "But that shouldn't count against me, because I'm a very objective person. That's the kiss of death, and they'll always get rid of you."
I laugh because I have been in many situations where I get called for jury duty, and then they love me, and then they select me, and then they dismiss me because they find out where I work, and they go, "Adios," and I'm like, "Okay."
But one day, who knows, when I'm older and bored and I have nothing going on, I might sweet talk my way onto one of these like 3-month jury deals because it gives you something to do.
Well,
There are a lot
remember,
of people.
federal grand juries can go up to 18 months and frequently
Even
go to
better.
12.
I have a reason to live then. 18 months, man.
That's a long drive, by the way.
Yeah.
From where you live to the closest courthouse.
No,
is a
but I
long
mean,
drive,
it would happen.
man.
In my case, it would happen probably in Pennsylvania or New York City. Right. Most likely Pennsylvania, since I've escaped the New York City thing now. But
So Adam,
Pennsylvania is always just like some local drunk hitting a tree. You know, that's not very exciting.
Trees are defenseless.
I got called for like some jury that lasted like 3 months, and I actually served on it, and it had to do with it was actually, we found out after the judge told us it was an appeal for Honda Motor Company for a quad, and the guy had done the Evel Knievel, and he went on a binge of drinking and smoking pot, and then he like launched himself, and then he paralyzed himself, and then I literally saw him driving down the road, and he was saying he was incapacitated, and it was just like, really? And so I'm like on the jury, and the guy is driving next to me, and I was on this jury, and it was the appellate decision, and then we voted against him, and I was like, this guy's an asshole. And the whole thing was because Honda had not put a safety label on the bike itself, that the guy was not held liable. So originally the first case was the guy was awarded $1 million, and then Honda appealed, and then I became on the case, and it was like 3 months long. And yeah, I said he was full of shit, and then I said, yeah, that was like beautiful.
Do you think, Adam, that you say that these not Manafort's, Mueller's team, just a bunch of all-stars probably or pit bulls that have never worked together, but do you think it was that, or do you think it's that they're just so arrogant and just conceited, and they weren't expecting a normal, like a true judge, you know what I mean, that would actually like not be in their favor? Because I thought it was more that they just were so arrogant, and they also thought that, Manafort would flip or something. So they really weren't prepared, and then when that didn't happen, they really weren't ready for the judge. Oh, Adam's not there.
Adam's not there, but I'll I'll tell you what I think he would say is what I would say.
I didn't know that he wasn't there.
It's arrogance. When you do the same thing like 50 or 100 times and always get the same result, you begin to believe that it's a maxim, that if I do this thing, I will get this result. And then you meet someone like me.
Well, a lot of these
and then
people...
your maxim doesn't mean anything anymore because the move you made to intimidate me doesn't work, and I instead get a lawyer. And then you tell yourself, well, he's getting a lawyer because he wants to fake us out. He has no interest in going to court, and he'll settle. We'll offer him $1,000. He'll settle, and then I don't. And then I actually draw up a lawsuit and I throw it down at you. And they're thinking he's just throwing this lawsuit down because he wants $5,000. We'll offer him $5,000, but I don't want $5,000. I want to fucking destroy you. And so now we're in court, and up until the time they lose, they're still bullshitting themselves that this isn't real. I don't mean it, and I'm going to come around. And then they fucking lose, and then motherfuckers get fired for being arrogant and underestimating their enemy.
Sounds kind of like the 2016 election. But yeah, to your point, exactly. Glenn, remember when the lawyer, the Mueller lawyer was crying in court and the judge called him out?
Yeah, he teared up.
Because he's never actually been in front of a judge that wasn't like a communist.
A get along, go along type.
Yeah.
A fellow traveler.
I will say that I've probably met thousands, probably over 1,000, if not thousands of lawyers in my life. I have yet to meet a lawyer who is not arrogant. It's in who they are. I mean, I'm sorry if anyone in the Vimeo is a lawyer. Well, you probably wouldn't disagree with me, so I'm not even going to apologize. It's a part of their breeding. It's a part of who they are. It's a part of their training. It's a part of their education. They're arrogant
because they're so smart and they went to school and they have
It's the
so
game.
much experience. They know more about the minutia of the law
Well,
than
it's a
anyone
game.
else.
It's like anything else, and they like playing the game. And the guys who are really, really good at the game can do all kinds of weird contusions to get you the verdict you want.
Yes, they can. And the really good one, the better they are, the more arrogant they are. I have never met a humble lawyer. And I've met some really good lawyers, and I've worked for some of the best. And I'm not saying they're bad people. I've worked with some incredible attorneys who are really good people, but they are very arrogant people. There's no humility in what they do whatsoever.
My main lawyer is a monster.
Yes.
I've introduced him to Adam. And Adam was surprised he was shocked by him, because the kind of things I said, this is the guy I dealt with when that guy stole our source code, $1 million worth of shit. We use this guy. I actually had another lawyer who I fired, talking about having balls, right? If you're going to be in the big chair, you've got to be willing to make the tough calls. You can't go along, get along. You've got to see the results. This is how Donald Trump is like a million miles above me, but it's the same process. Donald Trump sees something's not working out, he cans it and retries something else, and you can't hesitate to make that decision. Mm-hmm. And so there it is. You get a lawyer that's willing to do anything to win, and I have one. And that's why I'm saying, these people, they talk a lot of shit. Brendan Dilley and the rest of these little cocksuckers. They're really fucking tough behind their $80 Obama phone, right? They're talking a good game. But God help you if we play a big boys game. You will be stomped into the ground till there's nothing left. My lawyer is a psycho. And if you meet him, he takes glee. He takes glee in destroying people. It's like the way I take glee in stepping on someone like Dildo Scammons. He takes glee. And all I'm doing is just beating him in the fake world. My lawyer destroys people for real. In the real world, where the real world consequences is they live behind a strip club in fucking Yonkers by the racetrack. Destroyed, completely destroyed. Their entire life trajectory has been abrogated. And he was laughing about it. He thought it was funny as hell. And that's the kind of lawyer you want. None of this bullshit. If I found a lawyer that was like a good religious person and believed in morality, that would be the lawyer I'd want to take out to dinner and be nice to. I would never hire them unless it was to write a contract or my will or something like that. But even then, you want an animal. You want a fucking animal. And I'm happy. Here's Adam is back. So Adam is
like Trump said, you want the killers in there.
You want
That's
killers.
Absolutely right. Well, and Jen, remember the conversation you and I had where we were talking about my attorney, and I told you what he did. I told you what he did to those women in that deposition. I mean, they were crying. That's a good lawyer. And he's a good person, but when he's defending his client, I was going to use the word Glenn just used. He turns into an animal, and he is hired to protect his client, and nothing is off limits within the law. And he turns into a completely different person. He's very arrogant, and he's very good at what he does. And I gave you an example in a private conversation of what he did in a deposition, and he destroyed those women. I mean,
you do what you have to. How do you turn an accusation that somebody plied young men with alcohol, brought them back to his government paid for hotel room to have sex with them? And how do you turn that into $100,000 win for the guy who's been accused to be the predator? How do you do it? You do it with an odd combination of super confidence, super competence, and being completely amoral. You have to believe that your client is always innocent, even if you suspect he's not. And that's how you can become a brilliant lawyer. And any day of the fucking week, I would take a guy like that than, these fake lawyers they put on TV. I can't remember. Andy Griffith played one. It's Matlock or some bullshit like that, where he's like an aw shucks Southern gentleman type of lawyer.
Hey, don't piss off Jeff Sessions right now, man.
Right. There's another one. Jeff Sessions, the ballless freak, The ballless freak. I'd much rather have my psycho lawyer, who I've told to his face, I said, you are like an evil troll. You are completely amoral. And he said, he was smiling. He said, thank you.
Which one? Roger?
Yes, Roger.
Oh yeah, Roger.
After he finalized, after he finished, he concluded the case against this asshole who stole from us. I said, I always suspected that you were morally challenged. I go, but now I know that you are completely amoral. I said, I kind of like it. And he said, thank you. And he meant it. He was happy. He was happy.
So wait a minute. If I am hearing this correctly, you are judging the morality of another human being.
Right. And I'm telling you, there are people far worse than me. And when you become worse than me, telling
good luck sleeping tonight, kids. Good luck sleeping.
Well, I mean, that's my go-to lawyer now. So when anything
he's good.
Whenever there's a serious thing, I don't bring it to any other lawyer. It's always him.
Yeah.
I know plenty of other lawyers, and they bullshit me like, I could do that case, and I'm thinking, yeah, you could do it with your 1-inch cock. There's no way. I'm gonna bet the result on you with all of your bullshit. I want a guy that is cocky, and here's the thing about the reason I like this guy. He's never lost a case, partially because he won't take on a case if he doesn't think he can win it. And he's taken some pretty fucked up cases and won it. So we need more guys like that and less guys like Jeff Sessions. We need our version of Bob Mueller. Just like we got our version of Obama in the form of Donald Trump, now we need our side to be weaponized. But the Republican Party refuses to go along with this plan. They like being queer as hell 24/7. That's their plan.
They like the dildo up their ass.
Jeff Sessions in a court or even defending an aunt. I mean, it's just amazing that he has the name attorney. I mean, that he even made it. I don't know. It blows my mind.
The last time he was probably in a courtroom, was in 1960.
Well, I was going to say it was the last time.
Well, Glenn, I want to clarify that he was defending Billy Bob from the lynching charge. So
right.
Come on.
That's right.
But I will say this about what Jeff Sessions likes, and I've been told this by people that work in the DOJ. What he really likes is he's not about the attorney part, Jen. You're called general, and matter of fact, they do that at the state level too. Doles will tell you. You get used to that salutation, if you will. They call you general, and there's just something that happens to you, and it happened to Sessions. I mean, he will do anything he can to stay there as long as he possibly
can. God.
And sleep and play Legos.
Oh my God.
He's in a back room playing. First day, like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Greg Jarrett said playing Legos. I think it was yesterday on another show, or I forgot where I heard him. He says he's in a back room playing Tinker Toys. And he says, and then Greg Jarrett added, even if, he says, if he even knows how to connect two Tinker Toys together. It was like, you railed on that guy like crazy.
Jen, clearly you don't understand theater. You just don't understand 4D chess.
Yeah, that's right.
You may be a professor, but you're dumb as a rock.
Is on the verge of unleashing the 40,000 sealed indictments.
Yes.
People are going to get Mo tomorrow.
Oh God. Get Mo. So Adam, one thing Tamara and I were having fun with is, you think you're power went out, what I told you before. Glenn was providing us commentary during your AMA. It was very
Well, it's kind of funny that when I was commenting before I jumped on and you were saying that, I said he was busting on me, wasn't he? I wasn't talking about Dilly busting on me. I was like, you guys were worried. Did other people hear it? I assumed that Glenn was busting on me, not Dilly busting on me. I assumed Glenn was kind of doing a critique compared to his performance on the AMA, which was far more notorious than mine will ever be. So I figured, Glenn was just calling me.
I think yours will end up going down in history too.
Hey guys,
yes, his will go down as the second. His will go down as the second best AMA ever done by the new Right Network.
Absolutely. I
and his problem, and I'll tell you what your problem is, Adam. Free, I will tell you, unsolicited. Your problem is you still think that there is a future where you will be a buttoned up corporate executive type again, and you
I
always
will be. Sadly, I will.
Yeah, you will, and so he's holding back. See, he's holding back. The big joke is I'll probably be there way before you, and I'll bring you to lunch in Manhattan, and we're gonna laugh. You're gonna, and the first thing you say, how the fuck did you get such and such company to hire you after what the RNN show and all the?
Well, what I'll do then is I'll fake like a UK H1B or an HB2, and you'll hire me, Glenn. So it'll all work out. It'll all work out.
Well, you can do a fake British accent and call yourself Adnan.
Yeah,
hello,
exactly.
I'm Adnan.
Right, so we're sorry, Doles. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Hey, well, I just wanted to comment that when Q started coming out with like the 40,000 indictments, I just want to state for the record, I've shared this with Glenn and others, that the theory is just ridiculous. It is like asinine. It is ridiculous. I know for my own team that we're looking at like 15 to 20 people that were under indictment, and they are multiple indictments on charges. So if you just figure nationwide, it's just not plausible.
Well, that database is not composed and or comprised of solely indictments. Those are motions that are sealed in the court system, which could mean witnesses. It could mean changing court. It could mean jurisdictional change. I mean, really, it's so absurd. Obviously, Doles, when you bring in a Republican administration like Jeff Sessions, who wants to crack down on ginseng, marijuana, and masturbation, right? Clearly there's going to be a lot more enforcement across the board than what Holder had put into effect. So obviously we're going to be looking at a larger, sealed court order issuance across the board, right? But I totally agree with you. I think it's a fantastic point to make for somebody who has the background to make it, but they'll still argue with you. It doesn't matter. You have all the credentials.
It's infuriating. It's infuriating.
So, Princess, it's so infuriating. Look, I have had this conversation with people who believe in Q, and I tell them, look, I've worked in the federal court system. I can't even describe the stupidity. I don't even want to say stupidity, the ignorance of people, their inability to listen. People do not want knowledge. They want their bias confirmed. So
key phrase. I think that's a key phrase tonight. Bias confirmed. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, because look, I have done, okay. So when you work in patent law, you work in the federal court system. I have professionally used Pacer for much of my career. I have actually filed documents under seal in patent litigation cases.
And of course, they were all 100% sealed pedophilia.
Right, of course.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah, in patent litigation, of course. So in cases where I have actually with my own hands filed under seal. I have used Pacer professionally. So I have tried to explain to people how this works. I have tried to explain to them what filing under seal is and what it is not, what indictments are and what they are not, what PACER does and what it doesn't do. And people will not listen to me. And this is something that I have done professionally for almost 2 decades, but they won't listen to somebody who does this for a career. Instead, they want to go listen to someone who doesn't know anything about the federal court system, has never filed anything under seal, doesn't know how to use PACER.
And
they will listen to them, but they won't listen to me, who I have been trained and does this for a career.
not only
Okay,
that,
great.
It would
they
blow
wanna
their
listen
mind
to
if
someone-
it would literally blow their mind that some of those sealed indictments have to do with recycling fraud.
Right. Or that
saying.
they're not even indictments
Oh
at
my God.
all.
Or it's Ann Vandersteel not paying her trash
You know
bill.
what it could be?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's probably people that are selling straws in California.
You know what?
Here come the California jokes. Here come the
Don't
California
even get me
jokes.
started. Yeah, my sit team, somebody like put out a tweet on the sit team, and which is this situational awareness team or whatever, and they're like special investigations. Ooh, that is like appointed by Jerry Brown. But I digress. And then somebody did like a ha ha hoo hoo, and it was like the straw investigative team. And I unleashed on the agents, and they're like, holy hell, we've been found out.
Right.
Like a joke. It's a complete joke.
Yeah, you know what I like best about Dixie Cup, right? They're made out of
You
plastic.
need a straw.
I want, and I throw it out every night too. Every fucking night I throw my Dixie Cup out, hoping it'll like suffocate a bottlenose dolphin somewhere eventually. I mean, that's just what I do.
Oh,
Jen, we
there
need
you go.
we need
You're
gold
not
straws.
employable anymore, Adam.
Jen, we need like gold straws for Kofefe, please, on behalf of Princess. Thank you.
I can smuggle them in.
Yeah, I'm like, we'll see if we have. That'll be the new.
Obi. We do not need another excuse for you to jam a cylinder-like object up your ass and say you're smuggling it. All right? I mean, this is the last excuse we need is to have him showing up in California, yanking out these 12-inch straws from his asshole. No one wants to drink out of those. No one wants to drink out of them.
Next thing you know, someone will be scoping and saying, they're smugglers. The coalition is smuggling. They're smuggling in straws. What's in those straws that they're smuggling?
I keep telling people, don't worry, this is California. We're going to have designer straws. We're going to have Dolce & Gabbana. We're going to have Gucci. We're going to have Chanel. Don't worry, because this is what Californians do. We're going to have every designer straw you can imagine.
The straw was actually made out of gold.
You're right. I mean, there's going to be a whole market now for this, where it's going to be, materials, recyclable materials with brand names, and it's going to be a whole thing. Paris Hilton will be advertising Kardashian straws. It's going to be a whole market.
You'll be able to buy reusable straws at the
Absolutely,
store.
because this is capitalism. This is capitalism. This is what we do.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yay, Becerra. That's what he's going to focus on.
Well, even Smooch was talking to his helper today at his job, and the kid believes in Q. Now, he doesn't like Mantis. He can't stand him. And then Smooch was telling him and showing him stuff, and the guy, like you're saying, Tamara, was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. And Smooch is like, here's the evidence. Wait till this. And the kid was just fighting with him. Or just wouldn't hear it. It's just, it's frustrating. I know that. I mean, God bless Ginger and of course Adam and other people for really going after these.
What can you do when you get and become emotionally invested in something? You can't. It's so hard to let it go.
All I have to say is, dear God, please, no one bring cans from out of state. That includes PET, bottled water. Don't do it. It's a felony.
No one will need to do that. Trust me.
Yeah.
We had no felonies, no problems, no shootings. no Antifa. Everybody was like, no people coming in with Uzis and all that stuff. I'm hoping this year.
Oh my gosh. Well,
God, I don't know what was so, but it was the fact that we're all going to get shot up by machine guns.
I block that out every time you guys say that. I always block that out. It's so ridiculous. I want to go back to what something Obi just said though. You know, you said when people get emotionally invested in it with the Q thing, it's more than that though, right? It's financial, that people are financially invested in it. They're emotionally invested in it. They're invested in so many ways. So if you think about it, you know, if you spend almost a year, how long has this thing been going on? Like almost a year now? I don't even remember.
Almost
Yeah.
10 months. Yeah. 10
Okay.
months.
About 10 months of their lives, like spending so much of their time, their energy, their money, their, you know, just their lives invested in this, thinking that it's real and thinking that they're doing something. I don't know what, but they think that they're so wrapped up in it, but it's money, right? So they work for their money, they take their money and they're investing it in these people and in this theory.
Yeah,
that means something to people, especially people who don't have a lot to give, right? So they're
same thing. Like, sorry, just like the Nigerian prince scam.
Right. So they can't be wrong because now their ego is on the line. And it's really hard to disassociate your ego from something. Most people have a really hard time with that. So they're going to work all that day. They probably sacrifice something else, not buying something else, to give that money to somebody who was giving them all these Q whatever in the hex. I don't know, summaries or drops or proofs, or I don't know the Q lingo. And now their ego is in it, their emotions are in it, and then they're just supposed to admit that it was all a waste and that their family sacrificed something for them to be wrong. I mean, that's hard for a lot of people.
I think you're exactly right. And I think if Posobiec is true to his word and he brings out these Discord chats and whatever strip code, whatever logic he has attached to this stuff, I think it's going to, there's going to be a lot of people push back on it. But it's starting to go from like, you've got a cousin who believes in aliens or something and you just kind of can let it go, to like Obi shows up at Thanksgiving dinner with a blow up doll named Q. I mean, that's when it's just gone probably too far for everybody. They're not going to sit there and have sweet potato pie and turkey while Obi is like trying to feed this open mouth blow up doll that he calls
she's
Q.
Real, I swear.
Yeah, but in Obi's mind, it's real. Now it's gone, too far. It's gone too far. I think we're approaching Obi Thanksgiving with a textile phase here, and
great.
I hope everybody has that visualization. But Obi too is emotionally and physically invested in that doll. So good luck separating him from Q.
Well, I think Ginger today pointed that out, just like Tamara this morning. She was saying, this is like a death for people, some of these people, and it's true. It's like first, and she went through the 5 stages of grief or whatever. It's like,
I refuse to elevate it to that level. I mean, I think that that's ridiculous. I mean, I think that anyone who emotionally or psychologically or intellectually invests themselves into something so insidious and insipid is you need to check yourself into a facility. I mean, you probably shouldn't, own a firearm. I'm concerned about you. You probably shouldn't be driving. You should be in a padded room with a soft helmet, watching cartoons with Jeff Sessions. I don't want you out there with everybody else if you think Q is real. I think we've got to bring it back at some point. You've got to call it what it is. It's crazy. It's absolute fucking craziness.
Well, you're not wrong, Adam, because there was the story about the guy who, I'm going to get some words wrong here, but so just go with me and correct me as I go. But a guy who went on the bridge by the Hoover Dam with a rifle blocking the dam in a self-made armored vehicle, holding up a sign because he had been prompted by some Q something.
He wanted an unredacted version of the IG report.
Right. Yeah. So there was an article about this, and that was Q related. So obviously, I don't know if they're mentally unstable before and that's how they get connected with Q, or if they get so sucked into this Q world that they lose touch with reality. But one way or another, what you just said was on point. They should not have firearms, and they are, in a way, a danger to society.
And themselves and their family or whatever. I mean, you look at, the marriage of the two would be somebody like Praying Medic, who is like a marathon runner trying to escape his past, and he has a self-admitted personality disorder called DID, which essentially is a dissociative disorder, and he's now trying to erase his past, which has been on Facebook for like 8 years. So
Okay.
it's kind of hard
what
to
does
do.
that mean? He just becomes a new person every year or something like that?
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so he just
that's it.
becomes a new
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, he confirmed that he's had that, and
No.
Like
well, that's personality. Well, that's
transformation or
what
whatever.
Roseanne Barr actually had
It's like
Okay.
they have different,
dissociative personality disorder, which is a different thing with multiple
different
personality
alters.
type. Yeah, exactly.
I have issues with this because before I went into the academy, I worked in the medical field, and one of the doctors that I worked for was an internist, and she specialized in multiple personality disorders. It's MPDs, and each of these people that would come in that would cut themselves, and I explained this to somebody that was in the fam that was like raising concerns with Praying Medic's DID, which is like complete bullshit. So these people that would come in would have like, they would cut themselves, they were anorexic, they had severe disorders, and I saw them and I interacted with them, and we're talking like Sybil personalities, and they were cuckoo like for cocoa. I mean, they were beyond. So for him to claim PTSD and DID is complete bullshit.
Well, he does have a shape-shifting mentality, and if you go back and look at his appearances, where that Sid Roth, did you watch that Sid Roth video that I put out? That crazy guy. How about it, Glenn? That was pretty fucked up. I mean, this guy is not right. I mean, and I've spoken to him on the phone for many, many times, and there's just something wrong with the guy. And I agree that when you get down to these, any type of dissociative disorder is prone to being dismissed by 50% of the psychological community as it is to being, adhered to in the DSMV version, whatever the hell we're in now. But I got to say, there's something wrong with this guy. And we certainly know that he's got a lot of shit bagged up in his past that he doesn't want people to know about.
It's complete like con artist.
Total, the personality type. He's even written it out. He's even written it out on previous Facebook posts going back years. It's amazing that he is just basically. There's almost a nobility aspect to this, where he delineates how he's going to do this over a period of years, and then does it. And people are reading it, and they can see that this guy's so full of shit, but they don't care because they just fall in line and give him money. It's bizarre. It's totally bizarre, and I'm not going to stop it by letting the world know what I know. But I'm also not going to sleep very well if I don't, let the world know on some of these fronts. So I'm not a doxer. Doxing is for people who are on Facebook or Twitter, and they're keeping their identity, under wraps so that they don't have to deal with any issues at work or at home or with family. And they're not leading and trying to be some kind of like cultist leader or a pioneer to deal with any of this internet frontierism bullshit. and they're not trying to accept donations or opening up, God forbid, religious-oriented nonprofits in their name, as Praying Medic is trying to do. You do not have the right to do that. So it's not doxing. If you want to come on and you want to be a thought leader or a thought leader, be prepared to be put across the grill plates, right, the broiler plates, and cooked a little bit. And like I said earlier tonight on the Discord chat, Glenn has gone through all the security clearances. I've gone through all security clearances in our government days. And you're not going to dox us. Everybody knows where we live. They know our real names. So if you're going to come at us, know that we'll bring you to our level of transparency. And that's just the way it is. It's not doxing. If you want to come at us or take money from people who are close to us, then we'll have to let them know what's really going on here. I really don't see any animus on our part.
No, I already.
Would that memory have something to do with foreclosure, bankruptcy, and beating your wife? Okay. Mm. Crossdresser? Oh man, I know there's some kind of high heels size. I know there's some kind of size 13 red high heels involved in this. I just don't want to deal with it. Oh man.
Sound.
Hey, Glenn.
Hmm.
Glenn. We can all hear you, but everyone in the chat saying they can't hear you.
Well, I can hear you.
So anyway, now that they can hear me, as I was talking about our church group and the need to forgive those who are unfortunate. No, that's not what I was talking about. What I was talking about was multiple personalities.
I would like to thank Michelle for saying that she can only hear me and nobody else. That's all that matters, honey. I mean, really, come on. Yeah. As long as you can hear me and Obi snoring, it's fine. There's nothing else being contributed to this conversation.
Oh, I miss Obi sleeps.
Yeah. Anyway, look, if it's true, this guy really is, he's really crazy then. And, I think that would make sense. It would make sense that he's not. And it also, apparently, this type of disorder, that this disorder is caused by intense psychological and or sexual abuse as a child.
Obi laughs at that, by the way.
Yeah, well, no.
In a moment of sheer compassion, Obi chuckles.
I was laughing at something from it was a carryover laugh.
Really? Yeah. It wasn't a vision of an 8-year-old bald pudgy praying medic grabbing his ankles at the pool hall. At the pool hall.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a joke about that.
No, it wasn't. The Christian camp where his counselor taught him a little religion. No.
The special present Uncle George got him in 4th grade.
I'm not a priest in Pennsylvania. So.
Oh.
Hey, asshole.
That's where you really make out,
Hey.
Jesus, I got nothing but ignored. So whatever.
That's that actually is something to think about,
Adam. Thank God.
Listen, for the damage done, I would be. These people are coming in now like a Powerball ticket line. All the priests are dead, and they're just like giving these accounts, and the Catholic Church are writing checks now. So I'm not saying it's completely not true, but I'm saying a lot of people are coming in and getting their money's worth out of this whole thing. But I can definitely see two things that made Praying Medic an atheist at one point and an EMT, and that is he went to like a Christian camp when he was young, and a counselor violated him, and he said, "Hey, that body part doesn't go there," and that got him thinking on physiology and the fact that it was a Christian counselor that raped him. So he went off on 35 years of being a agnostic EMT. So that's my FBI Mulder style profile on.
Well, as we saw from that documentary on the Sid Roth show, when he was laying in the bed, sweating and weeping openly, is when he had his first vision, wasn't it? His first dream was given to him.
Yeah, the weird thing was his first dream was Rick Astley, and that was weird. The second dream was at least
mainly Rick Astley's crotch area, probably.
Yeah, it was weird. It was Rick Astley, "I'm Never Gonna Give You Up," and it was like weird. Like, why is this involved in it? I don't know, but hey, to each his own religious awakenings.
Little trivia. My wife was on the Rick Astley management team in the 80s. So if he really has it, if he needs some sex with Rick, we can probably hook him up, It depends which of his personalities are attracted to Rick Astley, because, the one that's the scammer may not be gay, but the one that isn't is,
What a fitting name.
Mm-hmm.
Never gonna give.
Well, 0 Hour was very fond of Rick Astley. I just want to say, 0 Hour.
Who?
Yeah, I know. Who?
Yeah, no.
0 Hour might actually be Little Love Dumpling's secondary personality. We don't know.
I'm not saying that Praying Medic is predominantly gay.
I would never say that.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just not going to say anything else that will follow up to my comment.
Pointing it out.
Yeah. I am not saying that this guy is a total reincarnation of J. Edgar Hoover in high heels. But I'm not saying he's not either. So in tradition of Q, which I'm sure he will enjoy, I'm asking him to disprove a negative.
Yeah.
When did you stop wearing high heels and swimming naked in your pool with Brandon Dilley, who even your own wife Denise says is all mulberry and no twig. I'm just throwing it out there.
That's like
his
the new
lovely,
version of
his lovely and talented wife.
It's like the new version of when did you stop beating your wife? It's like when did you stop?
When did you stop swimming naked? When did you stop swimming naked with Praying Medic? Yeah, you're right. It's a good thing.
That would be 2006 when he left Washington, right? So I've heard. What like Q? We just need to do more research. What's the harm in doing research?
Yeah, that's it. That's what's holding us back. That's what's holding.
Why are people so against our scopes when all we're doing is asking people to be motivated to do more research on these?
We're being inclusive,
topics.
Right?
Yeah,
we just want people to learn more about themselves,
bringing everyone together.
Yeah,
these are acts of love,
and you have a sex doll named Q. We want you to be comfortable with that. Bring it on out, as long as you bring your little sex doll and your high heels to vote on November 6th. We don't care. We don't give a shit. We don't care.
He's a little love dumpling. That's all
he is a dumpling. I mean, that guy is a freaking. Oh, jeez, Louise.
And he's weak. He's a weak little man. When
he is, but how the hell did he summon the strength to beat a wife? I mean, I don't even know how he has it in him.
For all we know, the wife was like a 60-year-old midget,
Where what?
That's
Maybe
probably
it was.
true.
It was like a Michael style wife.
Yeah, it could have been like some dude, some young guy. He's
Well,
Chinese
that's
guy,
interesting
some young guy.
because
On guard of him.
it's interesting because even after he married Denise, who's only about 5'2", he told me that his pool's 6 feet all around. So I think you got to watch out for Dateline for this guy.
Yeah, you would need a hammer and a brick to make that happen.
Yeah.
But not much. 1 foot. It's a 1 foot differential. It's not like 12 foot. Out here, my pond is 25 feet down.
How dare
So-
you, Glenn? How
You guys,
dare you?
all the praying
How-
mantises, come on down. We'll take care of you.
Glenn is really trying to get kicked off of
Yeah.
Vimeo. And
Yeah, he's definitely pushing the boundaries here, particularly when he is trying to push back on this front.
So I have a serious question. I saw in the comments earlier, maybe it was mentioned. I don't know. This thing's been going on for hours. I can't remember anymore. But somebody had said something about his wife is I don't know.
Satanist.
Yes,
Satanist?
thank you.
Yeah.
Is that where did that come from? Is this just
The
an
research
accusation or-
team. The
Facebook.
research team.
No, well, okay, so how do
Or
I?
old
I'm not
Facebook.
gonna say this gently. I'm just gonna say it. Sometimes there's hyperbole involved with things just for the sake of theater, and then there's legitimate. Is this legitimate or is this theater? Like, where did this actually come from?
Co-author of a book called 666.
She is.
Yes.
No,
Plus,
seriously, Tam.
remember, I go to all the Satanist meetings, and she's in every one of them. So
She's there every time.
every
She's there
time, every time.
No,
And even the devil told me just last
Glenn
week.
and Denise share newborns. I'll have you know that at the meetings. And, Satanists don't have coffee and donuts. They have blood and newborns.
Denise,
So-
open
blood.
wide
Yeah.
for Satan. Open wide for the devil. She's one of the chosen ones.
No,
Yeah, she
we
wrote
are
a book on the
not,
devil. So good for
We
her.
are not selling you ketchup popsicles in your white gloves, Tam. This is true.
So is it possible that the praying mantis is actually some godless freak preying on religious people?
Yes, that's what
Have
I
you-
said.
Have you ever heard of a
Yes.
godly person doing supernatural Saturday and serving as a teacher at the Supernatural Academy of the Southwest in Arizona?
Yeah.
I mean,
but I'm saying-
supernatural is if you're Catholic and somebody says supernatural, not even the mystics go for that shit. Supernatural is bullshit. Supernatural is what upsets your mother-in-law about having your kids go out on Halloween trick-or-treating. It ain't good.
Yeah. But I mean, most of these con artists believe that they are prophets. They actually believe in God, and God wants them to be rich. And it's rare to see somebody who is actually a Satanist portraying themselves like this. That's what I'm saying, is that usually it's
Well,
people who believe they're the incarnation of
is-
some prophet.
This is true. This is actually true. Where we've all heard Praying Mantis say that he has healed hundreds of people, and he has healed him. He has healed himself. He has regrown limbs. Right? We've heard that he has regrown limbs through prayer. I'm just wondering how the hell that male pattern baldness just kind of hung on for him. I mean, you can't.
I want
You're
a
such
new
a
leg.
servant to
I want
God.
a new fucking leg, man.
If-
Forget the leg. I know you got some trouble with the leg there, Dole, but I mean, this guy's got a soup can line up to God. Can't you get some hair on that fucking head? I mean, or at least lose 20 pounds, right? I mean, I
But
don't
this is basic
understand.
questions. How can you regrow a leg unless it was a salamander that he prayed over?
No, he claims he
Exactly.
can. He claims he can.
Here's the thing: it was rare before the age of social media. This is what social media has brought us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. When I first talked to him on his podcast, I was like, "Hey, dude, brother, this whole healing thing, where's the limitations?" He said, "None." I said, "Hey, can you get me up some 6 to 7 inches?" And he said, "I don't know if I can pray for that," but I tried. I gave it a shot. like every
He's
good
still-
Irish Catholic
I
man
mean,
should.
He's still
you know?
stuck in the 1 to 2 range, and it hasn't worked
I'm
out.
saying,
for him.
I had an old boss when I first got into Harrisburg. I had an old boss. We were one of these old guys, these horny old men, and the waitresses would be there at dinner, and he'd be like, "Hey, go tell that chick how big your dick is." And I was like, "Well, I would love to, but it's not that big." And he was like, "Well, can you get it to 6?" And I said, "Yeah, it's about 6." And he's like, "6 will get you in the door." That shit stuck with me forever. I was like 24, and that's a political story, kind of, for everybody. He said, "Can you reach 6?" And I'm like, "I'm answering
yeah.
a guy about this." And I'm
Yeah,
like, "I'm
Adam-
talking to a man about this." And he's like,
Adam's
"Yeah, I can reach 6."
definitely going back into the blue or the white collar suit world.
Oh, I
after
will.
tonight.
Dude, you have no idea.
Aw,
You have no
Karen.
idea. The guys in the General Assembly here are
Sweet baby.
all going down. All going down. They are pigs. They are
Yeah,
pigs.
I know. I'm just kidding.
The first girl that I dated
Oh,
when I
Paris.
worked at the house, I married. That's how much of a loser I am. I never, ever, ever dipped my wick into the company ink.
Probably smart. You're
Well, I
probably
did
smart.
once, but I married her. You know.
Yeah, because what's the future if you analyze it, when you don't have a lot of money, then at least you have youth. So unless you're planning on making
Sure.
a shitload of money, strike while the iron is hot. Get
Yeah,
the
but I
best
was,
one you can
I
get.
wasn't making a lot of money. I was in my mid-20s, and this guy was like a mentor to me. And he literally says to me in a bar at dinner before we go into the dinner with lobbyists, do you got 6? And I was like, "Yeah, I can meet 6." And he's like, "That'll get you in the door." I mean, that kind of shit sticks with you for life.
Yes.
I mean, you think you get through high school with all this crap and your first girlfriends and all that. The guy says you got 6, you're good, you can get in the door with it. I mean, that is life-changing shit. So just a little lesson out there for all the fucking guys.
Of course, most of these guys start measuring at the base of their nutsack, but that's okay.
No,
Where did
no,
this
no.
conversation go?
I am a pessimist. I would never have done that.
Where did this go?
To hell, of course.
Oh, yeah.
To hell.
Because I'm Satan.
It's called
You're
rush hour.
talking about a Glenn moderated discussion here.
Well, that reminds me, Adam, of one of my first job out of college. I guess he was considered a boss. He was a project manager, and we're trying to get this big contract. So he calls me into his office, and
One's looking for pussy.
I always find it. I always have been able to find it.
I'm sorry, Jen.
Wherever I go, I can find it.
Oh, I thought you were cutting to the end of Jen's story.
I'm sorry, Jen.
he calls me into his office and he says, "What are you planning on wearing tomorrow to the meeting?" And I'm like, of course, I was so naive. I was like, "Why?" I didn't even think about it. And I thought this was a weird thing. He goes, "Do you have anything that's like white or clear and like a lacy bra?" And I'm looking at the guy, and I'm like, and he says because he says whatever this guy was meeting or this group, he loves breasts. Like, this is his thing, and all we have to do is look good, and that'll be it. And I'm like, okay,
Oh my God.
A very wise man, I must say.
So it was like, I was like, the next thing goes, consider that when you're getting dressed tomorrow and we go to this meeting.
It's funny you mentioned that. This is exactly, but this is exactly the advice I just wrote in a letter I composed to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. This was my exact, almost word for
Oh my
word.
God,
It's
Ruth
incredible,
just woke
actually.
up.
Oh boy.
I thought
So-
that maybe that would be good for her, you know?
So, Glenn, I have to tell you a story. When Jeff and I were recently in Reno, and I was in the player suite, and Jeff left me alone. He's like, "Okay, call me or text me," because he was headed down to the players table. And so it happened to be on the Sunday, and so I said, "Okay." So Jeff left, and then what happened was I was like, "Okay, I'm heating up the spa in the room," and I was I was literally naked except for a pair of panties, and and the so he's like, text me when you get out. And so like 30 minutes later, he comes back in the room and he's like, I can't find my phone. And I'm sitting there watching the Friday night MNN. And he goes, what are you doing? Are you like scoping live naked? And I'm like, no, I'm just watching Glenn. I'm just watching Glenn
This is what you
and
do.
Obi.
Right. Glenn and
that
Obi.
is why you left the last impermeable barrier of your cotton panties on the whole time. You know what, guys? I'm intrigued, but you ain't getting any further than that.
I found that barrier is never much of a problem.
So my husband thought I was like scoping live with Obi and Glenn. And I'm like, no, it was from Friday. And it was like a Sunday night.
We're like your handlers. We're manipulating you into that. But that's in the future.
Exactly.
We need to still work you over a little bit psychologically till you feel
we haven't had a sexually suggestive or toplets appearance on MNN since Goldie was out with Brian and Jen.
Well, that was the famous ground and pound months.
Oh,
that was it.
So, Princess, I would say your husband's probably thinking, okay, these hooker jokes are going a little too far now.
No, he's like, what the hell? You know, I need to charge commission to Obi.
Well, listen. Obi lives in New York. You live in California. His dick ain't that big. So we know.
Yeah.
No, but
that's true. It's not that
his
big.
pimp cane might be, you know.
That's right. I have reached. I know people that know people.
Yeah, let's just say that Jeff wants to shake Obi's hand for getting his wife a job.
Finally putting you to work, you know, getting some work out of you.
Exactly.
More than the DOJ has been able to do in the last 20 years.
I have to just reaffirm and reassert the reality that when I start
don't ruin it, Adam.
I'm not ruining anything. I just have to tell you from my own personal perspective, my wife has very little patience for this type of discourse. And you know, I always tried to get on at an early, before I put the kids to bed, I try to get Glenn on after 7. And it never fails. It never fails that when I put him on and I listen to the first couple of minutes, my wife will come down after, you know, getting the kids started. And Glenn, what the fuck were you doing last night? I forget, with Ginger. And he's going on a twat monologue. I mean, it was a legit twat monologue.
Yeah, because I'm deleting them.
And not only was it a twat monologue, he was arming it like a weapon when he said it. He was saying twat in a way that just literally went through the drywall. And, you know, my wife walks by and she's already not a huge fan of some of our stuff. But you know, Glenn is just, I don't even know who the hell he was talking about. But he went on a diatribe centered around twat. It was not a good moment.
I'm disappointed because it means that you missed the cunt monologue that preceded it. Which is true.
Oh, who knew that California could be so fun?
Shit. This happens to me all the time, by the way. Like, I'll just kind of like, you know, coming home from my parents, I'll put it on a little bit in the car and I'll turn the volume up, and Glenn invariably is always like, fuck you, you sack of human shit. Like, right before I can get the volume down, the kids are in the back seat. I'm like, God, can I catch anything, you know, profane? And then I think, you know, wait a minute, there is really not that much of that in the Glenn broadcast. That you know, my kids have learned all kinds of things from Glenn.
Just wait till they're adults what I'll be teaching them.
No, you'll be dead. And I'll be dead. And, you know.
Well, your kids are what, 8 or 9 now? So if I can make it another 8 years.
4 and 5. 4 and 5. You're fucked. There's no way you're making that.
I'll need at least like 14 years.
You and I will
end.
probably die. I guarantee, and I'll put this on record right now. I think you and I will die within like 5 years of each other.
Probably. I will die because I've led a life of excess, and that will ultimately kill you. You will die because you want
I've
to.
led a life of moderation?
Right, no,
Wow.
because you want to die. You will die. Right?
Yeah.
That's the old joke that once you hit 65... the old Henny Youngman joke, why do Jewish men die before their wives? Answer, because they want to, right? So it's that's the truth, man.
Last night, because it was probably, I'm thinking about the time Brian gets home, and I always have Glenn on, and I was in the kitchen, and I was cooking dinner. Brian comes in, and he's listening, and he hears, I think it was around the same thing. He says, what is Glenn talking about? Like, he was like, he said, so he's on one of his rants again. I said, yeah.
How the fuck do you cook family dinner when Glenn is talking?
No kids.
It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
And the Henry, Adam, I don't have children, so it's just me and the dog.
Right.
That's family, though. That's family. And the dog is offended by Glenn, too. So
the dog would love me.
Oh, Harley loves Glenn. Harley loves Glenn.
As much as Baby Chin Dilly's black cat loves him as it tries to struggle
I don't
away
think
from him.
I don't think that cat loves him at all. That look that the cat had when he touched it was like the way a rape victim recoils at the touch of her abuser.
Exactly. I could. Well, if you watch closely, I couldn't find his index finger.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like the South Park thing about the yeah, exactly. So we know, Dilly, we know. I'm telling you, you don't want to go there, but you keep going there.
We have video evidence now.
Hey, Dilly has evidence that 33 tried to kill him at a range too. So hey, it's all equal.
The funny thing is that 33 has been studying martial arts for like 40 years. If he's one of those guys, if he wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. It's not like
I'm not lying to you guys right now. This is not a praying medic moment. I had a dream last night. I had a dream. I'm serious. It was a very fluid dream too. That Glenn and I were.
It was a wet dream.
No, it was wet technically because Glenn and I were in the pool with 33. We were in 33's pool, just lounging around, making fun of how small Brendan Dilly's micro penis was, and I swear to you, that was a dream, and I think it might actually come to fruition. I don't know.
That is awesome. Yeah. It's like so detailed and real in so many ways.
Yeah, there was like a moment where the doorbell rang because a FedEx package was getting dropped off, and 33 pulled out like 4 weapons and in a floaty in the pool, and we were not unnerved by it at all. We were not.
It was a floaty.
Yeah, we were not.
I had a dream like that. I had a dream where I was helping Brendan Dilly find his penis, and what was odd about the dream?
Oh, that must be like getting trapped in a hedge.
Well, it was weird because I rarely dream about him, but my late father was in the dream, and he was using his 1971 electron microscope to help, so that we could find it. But I remember I woke up, and by the time I woke up, I could just hear my dad going, "God damn it, I can't see anything." And that was the end of the dream.
We need to zoom in closer.
Yeah, the electron microscope couldn't find it.
You know what the ladies say about Dilly's cock? You don't see it, you got to coax it out.
Yeah, it's like a hedgehog or a turtle's head or something.
You got to get like a warm hair dryer going. You got to peel back the bush. It's just terrible. It's
little
awful.
Teddy Pendergast.
Oh,
A little red wine. And some, probably like a shot of vodka and some Red Bull.
Monster energy drink, yeah.
Monster, yeah. No, because obviously Red Bull.
Dilly only does things on a monster level. He's got monster dildos, monster energy drinks. And this guy is monster across the board. He's big. He's a monster guy. He's got everything but a chin and a dick.
Oh my God.
What's great is that, if he doesn't like this kind of discussion, he's a public figure. He even puts it on every one of his things. Author Brendan Dilly.
A perfectly flawed man.
Yes. Anyway, I don't really find him very interesting anymore. He was interesting when he was scamming all that money with his fake campaign.
Yeah.
But since then, to me, he's just like a crybaby guy. And so really, that's not very interesting.
No, right now, he's more like a pool table without a cue ball.
And it's clear he's like a third grader who's infatuated with Ginger. And so rather than say, I think you're very beautiful, you end up putting their ponytail in an inkwell or something like that. That's what I got from his scope today, is that he's sexually attracted to Ginger McQueen, and like a child, he's having trouble expressing it. You know,
like pulling the ponytail thing. You're right.
I've
long said that.
I thought he was more sexually attracted to Brian Hassine, the way he was calling out Hassine.
Well, I think he's attracted to Hassine's wallet.
Yeah. Well, I have all the Telegram messages where he's begging Hassine to send his daughter to a tennis camp in Florida. That's not bullshit. That's all true. He's a total scam artist. He's just like,
God.
He wanted $20,000 in a crowdfunding to get his daughter to go to Florida to play tennis or something like that. It was just, then he started like harassing Brian about it. And I think Brian actually gave him a little money. I don't know if Brian will ever admit it, but Dilly worshipped Brian Hassine. I mean, just worship him. He thought he was fucking God. And go back into the Telegram chats from, I don't even know, going back to January of 17, maybe even January, February 17. I mean, it's just like loved him, like he was all up his ass all the time, and he was looking for money. And so was Bill. I mean, there's a reason why Bill, wanted Brian Hassine to be, on the team, because all that they ever did was try to find money. But that's why they moved through host all the time. They're just trying to find the next person that they think is going to get them any money. And it's kind of sad. It's nomadic behavior, it's nomadic grifter behavior. But Dilly's misunderstood, though. I mean, I think he really is kind of a caveman. I think he's got a limited capacity to understand the human language of any variety, English or otherwise. I think he's also got a micro penis and excess pubic hair, and he's occasionally molesting cats, and it's unfortunate.
We have proof.
Yeah, we have proof, and he's a paranoid schizophrenic to the point where he thinks 33 Rules is trying to kill him on a gun range with an empty clip.
And we sent him there.
Yeah, we sent them there. Yes, the coalition tit team. Oh, he really didn't like that in that scope today, right? Who called him out on that? Hassine, where he said, "I can only watch from the lobby." Where he's like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Try to kill me." Like, clear, he knew what he knew. He knew.
Well, what started the whole thing with Brian is that he denied knowing Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's what started Brian on his vendetta. Is he said, this son of a bitch, he monopolized so much of my time begging for money and getting advice and this, that, and the other thing.
It's all in Telegram. We have it.
And he even I remember he released some of those telegrams to me as proof. And he said, now this asshole is saying that he never knew me when he would keep me up till like 2 a.m. with his bullshit.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot to do that earlier today, but right now, what I will do for you all is find the last message I got on Telegram from Dilly. Go ahead and talk. I'll find it.
Yeah, well, I think Hassine also sent. I think he sent out when he was scoping and everything was going crazy that he didn't know anybody or Hassine at the MAGA coalition. He never interacted with them. He never talked. I think that's when everything was coming on all fronts. I thought Hassine sent out like a tweet with something.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, saying, posting the text message of, "Hi, Brian, this is, you know,
No,
Dilly.
he posted one where Dilly was shitting on Bill Mitchell as a fool, as a horrible host, and that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's ruining his own show. Just to show two things. One, you did know me, you motherfucker, who say you didn't know who I was. You were telling me, and on top of it, you're such a snake that you're taking Bill Mitchell's side, but you actually hate Bill Mitchell. What a phony. I thought it was
basically,
perfect.
Yeah, basically what he said to me too. Now, you know, this is not, I'm not attributing this. I have a bunch of Telegram chats, so I've got this. But what would you think? And I want you to put, oh, now Glenn's going to molest his cat. What would you all think?
Paris.
Hi, Paris.
Oh, Paris.
At least your cat likes you, not like Dilly's issue.
Cat loves me because I don't molest my cat, unlike some people.
But you do touch that cat far more than you touch Bonnie.
Well, Bonnie's in Manhattan right now.
That is a really hooded response. You know, imagine someone saying this. I want you to listen to this without a face or a name. This is somebody who is basically throwing the opioid crisis. And I hope nobody on here has suffered an opioid death, but I know that everybody on here has known someone who has died or been, you know, convicted and thrown into jail over this shit. But here's a direct quote from Telegram that I have, and I'll share eventually. Imagine for 1 minute, this is the quote, imagine for 1 minute if we did nothing, capital letters, about this opioid mess and just let it run its course. I propose that in 10 years' time, looking at the population as a whole, there would be no statistical change. Alcohol one day, opioids the next. The problem is the human heart.
Jesus.
Yeah, that
Wait,
that
what?
is yeah. That is a intensely focused, narcissistic, asympathetic mode that a human should probably not even be in. But that is one emphatic screenshot that I have that I will save and release when I want. But that I'm not necessarily attributing it to Dilly at this point. I'm just telling you that it's a member of the Your Ass America family that is forever memorialized in a screenshot saying that the opioids is not a crisis and that people should just die because it really doesn't matter, because they would have died anyway from alcohol or something else. I mean, that's imagine that. Imagine that.
That's Mill Bitchell for you. Sweetheart of a guy.
Say that. I did not say that.
Well,
although I'll give you one more
could be.
quote. I'll give you one more quote. We don't have an opioid crisis. We have a people who hate their lives crisis. How do you think Eric Bolling will feel about that?
I don't know. Maybe we should get this individual and Eric Bolling in the same room. That could be amusing.
Yeah, well, I could do that too. You know that.
It's too bad Your Ass America has went down the toilet ratings wise, because since they're so worthless now, if we told Eric Bolling, which we could, hey, you know, someone from this big show is saying this, he'd probably want to debate him. But if we say, you know, someone from Your Voice America said this, he'll be like,
he wouldn't
who?
want anything to do with it.
Who's that? What's that?
He would want nothing to do with it.
Your Ass America. You're going to get one more opportunity, Adam, to be on Your Ass America.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to be the guest. And I'm going to be Mill Bitchell. And Ginger's going to be Ann Vander Sloot. Obi is going to be Dildo. And I think Smooch Panda is going to be Joey Mantorino.
Wait a minute. Who am I going to be again?
You're going to be Adam Gingrich, the political.
Oh my God! I get to play like an SNL, like where
exactly.
I'm the host.
You're going to be yourself, as you actually were on the show. We're going to be asking you all kinds of questions. I'm going to be giving you my Mill Bitchell interpretation of why you're wrong about everything.
Shouldn't be too hard.
How great is that going to be? We've worked it out. I actually have a Mill Bitchell wig now, Adam.
I saw it. I'm impressed by it. It could use a little gel, and you could grow what appears to be a very elderly Asian woman's vaginal hair on your face.
I could.
That
I
he
might.
is currently doing.
I might do it. And actually, because my eyebrows are the color that he wishes his were still, with the gray wig, if I arch my one eyebrow like that, isn't that Mill Bitchell? That's the Mill Bitchell,
Yes,
right?
what do you think?
What do you think? What do you think? Huh? You got 30 seconds.
What do you think, Brian?
Speak now.
Adam.
Shut the fuck up.
Adam, what do you think's going on with Mueller? What's up with
What
Mueller?
is-
I mean, if Sessions was a black hat, don't you think that Mueller would have been seen at the fireplace down in Foggy Bottom? But he wasn't, and I know because I was there every night with my boyfriend, and I never saw him. So, Adam, what do you think's going on? What do you think?
Is it going to be Saturday, Glenn?
Of course, it's going to be Saturday. Maybe not this Saturday, but it's going to be a Saturday when we do it.
Yeah, I don't want it to be this Saturday. I'm going to be gone. So I want
Yeah.
because I can't participate in the chat, which is going to be half the fun.
Well,
we can bring. See, we're thinking of
So I'm
Princess.
just requesting a delay.
Princess is going to be coming on as a very special and yet unnamed guest, but we'll say that she will be portraying somebody who has a very distinctive facial appearance that you can't miss. I mean, it's like certain people look like animals, as we've seen with the Roseanne Barr tweets. But in this case, it would be more like who looks like a fish in that crew. So
God damn it, Glenn.
Princess is going to be doing that, and maybe we also can get Jen to portray someone on there. But I wonder who.
Is Ginger playing herself, or what's the deal?
Ginger's going to be Anne.
Oh,
I think-
that's awful.
Why couldn't we get Jen on as Tracy Beans?
Oh, God.
We
Get a
could.
dark wig.
Nah, there's no way she could look like Michael Cohen. No way.
Like,
Why don't we get Michael Cohen to be Tracy Beans?
Think he'd do it?
I hear he's got some free time.
so, Glenn, my internet connection froze. Something was weird. It kicked me off and then added me back. So, is it going to be? It's not going to be this Saturday.
No.
Okay.
But we're gonna definitely do something.
Okay. Because I
So
don't know. how much-
Obi gets the dubious honor of being Dilly.
Well, I don't know if you can pull that shit off.
I think he
say.
can. I think he can because he has studied Dillyisms more than anyone. He's scrutinized every.
I've been losing my whole life.
periscope. Exactly.
Oh, he does have that down. Obi's
Yes.
got that shit down. Cold. I've been losing my whole life.
Winning is losing. I've been losing my own life. It's fantastic.
Elections are not about results.
So that's what we have in store for the audience at some point.
I am all in, as they say, when Medic is hanging out with Dilly. I'm all in.
Oh, God.
That was like a delayed delayed
like-
fuse.
A delayed response.
Yeah.
Obi, there's that infamous line in that What Happened scope he did after he lost. I can't remember now how it goes, but he went into that whole thing and then he said, I need clients. I need new clients.
Right after that. Right after, yeah.
I need clients.
That being
I gotta
said,
pay for a truck.
I need clients. I got to feed the monkey. Whatever the fuck he
I need money.
I gotta buy a truck, or I have to pay for my truck.
He goes, I need money. I need clients. Yeah.
No, but he referred to himself in the third person. Brendan needs. Oh God. Oh, this is a human being that would be better encapsulated in asphalt as a speed bump. I mean, really. I mean, this guy served no purpose.
Do I need money? Yeah, I need money.
I need money.
I need clients. I need some clients.
So who is going to hire him? I mean, I just wonder this. Has they ever hired him? Has he scammed them that much? I mean,
he's unhireable.
Was it you over or Glenn was saying something about, if you're going to hire a life coach, aren't you looking for where they are in life?
Yeah.
It wasn't me. It could have been Adam even. I don't
No,
know.
I think it was Glenn, because Glenn is like, Glenn told me one time on air, he's like, hey, this life coach thing seems pretty easy. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of it. Like, how the hell are you gonna get him out to the farm, without thinking you're gonna kill him? It's like, I'll do it in Manhattan. Yeah, I mean, Dilly convinced Glenn that life coaching was a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not?
He showed you the way, Glenn.
That's right.
No,
but I'll tell you this much. If I were ever to hire a life coach, they would definitely have to be more successful than I am. That's criteria number one. They'd have to have more money than me, and they would have to be more successful than me.
Yeah, that's true. What's a life coach but a lifeguard out of water, if you think about it?
Yeah, I mean,
if you don't need saving, don't bother enlisting.
No, I wouldn't get a life coach. I mean, I've had like a corporate coach before to do like manage. Yeah, but a corporate coach is much different. They don't teach you. It's very different what they teach you. They teach you like managerial type things and how to work within the corporate structure and how to manage a team efficiently, and it's different what they teach you. But like a life coach, I couldn't imagine doing. But if I were to ever, it would definitely have to be someone far more successful than I am, right? Because I'm not going to take advice on life from people who
are scoping from their bathroom.
Well,
who don't do life better than I do.
You make an interesting point, because you got to understand that Bill and Dilly came together even before I joined up with whatever circuits there was. He was Bill, a self-reported headhunter, right? A corporate headhunter. But he managed to be hunting these heads while living in his mother's home with his sister and a cat. And I'm sure a lot of clients that were looking for a corporate headhunter to get them a high-paying gig thought, why do you live at home with your sister and a cat and your mom? So, yeah, there's definitely a credibility issue to the whole thing.
To be fair, Bill or Mill Mitchell would just tell them that he was a media mogul. He was a media executive, and he was.
And what?
Well, he was on the cusp of starting the biggest.
How do you have a business meeting with somebody like, hey, you got a 3 p.m. tomorrow at my mom's house. I'm up on the 3rd floor. Just tell my sister that you're here, and I'll get the cat out of the room. Yeah, it's kind of tough. It's really tough. And Bill is a total scam artist, and I had moments. I got to be honest with you. Like, I had moments when I'm like setting up pre-production, which is like the most over, stated term for what the fuck was going on. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, this fucking guy is like on the 3rd floor of his mom's home. And like his sister starts yelling at him.
Hold on, wait here while I go down into the
like his sister starts yelling something at him, and he starts yelling back at his sister. It was like that. It was a scene right out of Wedding Crashers, where Will Ferrell yells for meatloaf to his mother. It's just fucking horrifying. And this is before he moved down into Julio Gonzalez's guest house for a while. living rent free with a refrigerator full of food that Julio put in there. Now he's off into some high rise. I don't know. I guess generous donors are paying
Dude,
for
we
it.
could have
Maybe
like Jen as Bill Mitchell's mom. Honey, you need to do my feet. Rub my
That'd be
feet,
funny to have
please.
something come. Someone
You know,
come out,
here's my
check out the
problem.
background.
Here's my problem, and he's talked about her infirm status for quite some time. But I'm not sure that she's alive. I'm not sure she's been alive for a while.
Oh my God.
I'm thinking this is like an Anthony Perkins thing here
Yeah,
from Psycho.
exactly.
Yeah, it's a Norman Bates thing. And this dude ain't right. If you ever met this motherfucker,
Oh fuck.
you're like, yeah, nah, that fucking bitch is dead, stuffed into like the drywall, and
Oh.
it's not good. Yeah.
Oh goodness!
Oh, rub my feet.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were gonna go there.
Period.
Well, no, he has to
Just jump
because he has to keep his feet elevated because he has embolisms all the time. He has issues with his feet, so he has to elevate his feet. So when he was doing original, Jack Posobiec told me this, and Kerry Kellerman told me too. Like early in the day, he had embolism in his lungs, and it was causing like fluids in his leg. So he was doing these shows in a recliner with his legs up around the monitor, so you couldn't see that he was leaning back.
No, stop.
Is that why he just like zooms right in on his head?
Oh
You
yeah,
can't see anything else?
I have
Oh,
I have countless telegrams talking about how his compression socks were too tight, and talking about his blood thinners that he was on. And Joey Mantorino, whose dad's a doctor,
It makes Joey.
He's arguing with him about which blood thinners he should be on, and then like boom, Brendan Dilley will jump in and be like, you know, hey guys, like an F-16 shot down an alien last night, and the alien had had AIDS, but the AIDS could be used to cure AIDS for everybody else. And like that was the telegram. They were all in.
No, stop.
No, I'm serious. There's elements of all of that, and I can share it with you.
What is Telegram? What is this?
Telegram is a supposed encrypted app, which is kind of shitty description. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is a Facebook-owned entity.
Yeah, of course they have it all.
But the thing with Telegram is, once you're in there, there's nothing stopping you from. It's encrypted, sure, but you can screenshot everything. So, so I just screenshot everything. Of course I did. That's me. I screenshot everything. So I have it all.
It's basically like a group chat where.
It's a total
like
group chat.
Like a group DM. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's a group chat.
Yay, me.
Oh, and is it ever a group chat? Ooh, boy.
Well, he used to always talk about. I always thought it was so weird. He used to go on about, back, I don't remember what time. I used to live in California and downtown. He used to talk about these very expensive areas of LA that he lived, and maybe he did. And I used to make 2, 3. See, this is the thing. First, it was 100,000. Then it was 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 a year. And he was talking back in the 80s, I think, when he was saying that he lived out in California. So I'm calculating in my mind, if you made 200,000 in 1980, like think about how much money that was in 1980. Right?
That never happened. That never happened. I think he might have said that he sat on or sucked on 200,000 cocks in LA. But I don't think there was ever that kind of.
Maybe some weird Richard Gere inspired gay fantasy he was living out.
Yeah. Something went awry. He used to in Telegram. This is good stuff. I will definitely put this out there later. But he used to post pictures of himself like throughout his life, like as a kid, teenager, in his 20s, 30s. I mean, it's just awful shit where you just look at it and be like, "This is so gay." I'm like wiping the corners of my mouth looking at it. Right? I mean, it's just so gay that I need to rinse my tonsils off. Just looking at the photos of this shit. And I'm not saying that's why he and Dilly get along or anything, but I'm not saying that.
He was one of the first people that I followed on Twitter. It was him and Fluffy Dog Attack, and I basically just kept seeing his thing in my feed. I only followed for Hannity.
I'm sorry, say that again. His thing in your feed? What? To say that again?
The feed jokes. Oh, Jen, you are now Bill Mitchell's mother rubbing Bill's
be careful here.
Anyway.
Words have meanings.
Yes. I got it.
Mitchell doesn't have dissociative disorder like praying mantis, so he probably wasn't raped by his parents.
No, that's true. But last time I checked, Greenskin is in charge of what kind of is going into the feed. Yeah.
Patriotic Vegan asks, is there an official count how many scam artists the fam has survived to date?
Survived? Have we survived? Are we still alive?
I would argue that we're utterly destroyed, but
yeah, we're in purgatory.
Yeah, but I mean, how many what were the number of scam artists that destroyed us then?
Wait. Are we talking scam artists, rapists, sexual assaultists? I don't know, man. Yeah. It's a lot of all kinds of weird shit.
Well, that's how Tamara and I got into the whole lawyer or attorney conversation when she was educating me about, which I kind of knew some, but when Goldie said he was serving all of us with subpoenas and he was taking us all to court, and Tamara's like, "Oh yeah,
that happened. That happened like a dilly drop."
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, have you received your notice yet?
It's about as real as Bitchell's viewing numbers.
Yeah, that's when Tamara
it was a wake up call, guys, when I took a look at Bitchell's YouTube numbers, and the final it was 700 plays. That's what he's down to now, 700 plays.
Damn, he's sniffing your territory now.
No, we're beating him then.
On YouTube?
Well, I'll put it this way. We have beaten him on YouTube, yeah. We've done shows that we've gotten more than 700 plays.
When he first
Not that it matters now since I've deleted them all.
Be the big. We all know what happens when you be the big shot on YouTube.
They get you.
Coming after you, yeah. But I think if we could convince Obi to go shirtless, we could definitely crack it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay.
Then we definitely would win over.
I would do anything for viewers.
Oh, my Obi.
I would do anything for viewers.
My Obi.
Or maybe I might know someone that works for me that might do that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants me.
Well, I was worried you were going to say Carpe. We don't want Carpe dunked into the topless. No, we don't want that at all.
Apparently, my husband thinks that I did a naked scope with Glenn and Obi on 2 days later. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the game of telephone where this is going to come back. It's going to turn into the fact that, you did a... I won't even go there.
Yeah, whatever. He goes, "Oh, you're having an affair." He like the conversation I had today. He goes, "But you're having an affair with Periscope," and I'm like, "I haven't even been on fucking Periscope. I don't know what you're talking about."
You mean you didn't watch Adam's Scope today? It was good, Princess.
I did, actually. I watched it today, and it was amazing. It was amazing.
Ginger and Adam, like the double team right there.
I literally double teamed that. Ginger doubled my views, but thank you for mentioning that over.
Well,
it was great.
It was fantastic.
Hey, Adam, how long are you going to leave that up? Because there was like some coworkers, the agents wanted to watch it.
Well, okay. Yeah, that's weird.
No,
Are
it's
all other avenues of viewing down out there? The entire grid off that they have to watch that? Yeah, I'm
well,
gonna leave it up. I'm gonna leave it up.
okay, because you had mentioned in it that you were going to take it down in a couple hours, and I said, oh, and then they were like,
Nah.
oh
Then
no,
I went
we
into
gotta watch
then I
it.
went into Discord, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll leave it all up. Whatever.
Okay,
It's
all
the
right.
pervasive, insidious nature of being exposed to Glendula.
Oh, okay.
Once
Caring
you are
less,
okay with being
caring less
evil
and
and
less.
horrible, then you can live with it. Plus, we're putting up most of Adam's stuff is available on maganews.net.
Okay.
Hey, Glenn, who sings that tune? I love you less and less. I love you less and less. It's a punk rock tune.
I love you less and less.
Yeah.
Oh, he's checking.
I'll find
I
out
hear
for
it.
you. Doesn't ring any
still like
bells. Okay, it's the Kaiser Chiefs.
Oh, that's a new age punk group. Okay.
It's not punk. It's Kaiser Chiefs.
Well,
is
it's
like
a new age neo punk ripoff band.
Yeah, 2005. It's like Green Day. It's fake.
No. You listen to it. You'll actually kind of appreciate it. That song, anyway.
Hey,
But
Glenn,
anyway,
question.
I support the concept. You know.
Glenn, are you gonna replay the Ginger Scarface at all? I've had
Scarface.
where Ginger's looking in, the YVA and the Scarface music.
I'll put it up on BitChute.
Okay, because some of the coworkers were asking about it, and I said it's phenomenal.
While we're asking Glenn questions here, Glenn, are you ever going to get this dog fixed? I mean,
what?
Oh, poor Obi.
Oh, the dog.
On.
No,
are you going to get it fixed or what? I mean, I'm kind of worried about it. Looking at Jen in a really seductive way. And,
whenever Obi leans his head down on the table to take a
He's
nap,
sleeping.
that's what the animatronic thing does.
That drunk, right?
And sometimes I know he's eating.
We all have alcohol problems, right, Obi?
Exactly. Well, what he'll do is he'll put the mute on the mic and start eating something, and the animal mouth will move. I've seen it.
Well, for some reason, this exact character, the Shiba Kekobi, my head is tilted like 10 degrees. I'm just kind of sitting here listening. And then, but the animatronic animal will go like full 90-degree tilt or whatever. I'm not actually 90-degree tilt.
I wish you would just show up as yourself so I don't have to think that Billy's fiance just joined us. I mean, I really wish you would just, stop confusing people. Stop confusing people.
If you want, that's fine. I'm just always like, fucking tired after work, and I feel like I'm always like, just.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, Obi. I tell you this every time I see you. You're a beautiful man.
Oh my God, that's right.
Oh wait, that's not what I tell you. I say you're a very short man. But right. They're close. They're corollary things.
That's right. You can't help. You can't help but pull that joke every time. But that's okay. That's why I love you.
That's not why. That's not why you love me. You love me because you're compelled by Lord Satan. That's
right.
Yeah, right.
I read that book that Denise wrote.
Yeah, 666, baby.
That's what it is.
You read that book, Obi?
No, he didn't read that damn book. He would be possessed by the devil by now.
I'm so disturbed.
That's right.
I don't mean to keep bringing it up, and I'm.
Well, you can Google it. You can Google it. It's right there.
Tried to Google it. I didn't get any result. What is it under? What name?
It's under Denise Hayes Loves Satan. I don't know. It's definitely about the devil because Doughboy Medic. He's pretty fat, but he's not 666 pounds. So you got to look at it in a really clear lens. She believes in the occult and the devil, and Praying Medic has been associated with a group called Bride Ministries, which teaches Illuminati, shining one, shining people, prophecy as well. And so, I mean, it's all really whacked out shit.
That would explain how he knows enough of the trigger words, the keywords to throw into everything.
Oh yeah, he's got a cult behavior going back to 2010 on Facebook.
All right. Well, if this is
the cult keywords, but also the Alex Jones type keywords,
I think this
Illuminati keywords.
666 is a short. It's a short story compilation of horror stories. From the it's fantasticbookstore.com. If you do a search for Denise Hayes, Hayes, the description.
Tell me, is there a religious component to the book, Glenn?
Well, it does have it looks like the angel of death with the scythe is prominently displayed on the cover against a very morose backdrop of some kind of haunted cemetery. And in big letters, it says 666, and underneath it says a collection of 666 words.
Yeah.
A collection of 666 word horror stories.
That sounds religious.
Yeah.
It says details with a foreword from Michael Brooks. Oh, Michael Brooks, gotta buy it. Who's that? The 666 collection features author Michael Brooks, Nathan Robinson, Linda Acaster.
Academy Award goes to again Glenn.
Well, anyway, it lists all the big shots or nothings. She's not listed in the details in the description, but it says it is an anthology of short horror tales to stir your senses and chill you to the bone.
Well, if she wants to chill me to the bone, she'll just snap Medic coming out of the shower. That could be the next project she got.
By the way, the price is a mere £2.99. So
she's
it's
not listed. How do we know she's an author?
No, she's listed as an author.
Yeah, under authors, I can click on her name, Denise Hayes, and it gives a description of Denise Hayes and a lovely picture of her. It says to use the president's descriptor. Denise taught creative writing for many years, but now enjoys being able to focus on her own work. Translation, she lost her job at the local school. She writes poetry and prose, which means she doesn't write either, and is inspired by facts, jokes, and her favorite authors, J.G. Ballard, Jorge Luis Borges, and Philip K. Dick.
Those are all. Philip K. Dick? Philip K. Dick was a Satanist, too. Yeah, Philip Dick. Now, hey.
She has published poems. What? Get this. Get this. She has
Philip
published.
K. Dick was a really, I don't know. He predated Kafka, but he was into this, real bizarro world shit,
sci-fi shit.
Yeah,
he
sci-fi.
Stuff. Philip K. Dick was a genius. He wasn't a Satanist, but he was a drug addict. He basically did so much speed that within about 15 to 20 years, he did so much speed that in those 15 or 20 years, he had a combined output of a normal person's 70 or 80 year life. He burned himself out on speed.
Yeah, I mean, but let's be clear. I mean, Philip K. Dick was...
This sounds like a porno name, man.
He did Phil Dick. Android's dream of sheep.
Right, do androids dream of electric sheep?
But he was also obsessed with some Goebbels-related Nazism components.
Sure.
And he wove that into his story. Philip K. Dick was a weird motherfucker. Philip K. Dick was a more intellectual version of Hunter S. Thompson. I don't know if Glenn would agree with that. In a
Yeah,
very
but Hunter
different
Thompson
stylistic
wasn't
person.
really. Thing about Philip Dick is that in the science fiction world, he's a giant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and his work is incredible.
But I'm talking about personality here. I'm not talking about stylistically.
Yeah, but what personality? The guy was done so much speed that there was no real room
I don't
for
think Hunter S. Thompson was sober either. So
no, but Hunter S. Thompson also was more of a schmoozy guy. He would write, most of his writings were like published in magazines.
Well, no. I'm not talking about that. I realize that. I know I've read all of his stuff. I'm telling you that stylistically, artistically, I'm not relating the two. All I'm relating it to is as the psychosis that they probably both were affected by.
Yeah, well, I mean, Philip Dick, his mind was affected. All of his stories, I mean, all these famous stories have been made into movies, and everyone knows the movies like Vanilla Sky, Blade Runner. That movie where the pre-crimes division with
Minority Report was based on
Minority Report was one of his. And on and on and on. I mean, the Man in the High Castle.
I would argue, to me, at least in a contemporary age, that Philip K. Dick was more influential than Asimov himself. But if you go back far enough, others will argue with that. But
well, the thing is, he wasn't strictly a sci-fi writer because of the speed. It made him highly paranoid, and I think. While Asimov was really trying to write about, the future and technology and mankind, Philip K. Dick, the speed made him highly paranoid. And all of his stories have the same ideas. It's always like, what is real, what is not real? Why? Because the man rarely slept. And so if you don't...
Woven with history. That's what I like
about
it.
I mean, The Matrix, that movie, The Matrix, is basically a high school rendition of most of the themes that are in Philip Dick's stories. It's like two high school or college kids trying to channel Philip Dick. That was the first Matrix. Paranoia.
I just don't understand. I have a lot of nephews, nieces, and, on both sides of the family, I'm watching them go to school, high school, and they have these mandatory reading lists or whatever. And it's still the same shit. It's still Heller's Catch-22. It's still Catcher in the Rye. I'm not disagreeing that you need to read these books, but read them in 7th grade. Let's not have these as your freshman and sophomore year.
I did. That's when I read all this stuff when I was in high school.
But the mandatory reading list thing,
I was into all that shit when I was in like 5th, 6th, 7th grade. Philip Dick and Asimov and Piers Anthony and what's the other one that H.P. Lovecraft, right?
Lovecraft was pretty good, yeah. But you also, I didn't get into it till I was like a junior, but I loved Kafka. I thought Kafka was like some pretty good shit. That was some esoteric fucking bullshit there. You had to plod your way through the fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the thing is with these books, it's like the generations before mine were more moved by this stuff.
Yeah.
Because my generation, everything was either was a movie or television, and I did do a lot of reading, but most of the other kids in my class didn't, and I was considered like,
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Glenn. How old were you when you read Atlas Shrugged?
13, maybe.
That's pretty good, because I did not read that thing until the summer before college.
I wrote in 8th grade. There was an Irish teacher I had, Mr. Casey, who was trying to get me to understand that as I got older, I would have to struggle for things. It bothered him that I could not study and write some bullshit in 5 minutes, and it was an A paper.
Yeah.
And he was trying to teach me something. Unfortunately, I never listened until it was too late. But when I got older, I actually, before he died, I thanked him because I see what he was trying to do. And so he wanted me to write some book report. And so I couldn't be bothered to go to the library and get anything. So I just went to my dad's study. I want to make sure I get the title right. The name of the book was Lives of a Cell. I'm just trying to. The guy's name was Lewis Thomas, and of course it would be the kind of shit my dad would, the kind of thing my dad would have in his study. And it was a very adult book for somebody in 7th grade to be writing a book report on. And it was so jarring that they called my dad into the principal's office to basically complain that he was a bad parent for letting me read this book. And my dad, for all of his faults, you don't insult science and anything science related. And he told the principal right to his face. He called him a Nazi fuck, and he said, "You can kiss my ass." And strangely enough, the teacher, Mr. Casey, who was giving me a hard time, gave me an A on the paper. And he told me, because he was giving me Fs. I would write these great papers, and he'd put F on there. It was getting me crazy. And so I wrote this paper and another one where I basically dissected him, as I said, a fat has-been. He said that you need to write something from a passionate standpoint. Prove to me that you can be a great writer. So I wrote about how much I hated him, and he gave that paper an A as well. So yeah, I had some pretty good
If you're lucky to
teachers.
have that at the middle school, junior high level, going into high school, man, you are in a rare territory, because normally people have to get indoctrinated in college and hope that they are not in the wrong college. But I will say that one of the most interesting things about college per se, which is Latin for by itself, people. So, don't use per se in the, inaccurate sense, but in the by itself is an opportunity to evaluate at a later stage of life where you have educational means that match your academic with your real world experience. So I've often thought about Ginger, going back to school here to Liberty, and she's going to enjoy reading those books that we would have just had to chew through like we were eating grass, right? She's going to enjoy picking apart in a critical way what's wrong with those texts. And even at Liberty or anywhere else in a conservative, Grove City College or whatever, you're going to find some texts that you disagree with, and that you cannot really learn that discernment until you are a life experienced individual. So it's almost like she's going to get something out of a bachelor's degree that I didn't get, or you didn't get, or maybe, other people didn't get. But Jen, being in the scientific mode, you're kind of in your concrete shit, and you are pulling a Nick DeSantos, by the way, because you're eating on scope, which is,
I was going to say I'm channeling Nick.
Yeah, channeling Nick. But it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to go through the world of academics through a scientific way and go through the empirical absolutism and deal with all that shit and not have to go outside into a theoretical fashion. When you have to do that, you learn different things. So I'm kind of excited that Ginger's going to be going through this for the next year or two. I think it's going to help her contribute to a lot of the discussions that we have about what's going on.
It's also good, these older women in the college. When I was in college, there was like a 42-year-old woman in one of my classes, and I unrelentingly tried to get her to go out with me. And she had this look like it was almost like it was funny. Like she thought it was funny. I was like a 22-year-old guy and she was 40-something. And she had this look of amusement, pity, sadness, and a little flattery, all rolled in one. She was Hungarian, so she was like one of these sophisticated older women types.
Is almost half Hungarian. I will say this, Glenn. Why does every story about your youth turn into like a Bob Gucciani article? I mean,
except that none of my stories I ever get any of the girls. They always laugh at
I'm
me.
not sure Bob Gucciani Jr. got any of the girls, but Bob Gucciani
Oh, he did.
but
he did. There was an orgy going on up there in the penthouse, but
Gucciani
not in my
Jr.
class. In my
little
classes, there was a lot of ridiculous activities that amounted to nothing. But I did pretty good in my classes, grade-wise, so there was always that,
Well, I mean, I've always, notoriously throughout my family, I've referred to college as Trivial Pursuit. And that's the way I viewed it, and I still view it to this day. It is mainly, not to be a knockoff of the game, but it's a trivial pursuit because it's not required, it's not necessitated to get where you wanted to go. However, there seemed to be some societal pressure to do it. So I did it for like almost 7 years. And did it make me smarter? I don't know. If it made me smarter, I think it made me obviously more, able or capable, if you will, of discerning fact from fiction and all that other shit. But I will say that you can succeed in this world not going to college for 7 years. You can certainly succeed in this world not being an English lit major or a history major or a pre-law major or a political science major. End of rant.
Or heaven forbid, like a gender studies major.
That definitely was not on the menu for me. But no, I had 3 majors: psychology, and I had political economics, and then I had political science.
So you triple majored?
No.
Oh,
I
you just
bailed like a motherfucker at the science credits that they demanded, and kept running until I got to political science, which was basically a nonsensical application to a Bachelor of Arts. So I was like, hey, can I marry the word science to a Bachelor of Arts? Yes, political science. Okay, I'm there. I don't appreciate the sciences. I don't appreciate the mathematical requirements, and I just wanted to take my bullshit actuarial shit that I had to do for polling. That's all I wanted to do.
Because I had to do, because you were saying like I did more theory, but I took like a year or two of like, what is it, English, and then all your other electives that you have to do. But I didn't do anything beyond, all my upper division had nothing to do with poli-sci or anything like that.
You should have, because electives are there to be electives. So what I did was I rode that horse too hard. Other people maybe on your side of the fence, on the scientific side, did the same and just kind of ignored our side of the fence, right, on the electives. But basically, I took every single poli-sci course I could possibly freaking take, or anything political philosophy, political economics. I mean, so I was definitely behind the 8 ball on graduating in 4 years, which was fine for me, because who the fuck wants to graduate college in 4 years? Certainly not me. Certainly not when my parents are paying for it. So, you know what I mean? So I had a blast, but I learned a lot.
I tried a minor, but there was like not enough. There just wasn't enough hours between going to school and like the amount of studying and working. I could not fit in any more extra electives or my minor. Like, even though I wanted to, because I was paying. So I had a certain amount of money from scholarships, but then that had to just keep me. So I do regret maybe like thinking, oh, I should have taken another year and finished the minor in something else. But it's just like, at the time, it just didn't, like, I just wanted to be done with school and like out and like working. I just wanted to work so I could earn money, like real money. Not like waitress money. I just wanted to be done. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. Let's get in.
Hey, don't knock it. Obi was a waitress for quite some time, and it worked out for him.
In my second life.
How many lives have you had there?
I'm on to. I have decided that I am now going to identify as a black transsexual Muslim person, and that way, and pimp, yeah. But that way, I can never be banned off of Twitter or Facebook or YouTube.
Okay, say again what you're identifying yourself as.
Pimp.
Yeah.
No, it sounded more complicated than that.
No, a black transsexual Muslim
Pimp.
pimp.
If that's the case, Obi, I'm going to identify you as somebody I would like to date. So let's get together. Yeah,
but I mean,
let's get together.
That's the whole point, though. I mean, there's like laws that say that you can't discriminate against them, but it's totally fine to discriminate if you're if you're, heaven forbid, God forbid, a conservative. So I'll just go ahead and play by their rules. Their rules say you can go ahead and identify as whoever you want. So you go ahead.
I identify as a hooker.
That's right. And
bitches.
Hold on.
Oh.
I identify as someone who's tired and needs to go to sleep. How about that?
Battery death issue, and I decided that I would replug into. That's pretty neat, though. That sound of when you have double screen openings on Zoom. It is like seriously like the end of the world. It's like emergency broadcast issued by Trump to send 40,000 people to get
right.
Yeah, thanks, Santa.
Break out the National Guard and the everything. Oh my God! When you were going through that stuff today, I was at work just cracking up, man. I actually hadn't heard that. I just naturally knew Q was shit, but I hadn't heard that exact prediction.
What prediction was that?
The one the National Guard was gonna, like, the first couple ones you were reading.
Oh yeah, the best of the first ones. I mean, those are just outside the imagination. I'm just like, what? I mean, people like kind of block that whole thing out, like that wasn't happening. Like,
it's like first time you get abused, you kind of black it out, right?
I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for that shit, Obi, with the Catholic reports coming out. I'm being an altar boy, but no, I kind of think it's more like, you're in an arranged marriage, and next thing you know, RuPaul's coming down the aisle, and you don't know any better, right? You don't know any better. You don't find out till the wedding night when that thing springs out like a wild cat, and you're already married.
Crying game.
So I think that's the way the cute people feel. I think that it was a tranny trap, and they took the tranny home, and that thing sprung out. And what are they going to do? Admit to all their buddies that they took home a tranny? No, they're going to be like, tuck that shit up. Let's go to dinner tomorrow with our friends and act like a woman. That's clearly where we're at. Where we're at.
The crying game.
Oh my God.
Scared every man in America when that movie came out.
So Adam,
Not David Hayes. It didn't scare David Hayes. I don't think.
David Hayes was okay with it.
Oh shit!
I think he could even he even sings the Boy George theme song in the shower occasionally.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jen. What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I was wondering, what did you think about the question when they asked you about Cernovich on the AMA?
Oh, that was fine. I mean, I think that these guys like Cernovich. It's an appropriate question. My question back to you would be, like, when I say to you, you're being a professor, and I know you have an IQ of at least 130, probably 140. When I say, what were you saying? And you say nothing, and then you go on to say what you were going to say. That's interesting.
Actually, I changed my thought. And then I was like, nothing. And then I thought of my next question. That's kind of what happened.
Very professorial.
They do like Cernovich, by the way.
The scatterbrain professors. We all know them. They always lose their keys.
I'm not scatterbrained, actually. I'd actually never thought I'd be a teacher. So I swore I would never go into education when I was a long time. I fought with my mom on it for years. She always wanted me to go into education. I was like, no, I don't want to go into education. So, but then I ended up in education. But it's the last thing I actually thought I would end up doing.
Well, I never thought you would be an Airbnb hostess to a Hasidic scammer. But, things happen. So. Oy,
life comes at you fast.
Yeah, life comes at you fast.
That's my line. I say that all the time, Obi.
Luckily, Base was here first, so that she got to sleep in the bed first.
Well, you know what they say: when life comes at you fast, keep a towel bedside and your eyes closed.
Yes.
Oh,
Well, they like Cernovich. They always say he's like a super popular on their does done multiple AMAs. So I figured they might ask you, but I was wondering how you were going to answer it. But you answered it very poised.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I used Cernovich. A lot of us did. He was effective, so I got to give him some props.
Yeah.
I enjoyed his scope that he did today. Honestly,
Who's that?
Cernovich.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm blocked.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like revelatory or anything, but
wait,
good.
Adam, come on. Okay, you said it yourself today.
I deserved it. I fucking blocked him from the White House. Yeah, I definitely fucked with him that time.
Well, okay, but the point I was going to make is let's not pretend that you only have one account. I believe you said at some point today, you might block me on one account, but it's not like I don't have two others. So.
Well, by two others I have access to is like I have another account, the Dixie Cup Nation account, which is kind of like defunct, but it's still there. It's like got 6,000 followers, and then obviously the MAGA Coalition account. So you'd have to block on all three to keep me away from seeing what's going on. But no, it definitely. Cernovich is not, he hasn't blocked me on Twitter at all, and we've retweeted each other at some points over the last year. But yeah, Periscope he is. Yeah, I mean, when you're doing the amount of views, he's not going to think about like, oh, let me unblock, fucking John Wick of politics. It's he knew what was going on at the time. What was going on? He was pissed off. I was pissed off too about what was going on. So I don't blame him for blocking me at that point. So I don't need to be unblocked because just like I said before, I'm not really keen on it now. Where scoping out other people's shit because I don't need to, I don't want to, and I think it's gonna if not infiltrate, it's gonna I don't know, infect some of my personal intelligence sources. So I leave it alone, because I know I'm not really going to learn anything by watching a Periscope by Mike Cernovich. It's just not going to happen.
I don't know what he scoped today either. I didn't see it. Obi, what did he say?
Oh, well, I'll give you the very quick rundown, and it was he was very emotionally forceful, almost like Ginger was at a certain point when Ginger, I'm not comparing them, but how emotional Ginger got at a certain point in her scope. He was actually like giving the verbal emotional beatdown to people. And it was about that Sam Harris had listen. Sam Harris had some guy from the SPLC on his podcast, the Southern Poverty Law. And then the guy that he had on his podcast turned around and labeled Sam Harris as a white supremacist or like a gateway drug to white supremacists. So basically Sam Harris got like a dose of his own medicine, that fucking left-wing piece of shit. And he started off just gloating about it. and then it just turned into the fact that what's going to happen next. They're just you could just label someone a white. Anyone can label anyone. I mean, Sam Harris, love him or hate him, he's not a white nationalist. But you can just label anyone a white nationalist, and then or a white supremacist, and then all of a sudden you got Antifa people out there at your event you're doing, and it's like it's a big giant target.
I mean, let's not forget that by virtue of his original writings and sentiments and blog entries and periscopes, that Cernovich has disqualified himself as a person that could lead anything effective politically. When you talk about or write about or tweet about things like, and it's real, and he hadn't denied it, like, have you ever tried to rape a woman? It's not easy,
No.
There is no such thing as date rape. I mean, but that's like the entryway into his world of guerrilla mentality. So I still have real philosophical disagreements with the existence of somebody like Mike Cernovich. But it's a means to an end stuff. So do I lean toward Bill Mitchell versus like Cernovich? No, I don't. I don't want either one of them to be a person that speaks for the Trump masses. I just don't think that they are accurately representing. And I think that people get kind of carried away with 300,000 followers, blah blah blah.
I totally agree. And I think they're both should be fringe.
And they are. You're right. They're both in their own respective ways fringe guys right now. As much as Bill doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
It's okay, Bill.
He could have been.
Compression socks on, your feet elevated.
Mitchell could have made it to the mainstream, but he decided to go with Dilly and Vandersteel.
Yeah.
That's the fact.
He just fell into her blue eyes, right?
I told him to his face in Florida that your end game should be getting to be a second or third string, maybe weekend newsreader for Fox and try to build your brand there under the Fox umbrella. I was implying, maybe he understood, maybe not, that he needed to lose all of these other people that were surrounding him because they're interfering with his ability to sell himself.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, the end of Bill Mitchell's dreams came in the form of Brendan Dilley and Zero Hour talking about dirty Jews and Sambo. Yeah. And that's the end of Bill Mitchell. If now enough time has gone by.
He's doubling down now, right?
He's tripled down.
Yeah.
But you have
he's
to
tripled
say,
down.
Having been on the show with him, and before I was blocked, maybe I caught a few segments of it. But he would go on to this thing where he would he set up a multi-screen, kind of like his own teleprompter at one point, where he was trying to read the news of the day and not lose track of, the production. And I can tell you this, if you would never be a talent in any form when it comes to media, if you can't read effectively. And the guy cannot read effectively. I mean, he realistically has like some literacy issues, and he's trying to read, and then he'd go back and look at himself in a monitor and go back, and he's jumped 2 sentences somewhere. I mean, I've watched it enough times and been a part of it. It's like there's no way in fucking hell this guy's gonna do like a fucking demo on a studio where he can like try to be somebody. He can't. And I got direct confirmation from John Cardillo when Cardillo got the Newsmax show with Gina Loudon. Bill was absolutely furious because not only did he assume that Gina Loudon was his property, he was looking for something like that. He was looking for like a cable network type of deal. And it wasn't even close. I mean, they would not even, he attempted to they wouldn't even give him a shot to try to read off a prompter. He can't do it. He can't do it. So, I mean, there's certain things you're born for and certain things you're not. And sometimes you just got to live at home with your mom and your sister and the cat.
Adam, has Bill ever had a relationship of any kind that you know of?
I mean, with a woman who's not a prostitute?
Not that I'm gonna admit to. Yes, I know of several. But they're very oh boy, let me call what they are, dysfunctional. Very dysfunctional.
So he's had a girlfriend or two.
But only since I've known. I don't know what his history beyond that, other than the fact that I went through hoops to try to confirm that he wasn't gay. I mean, because that was a natural point of where you would assume that he was gay.
Because he's got the makeup of like a narcissistic sociopath of like a serial killer. I mean, he's got that makeup, man.
Yeah, I think he probably would have killed a few people if his mom would have said, "Don't you dare bring that body into this."
That's right.
That type of thing. So, and then
he's not competent enough to get involved with that.
Yeah, he got down to Julio's place, and Julio's like, "Hey, Bill, seriously, don't kill any male Cuban strippers." And
his competence ends at sniffing panties. That's about it.
Yeah, he's.
So, is it possible he's a virgin?
No. I actually.
He's not a virgin.
Well,
but,
if he could be, but he's not a virgin. I can confirm one thing and one thing only. He's not a virgin when it comes to pleasuring himself and sending it to a woman.
Okay.
So you're saying he's a budding filmmaker?
Yeah, I have that.
It's like he want to be Carlos Danger.
Yeah. The unfortunate part about it is like it's ugly, and you can imagine it's ugly, but as bad as the book is, you don't want to see the book end. And the book ends in that video, which is awkward, you know.
Oh God!
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst part about it. So, yeah, I may never recover from that.
Oh my God!
That was worse.
It doesn't end in a spectacular fashion. It kind of ends like a stuffed gutter that's just kind of like leaking over the side of your house.
Not like,
but you know,
pew pew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pew pew.
All of these fake little tough guys on Twitter, you know. Twitter is one giant second grade schoolyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I'm too old and tired to beat them up in person anyway.
Not worth it. I just had that image, Adam, of Bill, and I need something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had this conversation with my nephew, and you know, he's of the age where it's you got to have this conversation with kids. But I don't know what it is about grown men why they do. You know, I told him no dick pics, no videos. No girl wants that, and if they ask you for it, they're setting you up. So don't ever do it. And my nephew's standing there. Yeah.
Bingo.
And so when my nephew, because my nephew wasn't allowed to have a cell phone until he was a teenager. And so when he's a teenager and he gets a phone, I just tell him this. I tell him this plain as day. Like, he turns red. He's embarrassed. He's a teenage boy. And I'm telling him this. And I tell him just as plainly as I just told you. Mm-hmm. And his parents are standing there and they know me, you know, but they're still looking at me like, oh, you know, she just said it. And I'm like, yeah, somebody needs to give this kid advice. And my nephew's mortified. And he's like, I know. He's all, I won't. And he goes into his room a little, you know, embarrassed. Look, you got to have that conversation with teenagers, with teenage boys. But grown men, come on, okay? I'm going to tell you guys the same thing because apparently you guys don't understand this. Mm-hmm. No woman wants your dick pics, and don't take these videos. And if a woman asks you for it, they are setting you up. So don't do it. All right, guys? You got it?
Yep.
Your junk is not that special.
What I would do is if I was young, I would keep a stable of all kinds of dick-related videos and pictures, but they weren't me. Preferably they'd be a black man's, someone that's clearly not mine, so that when the time comes when they're saying, "Hey, listen, can you send me a picture of your stuff?" I'll be like, "Of course I can," and I would send like a crudely cropped thing from some kind of like BBC type website.
I want to say this, and I'm going to leave it at this. I'm going to leave it. If you're going to do it, at least don't put your voice or face in the whole frame, and unfortunately, that appears as well. So it's awful. I'm really, I've had this for months now.
Holy
I'm thinking
shit.
this. I'm just disgusting me all over again. So
This could be your
talk
penis
about it.
problems, actually. Your penis-related problems could be after watching something like that. Of course, your penis is going to shrivel and hide, maybe for months. We can't really blame the little feller. I mean, subjecting your mind to that stuff has got to be like, like having 2 or 3 different distinct personalities living in your body.
Adam, knowing all the stuff, this is when you're probably like, a white-collar job doesn't seem so bad.
It'll take someone 7.5 hours to watch the replay to actually
By the time Adam gets dropped back in the state house by his wife, he's going to be psyched.
I'm an innocent recipient of gross, disgusting behavior by a so-called media personality. That doesn't inhibit me from getting a job. It basically guarantees me the right to endless amounts of therapy covered by insurance.
Sweet Jesus.
Yeah, I think we all just kind of like pass around a really rancid pickle.
Rancid pickle. Oh my God, that is.
If only I knew a pickle barrel related analogy to use now.
Yeah, pickle. It's the last pickle in the barrel. Yeah, Bill, you finally reached the last pickle in the barrel.
Yep. That's like the nightmare. Every gay guy in the Castro, that's his nightmare. He wakes up sweating that he was down to the last pickle in the barrel. Now he's going to have to move to Singapore.
Ugh.
I mean, I think
I didn't even know this Adam Gingrich. Who is this Adam Gingrich? He was on my show like once or twice. Everyone makes a big deal about him. I mean, we have so many people with political experience, and he was on the show maybe 2 times, and now everyone is always, where's Adam? Where's Adam? It's just so unreal.
Well, it reminds me of another Bill Mitchell. Well, I'm paraphrasing here, but one of his favorites was, hey, folks, hey, rape, bad for the rapist, worse for the victim.
Yep.
Yep. Remember that little that little nugget he would break out every now and then.
Well, he also would talk about the kamikaze pilot. Remember that?
Well, that I think maybe was where we were going with that.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I wonder what his opinion would be on the opioid crisis. I'm going to go into his scope and ask him.
Yeah, I guess.
I wonder what.
I think he wants them all to die.
Pretty much. But
Which
we'll
is
save
funny
that.
because
we'll save that for.
It's funny because I want to smash his head into the ground right now.
Figuratively, if not literally.
Yes.
Yeah, figuratively, of course.
Politically.
The most dangerous thing you want to say physically about Bill Mitchell is you want to hike up his compression socks until he's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't think you can be arrested for that.
I want to shave his goofy hairdo off of his head.
Oh, not that. I want to shave that chinny chin choo choo fucking North Korean Pyongyang grandmother facial hair he's got.
No.
What if we shaved? Imagine if someone were able to shave his hair and his eyebrows.
There's something definitely wrong going on there. I mean, he's what the fuck? He's
I mean,
now he's
anyone
growing
would.
facial hair. What is he being inspired by Ann Vandersteel? What's going on?
I think as he's going down, he started out as Mr. Squeaky Clean, and that led to the road to failure, and so now he's
He's
angry.
doing a little rough and tumble here.
Right, he's showing his anger at the universe by being a what he considers a shady character.
Okay, all right. That's why Ann Vandersteel got together with Piker Trump.
That's what's happening. He's
She's taking a different angle herself.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have any like corporate jets to lend her.
Nah, they got something to lend her, I'm sure.
No, after our own internal, our own rapist in our group, it's like nothing surprises me anymore about these people.
That's right.
Obi,
because now
are
we
you
know.
going to defend yourself there?
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
I don't think she was talking about me.
Okay. All right. Well, I know the dog tends to hunt people uninvited. So
Yeah. Well,
you know.
dogs.
I thought you were talking
dogs
about
have
your
been
avatar.
getting a bad rap lately.
Yeah, dogs have been getting a terrible rap lately.
Bad word.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Do you know
Another Trump tweet come through just in time for you.
if Adam and Glenn step any longer, Trump will be tweeting. It's 2:30 their time.
Oh, like Obi lives on the West Coast now? Come on.
Oh, yeah, Obi. All three of you. Yes.
Obi's secret to being awake for more hours than most people is that he only achieves a certain level of consciousness throughout the day. It's a very low level of consciousness, and he can maintain it for hours and hours and hours. So that's why he does what he does.
Yeah.
Glenn hiring Obi. Obi's tile work is the bomb, though. You gotta, whether he's conscious or not, he does great work.
Yeah, his great grandfather was on the set of Wizard of Oz and built the Yellow Brick Road. So he's comes from a long line of very short,
Great, thanks.
Love you, brother.
Thanks for doxing
me. Is that what you do, Obi? Is tile work?
Yeah.
What do you think? I have a quick question for you before you go. What do you think of the tile that looks like wood rather than putting wood down that has to be maintained? I saw it in the store.
It's kind of trendy.
No, but what do you think of it?
It depends on which brand.
What cut is it? What are you talking about? Like, is it?
It looks like wood flooring, you know.
I have it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because the problem that I have with wood flooring, I don't want to get the like plastic wood flooring, but the problem I have with wood floors is that I don't want to maintain it. So somebody was telling me that they have the tile that's you don't have to maintain it, and it's not it's not the plastic wood flooring. So what I was wondering what your thoughts are.
Oh, I mean, it's more of like a tactile feel. Do you want to? Is it for your kitchen?
Like a den. No, not my kitchen, because my kitchen's already tiled. But like a den and a hallway.
Well, I mean, it is very, durable, and it lasts forever, and you never have to like restain it. So it's certainly got its pluses.
Tamara, Jeff and I Jeff and I installed it into our game room, and we love it. It's like porcelain wood. It looks like wood, but it's like porcelain tile. It's porcelain tile. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's bulletproof once you put it in, and you just kind of quick mop or something, and you're good to go.
You guys know that Obi only does tile and flooring work for the mafia to cover up dead bodies, right? I mean,
Yes.
we all know
Well,
this, right?
Yes.
or with
If he says
celebrities.
it's bulletproof, then you would recommend
Oh
it.
yeah, he means it. He means it. He means like it'll cover up the scent of quick lime and lye or whatever else you want to put on your
Good.
victim.
I mean,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Awesome.
Well, what do you say, Glenn? You want to kill this feed?
I think we're going to do that.
You know what?
So-
I have had like the best night. Thank you so much, and it was a privilege, Adam, and I appreciate you, and thank you, Glenn, and of course my sweet Opie. I look for my little sleep scopes and my sisters, Jen and Tamara.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
that
was
was
a
nice.
pleasure.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was my honor. Cali girls and a dog. I'm definitely down with that shit.
Holla, holla.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
And the sadistic MC is required. So thank you, Glenn.
Glenn.
We love
We
you,
can all
Glenn.
curl up on the gold hat bed.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah. My God, I can still see some kosher curly cues on that goddamn bed. Oh, good. Boy, hey.
You need some
Okay.
like gold colored sheets for that thing.
I think he rubbed his little schmeckle on that bed.
Such a yenta.
He did. He did rub that. He rubbed it, and he thought about Burt Reynolds while he was doing it.
I don't think Burt Reynolds is kosher to masturbate to for Jews, but anyway, I don't know Hasidics that well.
Could be.
Maybe
he was-
I
maybe
think
he was
they
dreaming-
masturbate to Sandy Koufax or something. I
Well,
don't
maybe he was dreaming about what's his name?
No.
Judd
stop.
Judd Apatow.
Judd Apatow.
Ben, don't be a
Seth
yenta.
Rogen. Seth Rogen. He shot
That's
a
who
load
he
off
was
to Seth
thinking
Rogen.
about.
That's what happened.
Right, Judd
There you
Apatow.
Ugh.
That's
there
that's
she
what it
goes.
is.
She's getting the wipes out. She's gonna disinfect that daybed again.
She has
So,
to.
Adam, are you going to be are you doing the interviewing on Saturday?
What the hell, Saturday?
Interviewing? What does that mean?
Who
It's
am I
not
interviewing?
Princess.
At the SNL, Bill Mitchell or
Oh, that's
Mel
not this
Mitchell?
Saturday.
No. I'm doing my own character, which means I'll sit there blankly looking at the screen, and like Glenn will randomly throw shit at me that makes no sense, and I'll look like I just took a brick at the forehead and try to respond intelligently. So it'll be like a flashback to the old days. Hopefully, we can get Brian Dacine involved, but I don't know. We'll
Oh,
see.
good.
Oh my god, that would be too good.
All right. Well, Glenn, let us know what we need to do.
I will. I'm guessing, Adam, that you probably don't want to do MNN again tomorrow. Technically today, since
I
you've
don't
just
know.
done
I mean,
MNN.
we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man.
Tell me one way or the other, because if you don't want to do it, we can always get 33 to come on, and that would be fine. Then you can save
if
up your
33 wants to
strength.
come on, then that'd be cool, because if I can jump on then after you guys talk for a while, that might work out, because I haven't been on 33 yet. So,
Yeah,
maybe
why don't we do that? We'll go
Okay.
on at 7, and if you want to come on around 9, feel free.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, everyone.
Look forward to.
Yes.
Good night, everyone.